Welcome to the Global Talent Summit 2020. 欢迎参加2025全球人才峰会。Please welcome the host of the opening ceremony, Dr. Mabel Miao, the Chief Representative of AGTO and Secretary General of CCG. 有请开幕式主持人、国际人才组织联合会北京代表处首席代表、CCG 秘书长苗绿博士上台。
尊敬的各位
Distinguished officials, ambassadors, representatives of international organizations, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I am Chief Representative of the AGTO Beijing Representative Office, Mabel Lu Miao. I'm honored to chair the opening ceremony. First, on behalf of the AGTO, I'd like to extend my warmest welcome to all of the distinguished guests who are present today, and thank you so much for coming.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is my great honor to host the opening ceremony of the 2025 Global Talent Summit. On behalf of AGTO, I would like to extend my warmest welcome and heartfelt thanks to all the distinguished guests attending the summit. 国际人才组织联合会 AGTO.
The AGTO has been co-launched by CCG and international experts. We will host the Global Talent Summit and issue global talent reports, promote international cooperation, policy dialogue, and reach consensus on mutually beneficial cooperation for talent exchanges. This summit is co-hosted by the AGTO and CCG, and our goal is to build the global talent exchange platform to empower Beijing's effort to build the International Talent Exchange Center and many other efforts. Today with us, we have Li Chengling, Standing Committee Member, Beijing Municipal Party Committee, Dennis Simon, President, Alliance of Global Talent Organizations, He Xian, President, China Talent Research Society, former Vice Minister, Human Resources and Social Security of China. And we also have the foreign guests who are with us. Thomas Haiba, Senior Advisor for China and Head of the Beijing Office, Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development. Portuguese Ambassador, Moroccan Ambassador, Latvia Ambassador, Pakistan Ambassador, Iceland Ambassador, Estonia Chargé d'Affaires, Madame Li Wen, Chief of Mission, IOM, UN Food Program Representative and Country Director Zhao Bing, etc. And we also have Mr. Zhang Ruobing from Beijing Municipal Government Organization Department, Mr. Yang Pu from the Municipal Science and Technology Commission, and Meng Jingwei, Party Secretary of Tongzhou. And we also have with us the international and domestic representatives from the different departments of the Beijing municipal government. And also the officials from Tongzhou government. And we also have the presence of the media. And now, it gives me great honor to invite President Li Chengling, Standing Committee Member of the Beijing Municipal Party Committee, and DG of the Organization Department. Distinguished guests, dear friends, good morning. In June, the city's sub-center, Tower Shadow, shakes the wave to welcome guests. In this beautiful season of vigorous development, we are gathering at the bank of the Beijing-Hangzhou Grand Canal, a World Cultural Heritage, to participate in the 2025 Global Talent Summit. First of all, on behalf of the Beijing Municipal Committee, I would like to express my warm congratulations on the convening of this summit. I would also like to extend sincere welcome to all the distinguished guests. I would like to express my heartfelt thanks to you for your long-term concern and support for Beijing's development. At present, the great changes that have never happened in a century have accelerated the evolution. The territory of knowledge has expanded rapidly, and the wave of innovation has swept the world. We need international cooperation and open sharing more than ever before. As the most active and decisive factor, human has become an inexhaustible driving force for the development of science and technology and social progress. General Secretary Xi Jinping pointed out that a country's opening to the outside world must first start with promoting the opening of talents, focusing on people. This summit is a talent exchange event organized by the AGTO, focusing on building a global and future-oriented talent gathering hub and a dialogue platform, and further promoting the interconnection, cooperation, and sharing of international talents. Beijing is a 1,000-year-old ancient capital and a modern international metropolis full of vitality. It has 92 universities, more than 1,000 scientific research institutes, more than 100 national key laboratories, and nearly 30,000 high-tech enterprises. The total number of talents is large, the level is high, and the categories are complete, and the agglomeration effect is outstanding. At present, Beijing is speeding up the construction of an international science and technology innovation center and a highland of high-level talents, continuously increasing investment support for science and technology and talents, and formulating a series of targeted policies to provide the greatest sincerity, best resources, and best services for all kinds of talents to innovate and start businesses in Beijing. We are deeply aware that people gather with sincerity, and the city prospers with talent, and the core of the city lies in the people. We will always adhere to the strategic positioning of talent leading development, implement a more active, open, and effective talent policy, optimize the ecology of talent development, and gather talents from all sides with the first good feelings. We will further implement the strategy of innovation-driven development and more actively carry out international scientific and technological cooperation and talent exchange so that innovative achievements will gather, display, and cooperate in Beijing, and innovative ideas will continue to be exchanged and carried forward. We will continue to optimize the ecology of innovation and entrepreneurship, create a market-oriented and legalized international business environment, and polish the Beijing service brand. We will follow the law of talent growth and scientific research, introduce more pragmatic and effective policies, and effectively create opportunities and provide a stage for talents to innovate and start businesses in Beijing. Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, science knows no borders, innovation is endless, and civilization can be connected. We look forward to working together with you to build a bridge of interconnectivity, draw a picture of collaborative innovation, and cultivate fertile ground for inclusive development. Let us uphold the concept of openness, tolerance, mutual benefit, and win-win, work together to build a vibrant exchange and cooperation network, and wisdom will enrich the future globally to contribute to promoting talent exchanges and cooperation and building a community of human destiny. Finally, I wish this summit a complete success. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Li Chengling. In recent years, the Beijing municipality has been building platforms and institutions, and we have been learning a lot in exchanges to achieve win-win. We are building the International Innovation Center and Highland for Talents. And now it is our great pleasure to invite President Dennis Simon of the Alliance of Global Talent Organizations to give us a speech.
Your Excellency, Mr. Li, Your Excellency, Mr. He, Mr. Tamas Hajba, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning to you. 早上好. It's an honor to help launch this conference on global talent, development, and trends because it's such an important subject. My name is Dennis Simon, and I'm the chairman of the Alliance of Global Talent Organizations. Let me begin by thanking our sponsors and the speakers today for supporting this event at a truly consequential moment of time in world history. In particular, I want to thank the Beijing municipal government for having the vision and the viewpoint to create such an exciting opportunity for a group of serious international professionals like yourselves to come together to discuss the cutting-edge issues related to global talent. We are standing at the intersection of an intensive technological disruption, a large demographic transition, and much geopolitical uncertainty. This is a time when talent is no longer just a labor market issue. It has become much more than that, particularly given the emphasis on innovation in the world today. Talent is a strategic asset. It's also a national capability, and increasingly, it's a matter of policy sovereignty. Let me pose a question that I hope will help shape our discussion over the rest of the day. Are our current talent systems, which were designed largely for an industrial era, capable of managing a post-industrial AI-powered world? Do we have the right elements in place? Do we have the right viewpoints in place? Do we have the right people in place? If we're honest, the answer is probably not yet. But that opens the door for some, what I hope will be some really bold thinking and perhaps even bold reforms. Let's start and look at some of the key trends that will shape the way that we shape our new policies and put them into practice. The first trend involves what I call the rise of the augmented workforce. We are entering an age of human-machine complementarity. AI systems are accelerating from narrow tools to general-purpose infrastructure. Robotics is redefining physical labor, and quantum computing promises to upend data processing and cybersecurity as we know it. But this is not just a technological story. It is a major talent policy challenge. Governments now must think beyond traditional employment models because we are seeing the rise of this augmented workforce where humans and algorithms collaborate across multiple economic sectors. Policy, therefore, must shift accordingly. Workforce development in each of our countries needs to emphasize adaptive learning, not one-time credentials. The idea that you go to college for 4 years and have the knowledge that's going to take you for a 30-year career, that kind of perspective is simply obsolete. Labor statistics today must track hybrid roles and digital skills and not just traditional job classifications. And funding, most importantly, must support lifelong learning and reskilling as public goods and not just as private burdens. The second trend I want to talk about is the view of talent as a national security and competitiveness issue. The global competition for talent today is no longer an abstract idea. It is now intensely geopolitical. The countries that lead in science, AI, biotech, quantum, etc., will be those that attract, cultivate, and retain top talent, not just from within, but across borders and across cultures. Look at countries such as Singapore, Canada, Germany, and the UAE. They've moved aggressively to align immigration, education, and innovation policy under a unified talent strategy. Meanwhile, unfortunately, some nations are imposing restrictions that hamper their own competitiveness by limiting visa access, by tightening export controls, and by cutting research ties under the banner of national security. Security matters, of course it matters, but isolation is not a strategy. We need what I call smart openness, not a strategic retreat from global engagement. The United States, European Union, and others must revisit their approach to these ideas. Visa systems that are outdated for today's highly mobile, project-based STEM world must now be changed. They are clogging the way we can find answers to the solutions and problems that stand before us. And research ecosystems today are being weakened by political mistrust. The name of the game is collaboration, not decoupling. The third trend I want to talk about is the platformization and decentralization of global talent. We are witnessing what we might call the unbundling of work, and this is a very, very important trend. Talent is increasingly organized through platforms, not through companies. Remote teams that build across time zones are now the real action entities. Digital credentials are issued by AI-powered assessment tools, and micro-entrepreneurs are reshaping labor supply chains and work supply chains. For policymakers, this raises some very urgent questions. How do we regulate work that crosses borders but not jurisdictions? How do we tax income that isn't earned in a physical office? How do we ensure social protections for health care, pensions, fair wages for workers who never enter a traditional firm? This indeed is the new frontier, global labor platforms that defy national boundaries but still demand some type of national policy response. Policymakers, therefore, must collaborate to create solutions. Mutual recognition frameworks for skills and credentials now must come together. Portable benefits across jobs and borders must be realizable, and digital infrastructure standards that enable fair participation from the global south must be established and must be sustainable. The fourth trend I want to mention is inclusion, equity, and the talent dividend. In some places, these words are no longer very popular. But none of what I'm talking about will succeed unless indeed we have inclusive policies. The global talent revolution must avoid repeating the problems and failures of the past industrial revolutions, where opportunity was uneven, access was restricted, and innovation actually widened inequality. We must ask, are we ensuring that women, displaced workers, and underrepresented groups can access AI-era skills? Are we designing our immigration pathways for climate migrants and not just for the technical elites of the world? Are we empowering the youth bulge that's occurring in Africa and South Asia, where the next billion workers are going to come from? Governments must adopt their policies that treat inclusive talent development not as charity, but as a geostrategic investment in the prosperity of the planet. The talent dividend is real, no doubt, but it only pays off if it is equitably distributed and managed. In closing, let me make the following points. Simply stated, we are not just talking about upgrading labor markets. We are laying the foundation of a new global talent architecture. This clearly will require a number of things. Regulatory innovation that is bold, such as the technological changes that are occurring, that these regulatory changes must govern. Cross-border cooperation that builds on the trust that needs to occur to facilitate talent mobility, and strategic foresight that anticipates the kind of disruption we are seeing today. We must not just simply react to it, we must anticipate it and act accordingly. If the 20th century was defined by capital mobility, the 21st century needs to be defined by talent mobility and how well our policies enable it or constrain us. Let us stop asking whether we can keep up with the change. Let us accordingly ask how we can shape the change and ultimately how we can harness these changes. My organization, AGTO, hopes to play a central role as a bridge builder in bringing together the necessary expertise and know-how to assist in this critical effort. Let me thank you again for coming to our meeting and for willingly participating in our activities, and welcome to the conference. And now let's get to work. Thank you very much.
Many thanks to President Simon for your wonderful remarks. The AGTO was established in 2020. It is committed to promoting global talent communication, coordination, and cooperation. And this event marks the first event since the inception of the organization. We'll work together with all of you to offer suggestions for global talent mobility and create a hub for global talent communication. Next, let's come to our opening dialogue. I would like to welcome President He Xian, China Talent Research Society, and former Vice Minister of Human Resources and Social Security of China. Distinguished guests, dear friends, good morning. The high-tech era is all about talents. And we see the role of talents playing a prominent role. And we can never underestimate the role of talents in such an era. Welcome to the Global Talent Summit 2025. I'd like to take this opportunity to talk about my view on talent service agencies. So, in a market economy, the development of society is closely related with market mobility and talent-related services. So, places with high talent mobility and high innovation talent mobility services will also be relatively well developed. China is a late starter in this regard. So in the planned economy era, we don't have any talent service organizations. After the reform and opening up, talent mobility started, which also accelerated talent services. So at the early stage, it's usually dominated by the government providing talent-related services. In the 1990s, private agencies and foreign-funded agencies also started to merge. In the 21st century, in China, all types of talent service agencies also accelerated in their development. By the end of 2020, the number of talent-related service organizations reached about 70,000, and our revenue reached about 7 trillion RMB. So all these organizations provide talent-related services for higher education institutions, employers, and they play a significant role for the rational use of talents. And in social progress and economic development, they play a crucial role. China's talent services And Beijing's talent services has always been leading in China. And as early as the beginning of the reform and opening up, Beijing's talent center has set an example for the entire country and was highly influential. And afterwards, Beijing released regulations on talent services and was the first to start relevant regulations on talent service organizations, which create favorable conditions for the development of this field. Afterwards, private organizations and foreign-funded enterprises started to enter the picture and also provide talent-related services. In recent years, Beijing has also been continued to lead in talent services and providing a wide range of services for employers and playing a major role in the development of the city. So China's talent services is based on the demand of economic development and also learned from the experience from developed countries. Currently, we've established a complete system that is aligned with China's specificities. So overall, our talent services are keeping up with the development of the economy, but there's still room for development. The central government has proposed new requirements on the development of talent services, and that's why we face new challenges in this regard and need to pick up speed. First, we need to guide talent service agencies to serve national strategies. The 20th Congress of the CPC proposed that we need to accelerate talent-related services and build a high-level platform for talents. All these are a part of the series of talent strategies of China. There is great room for the role of talent services. We need to encourage talent agencies to play to their strength and proactively serve the strategy, national strategy, and integrate enterprises development with national strategy so as to find the sources of growth while serving national strategy. Second, we need to accelerate the innovation of the service industry. High-tech is a prominent feature of our times, providing opportunities for all fields. Currently, talent agencies still provide traditional services mainly. And there is over-competition in relatively low-tech services such as personnel distribution. So we need to input more into technology and utilize AI, big data, and other R&D to accelerate high-tech services. Major organizations should set up dedicated talent agencies or centers to develop tools and technologies with independent intellectual property so as to keep up with the talent services demand in new times. Third, we need to support the development of private and foreign-funded talent organizations. Talent services belong to the service industry. In this regard, private enterprises have their advantages. And it's also been proven that in terms of hunting for high-tech talents, private enterprises have contributed uniquely. Talent service development need to give full play to the role of various types of enterprises and have trust in them, and also create a level playing field for private enterprises and talent services. We should make full use of their features, for instance, flexibility and high innovation capability so as to drive the development of talent services. And in terms of going global, we should also be more proactive and take bold moves. The talent strategy is an important part of the Belt and Road Initiative. Talents going global can serve local Chinese enterprises and also local enterprises worldwide. talent service sector has already becoming more mature and is well positioned for going global. Recently, I participated in a summit on talent going global in Shanghai, and I noticed that Shanghai has been exploring a lot in talents going global and serving the BRI, and they've made significant progress. So, in this regard, they've opened up more potential, which can drive the growth of talent services. Talent service represent important pillar of talent development in the current era. With the development of the national economy and relevant structures and services, I believe talent services will enjoy greater potential for development, and hopefully all relevant parties and partners can work together so as to contribute further to this regard. Thank you. Thank you, President He, for your remarks. We are here today in the subcenter of Beijing, Tongzhou, which features the culture of the age-old canal, and looking forward to the future. Hope to take this platform as a place to share ideas and create a talent ecosystem that is more effective and sustainable. The OECD is a unique intergovernmental organization. It is committed to overcoming challenges in economy and governance. It also seeks to capitalize opportunities presented in globalization and help governments to implement better policies. It has also collected a lot of data in talent development. Next, let's welcome Tamas Hajba, Senior Advisor for China and Head of Beijing Office from the OECD.
Your Excellency, Mr. Li Chengling, President Simon, President Wang, ambassadors, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. First of all, thank you for the invitation, and I'm pleased to join the Global Talent Summit and discuss global talent mobility. I also would like to thank to the Beijing municipal government for its support to the dialogue on this critical topic. People, ideas, and money are moving across countries at a speed that was never been seen before. This has made the world more connected and active than ever before. Countries must stay proactive, strategic, and flexible in order to use these flows to their advantage for long-term economic growth, innovation, and success. Let me begin by putting this issue into the context of migration. Since 2010, the proportion of the world's population living outside their countries of birth has steadily increased. Within the OECD countries alone, this share rose from 8.9% in 2012 to over 10% by 2022. Now, this may seem incremental at the first sight, but these figures represent tens of millions of people, professionals, students, entrepreneurs, investors, and their contributions are vital to their host countries' economies and societies. More than that, the skill profile of migrants is rapidly evolving. Since 2010, the share of highly educated individuals among immigrants in OECD countries has increased by 10 percentage points. This trend underscores a decisive shift in international migrations. Today's migrants are often highly qualified professionals who can fill skill gaps, foster innovation, and boost productivity. Many of these talented people originate from Asia, especially from China and other countries, home to a growing middle class and top-tier education institutions. If we look at the migration trends in recent years, we can see the impact of this growing demand. Permanent type migration to OECD countries hit a record level in 2022 with 6 million new permanent immigrants. This represents a 14% growth relative to the pre-pandemic year of 2019. Labor migration accounted for a substantial part of this surge, with permanent labor migration growing by 21% and temporary labor migration by 77%. And this is not a short-lived spike. Provisional data and data for 2023 show that this upward trajectory is continuing. So the question for many advanced and emerging economies is how to make their countries more attractive and accessible to international talent as competition intensifies. And the competition is fierce. The Manpower Group reported that global talent shortages have hit a 17-year high in 2023. Labor markets face persistent shortfalls in engineering, IT, healthcare, renewable energy, and other critical sectors. Every OECD country is responding by offering tailored admissions channels to attract highly skilled migrants, including dedicated visa programs for tech workers, tax incentives for returning nationals, and specialized pathways for entrepreneurs. More recently, we have also seen the proliferation of so-called startup visa programs. Now, these may vary considerably across countries in terms of target groups, eligibility criteria, and support services, but all reflect a recognition that entrepreneurship and innovation thrive on a diverse and globalized ecosystem. Importantly, international students play a pivotal role in this mobility story. The OECD's latest figures show that approximately 4.5 million international students were enrolled in tertiary education across its member states. These students also some of them are coming from Asia and contribute significantly to the academic vibrancy and research capacity of their destination countries. Destination countries recognize the close link between international student inflows and future skill supply. Many have introduced policies allowing international graduates to stay on and work after completing their studies, seeing these students also as a key source of future talent. Indeed, the data show a strong correlation between international student mobility and permanent migration. A substantial proportion of international students remain after graduation, becoming part of the skilled labor force and driving innovation, research, and economic dynamism. Whether through generous post-study work rights, streamlined recognition of qualifications and diplomas, or targeted recruitment drives for graduates in shortage occupations, countries are actively leveraging this talent pipeline. And that brings me to the issue of branding and attractiveness. The OECD indicators of talent attractiveness reveal that talent mobility decisions are driven by more than just salary and career progression. Factors like work-life balance, quality of public services, cultural vibrancy, ease of integration, and inclusive and welcoming societies play a decisive role. As competition intensifies, branding is becoming even more important. Countries need to position themselves as safe, dynamic, opportunity-rich societies. They must also streamline administrative procedures and digitalize immigration systems to enhance the user experience for applicants and employers alike. Yet, attracting and retaining global talent is not only about skilled professionals and students. It is also fundamentally linked to broader international openness and the appeal of the destination as a whole. This is where tourism and destination marketing come into play. According to the OECD Tourism Trends and Policies report, global tourism is recovering rapidly post-pandemic. International arrivals have rebounded to nearly 90% of the pre-pandemic level. Projected growth driven by increased connectivity, digital innovation, and changing traveler preferences. Countries that successfully attract international tourists tend to benefit from spillovers into talent attraction as the visitors, the tourists, become familiar with the culture, infrastructure, and opportunities available. Our report emphasizes that sustainable tourism policies, such as investing in green and cultural assets, improving visitors' services, and strengthening local economies, help countries enhance their global reputation. The OECD research also underscores the role of major cities as hubs for both tourism and talent attractiveness. Capital cities leverage their cultural offerings, ease of mobility, and vibrant international communities to attract millions of tourists and a steady inflow of highly skilled workers. These cities show that tourism and talent policies can, and actually should, be closely integrated into a coherent policy. In this context, I would like to highlight the measures taken by the Chinese government, also by the Beijing municipal government, to bolster its global competitiveness as both a talent magnet and a tourist destination. Beijing has launched a set of initiatives to attract top-tier international professionals in cutting-edge fields such as green technology, green energy, AI, biomedical research, and financial services. These measures also include a simplified visa process for foreign experts and researchers, an expanded green card program for long-term residents, and a one-stop service centers that help overseas professionals navigate administrative requirements. In addition, Beijing is also investing in its cultural and tourism infrastructure to enhance its international appeal. The government has streamlined visa procedures for short-term visitors, promoted multilingual tourism services, and curated cultural festivals and international sporting events to draw global audiences. The city is also expanding its smart tourism offerings, leveraging digital platforms and data analytics to improve visitor experiences. But these measures recognize that talent and tourism are two sides of the same coin. International visitors often become ambassadors and potential future investors or employees. And a city that is welcoming to tourists is more likely to be welcoming talented professionals and their families. And moving forward, the most successful countries and cities will be those that take a holistic, forward-thinking approach, one that integrates migration policies with labor strategies, educational and research capacity, urban planning, and tourism development. Strengthening administrative processes, improving branding and marketing, facilitating the recognition of foreign skills and credentials, and investing in the amenities that make cities and countries attractive places to live and visit. All these are elements of a coherent, strategic talent and tourism agenda. And as we look to the future, the role of returning immigrants and diasporas must not be overlooked. These returnees often serve as bridges to global networks, boosting trade and innovation and enhancing international tourism and cultural exchanges. Ladies and gentlemen, the landscape of global mobility is shifting rapidly. What was once a mostly passive process is becoming a highly strategic, with countries, regions, and cities actively crafting policies to attract and retain talented people, welcome visitors. This, again, requires a holistic, evidence-based approach that integrates migration, tourism policies into broader strategies for sustainable growth, innovation, and inclusiveness. International cooperation, including the sharing of data, information, and best practices, is becoming increasingly crucial. Every country has a unique asset and experience, so the exchange of ideas, policies, practices benefits everyone. At the OECD, we will continue to support countries as they navigate these challenges. Our indicators, such as the talent attractiveness indicator, international migration reports, and tourism trends analysis, offer robust data and analysis to inform policy decisions. So let us continue to work together, use the excellent platform of the Alliance of Global Talent Organizations to foster more inclusive, vibrant, and talent-rich societies. Thank you for your attention, and I very much look forward to our discussions today. Thank you.
感谢海博先生。
Thank you very much, Mr. Haiba. If we look at the international talent pattern, we can see that there are a lot of challenges, and science and green development are all there. That has brought challenges and opportunities to talent development. We believe in the changing era, cooperation and competition are more resilient, and inclusiveness is more powerful than fragmentation. The AGTO has been following closely the trends, and now I'd like to give the floor to Dr. Henry Hui Yao Wang, founder and president of CCG and the Secretary General of AGTO, who will present the Global Talent Mobility Trends Report 2025. The floor is yours. Mr. Li Chengling, Mr. He Xian.
我们在这里呢，国际人才组织发布。
Today, we are here to issue the Global Talent Mobility Trends Report 2025. It is a very important report by the AGTO. I'd like to say something about this report. Our organization has been following global talent mobility for a long time. We carried out research on 38 countries in terms of talent competitiveness. That will enable us to realize the development trends and find the gaps, and then build a good talent order. We have developed the talent competitiveness indicator for the main countries, altogether 38 countries. We assess their talent competitiveness based on population, GDP share in global economy. We also refer to the World Bank data and WIPO data and the Fortune charts and the global university charts, etc. So we have drawn the conclusions on the basis of talent data globally. We have also established a talent competitiveness assessment system covering investment effectiveness for talents and involving 5 Tier 1 indicators and many Tier 2 indicators. And just later, you can scan the QR code to get the report. So I will not go into details. The United States is actually leading, and the ROK is also standing out. And China, compared with previous years, has also been rising. In Asia, 4 countries are now in the top 10, and China is ranking number 5. In terms of scale, China and the United States have very obvious advantages, and China actually has the greatest potential. In terms of IP numbers and in many indicators, China is catching up with the United States or even surpasses the United States. The ROK, Canada, and Sweden are also ranking among the top. You know, we are an international organization, so we are providing the objective indicators for different countries. In terms of environment, the United States and China have clear advantages. We can see the great progress of China, which has actually even surpassed a lot of developed countries in terms of talent investment. We have made a lot of investment, but still there is much room for improvement. So it means that China still has a lot of space for further development for talent. The United States is still leading in terms of investment. In terms of the indicator of effectiveness, there is a big gap. But in China, Singapore, the ROK are good, and other top rankers are Ireland and Switzerland. In terms of talent scale, China is the biggest one. And second, about the global talent mobility trend, the international migration is developing so fast. 300 million are migrants. And among all the international migrants. In terms of international students, the scale of international students is expanding. In the past, it was only 1.1 million, and then it rose to over 6 million in the past few years. But after the COVID, it was going down. However, it's still very big. And also, more and more students are coming from China. Actually, China is the largest source of international students, followed by India. And in the United States, India's students are even more than Chinese students. China has also been catching up. The digital economy can also see a lot of talent mobility. For example, AI. 50% of the global AI are Chinese dominated. And high-level talent competition has become more and more fierce. That is the general trend. In particular, in recent years, the Trump administration has issued a lot of policies which has led to the exodus of talents. That also provides opportunities for other countries. And Germany and Japan are improving their policies. And in China, we are exploring the high-tech talent system. We can provide many visa-free policies for many countries in the world, and that means that more and more global talents are flowing into China. Finally, I want to say that in order to ensure that the global talent mobility is stabilized, and our organization believes that we need to deepen the understanding of the value of talent, and second, we need to promote talent mobility. Just now, Mr. Li Chengling already mentioned that talent mobility in Beijing and in many parts of China is becoming more and more open. And third, we need to build a multi-level talent exchange platform. For example, today, this Global Talent Summit we are having here in Tongzhou is exactly aimed at promoting multi-level talent exchange. We also want to ensure digitalization of talent governance, and later we are going to launch many initiatives towards this end. We want to ensure that our organization, AGTO, will promote such talent mobility and development to benefit the global talents, as President Xi said. So that is all I want to say about the report. You can scan the QR code for details of the report. Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Huiyao Wang. And now we will start the initiatives launch. First, I'd like to introduce the International Cities of Innovation Dialogue, launched by AGTO, based on its international organization networks connected with the global think tanks, OECD and IMO. and also embassies of many countries in China. We have launched the International Cities of Innovation Dialogue. We want to connect Beijing with many other organizations to develop different kinds of dialogue focused on innovation, talent, cultivation, innovative outcome, fostering and incubation. And we hope that we can share the experiences of Beijing to many parts of the world. So this platform is open and inclusive. We want to attract more international organizations and many other organizations to join this platform. Now we'd like to invite Mr. Zhang Ruobing and Mr. Yang Pu from Beijing Municipal Government Departments, and also Mr. Meng Jingwei from Tongzhou, Ambassador Hashmi of Pakistan, and Iceland Ambassador Ipre, Latvia Ambassador, and Morocco Ambassador Ansari, Mr. Haiba, Senior Advisor for China and Head of the Beijing Office OECD, Li from a Chief of Mission of IOM in China, Mr. Zhao Bing from World FP China Office, and Mr. Wang Huiyao, President of CCG, to the stage, and we will launch this platform. So I would like to invite you to put your hands on the buttons. 3, 2, 1.
Many thanks to our guests for launching the platform. Please return to your seats. Next, we're going to launch another initiative by CCG and AGTO. That is the launch of the Generation Z International Youth Talent Development Initiative. So first, a brief introduction to Generation Z. That is referred to the generation born from 1995 to 2010. That is the first generation growing up in the age of the internet and social media. So currently, they account for the largest proportion of the population, accounting for about 25% of the population. By 2030, they will account for 1/3 of the world's total labor force. So they have great potential and strength. Therefore, Generation Z, based on CCG, AGTO, GYOD, and other resources, developed a Generation Z International Youth Talent Development Initiative to drive the development of Generation Z in diverse cultural environment and help them to address challenges in the current age. They're also committed to develop talents with international horizon and cross-cultural communication skills through theory, learning, and practices. They will help at least 25% of the participants to have access to international work opportunities or internships, and also they are committed to creating a Generation Z community to provide greater and better talents for international organizations, also promote young people's engagement in global governance and contribute to the Sustainable Development Agenda. So let's welcome Wei Xubing, Fan Shiming, Mai Feiwen, Sahamak, Mr. Scott McAhern and also Mr. Shahmak Rizay. Please welcome to the stage. And they're going to each put one piece onto the screen in the background. So first, let's have Mr. Wei Xubing. He will be putting on the piece of Global Horizon. Thank you. And next, Mr. Fan Shiming, digital literacy. He'll be putting in a piece of digital literacy. And then Mr. Scott McAhern, please put in a piece of sustainable action. Last but not least, Mr. Shahmak Rizay, cross-cultural coordination capability. So now we have all the 4 capabilities. Let's take a group photo. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for helping us empower our Generation Z. Please return to your seats. The third launch is also by CCG and AGTO. That is the launch of the Overseas Returnees Hub AI Talent Information online platform. So next, please watch a short video on the introduction of overseas returnees.
是实现高质量发展、推进中国式现代化的重要力量。
Overseas returnees are an important force in driving China's economic development. And we also can see the 2024 report on China's overseas returnees. You can see that they face several challenges. But now we can use AI to empower their development and provide better services for overseas returnees so that they can access better government policies and better integrate into the society and labor force. So we are able to use this tech-powered tool to better serve overseas returnees and relevant talents. So next we're going to have the representatives of overseas returnees. Mr. Wang Yi, CEO of Likes, and Ms. Wu Jing, Mr. Zhao Zhanjie, Mr. Bao Qiaoliang, Mr. Liu Qi, please come to the stage. Please put your hand on the screen to leave your handprint on the screen. Many thanks to our guests for launching the platform. Please return to your seats. Thank you again. So that is the end of the opening ceremony of our summit today. Many thanks for coming again to the Global Talent Summit 2025. So at the opening ceremony, we listened to important speakers and also witnessed the launch of 3 mechanisms. Next, we'll go into an opening roundtable So we'll be talking about new competition and cooperation, talents driving AI development, and also other important topics. I'd like to thank many thanks to Mr. Li Chengling, Mr. Dennis Simon, and officials from the Beijing municipal government, ambassadors, participants from international organizations. Many thanks all of you for your attention. So please continue to follow the development and progress of AGTO. Looking forward to having more in-depth exchanges and cooperation with you.
Okay, great. 大家好，请就坐哈。我们第一场的这个开幕圆桌嘛。
那行，那我一会儿整点接你啊。
好。We're about to open the round table.
Basically, this opening round table is about global talent mobility and enhancing Beijing exchanges with foreign countries. Because as we all know, Beijing municipal government actually a few years ago actually said by the central government that they want to build a Beijing global exchange center, but also a global talent exchange center. So this conference is really to focus on how we can enhance Beijing's attractiveness, how we can learn from other countries, how we can benefit from international experts, international organizations' experiences. So this is really a great occasion to start this roundtable with AGTO that we are able to organize. And also we have so many distinguished guests, ambassadors, international representatives, professors, think tank experts, and government policymakers, and academia, and business in particular as well. So this is really a great occasion to have this kind of a discussion. So to support the people-to-people exchange, as we see, China has in recent years announced that they're going to enhance the visa free for almost 50 countries. And also in Hainan, they have 80 countries visa-free. So what are the advantages and how we can learn from other countries' experience on some of those questions? How to promote tourism, student exchanges, business exchanges, make Beijing an attractive global hub of talent mobility. So that's really the purpose of this roundtable. So we are very fortunate that we had, this morning we have ambassador from Iceland to China, ambassador from Latvia to China, ambassador of Morocco to China, ambassador of Pakistan to China, ambassador of Portuguese to China, deputy head of a mission, ambassador of Estonia to China, Charles des Affaires, and also we have a chief representative from international organizations. For example, from International Committee of the Red Cross, International Organization, IOM of UN, and OECD, Organization of Economic Cooperation and Development. And of course, UN resident coordinator also sent his speech to us. And we have also World Food Program, China office representative. So we have many, and then we have many represented from Beijing municipal government and some from central government. And also we have roundtable observers who are also welcome to comment as well. We have a counselor from Embassy of Canada, Embassy of Pakistan, and Embassy of Kazakhstan, Embassy of Republic of Turkey, also the UN, the Special Center for Sustainable Agricultural Mechanization, United Nations, and also we have a deputy representative UNICEF, and also we have UN Women. And so there's a lot of representative around tables. So what I hope is that we're going to, each public delegate have a 5 minute of opening speech, and then we're going to get into the round table before we break for lunch. So I would like to start with this, maybe just alphabetically. I would like to ask my friend on my right, ambassador from Iceland. Maybe you can start. I know Iceland is not a very big country, but you have a lot of attractive, particularly on the environment and sustainable and women development, many areas. So perhaps you can give a little bit of Iceland perspective on those subjects.
Well, thank you, Henry, and thank you for inviting me here. Well, maybe I can do that a bit later. I had prepared some other thoughts based on your email before. But I want to make the point first that I first came to Beijing as a tourist, and that was my first introduction to China. Now I've been here in a professional capacity for 4 years, living in Beijing, and I want to emphasize that Beijing, to me, is an attractive and a very interesting city. And to me, there's no basic difference between living in Beijing, London, New York, or Paris, for that matter. Here you have strong infrastructure, good services, good schools, good hospitals, excellent universities, and you have all these attractions. The only complaint that I have is that when I go shopping, they don't have the size of my shoes because I'm rather tall. But you can find everything that you need in Beijing. And language can be a barrier, of course, but people are generally friendly here and they're helpful. But you can always improve things that are good. And I wanted to make a few points in that direction. The first thing is that if you do want to draw international talents, especially young talents, you do need to implement what Premier Li Qiang mentioned in his report to the 2 sessions. That's to say, the open up the internet. Young people, they are used to having access to all the medias on the internet, day and night, wherever they are, and they have no tolerance for being interrupted when they're using the internet. I think that's a very important step for you to do in order to attract international talents. I mentioned that Beijing is an attractive place, and it is an attractive place both for tourists and for students. But I'm a bit surprised, nevertheless, not to see more tourists in Beijing, and I regret that. And I often spoken about that with my colleague back in Iceland, the ambassador of China to Iceland, because we send a lot of tourists from China to Iceland through my embassy, and I would like to see the same thing come here. And I think part of the problem is that we need more promotion of Beijing, not a traditional promotion, not only about the historical site, but all the tourist services that you find and interesting things to do in Beijing. And when I go around and I speak to foreign students, our students here, they make the point to me that there are remarkable programs that are offered here by the universities, scholarships and courses in English that simply students abroad don't know of. So maybe more effort of going through universities, social medias, other universities to attract a pool of international talents. You can certainly receive them, but they don't seem to know about it. I do want to mention also, and also to make the information sites that have access to more modern in terms of multilingual support, and to find the information the students need to come to the country. Now, there are classical things. There has been progress for the tourists in terms of the payment methods when it comes to Alipay. But however, international tourists, they want to use their credit card, they want to use their debit card, and they even want to use their own apps, payment apps on their telephones. I mean, these are mundane things, but they're very important. And this is something that we hear from our tourists when they come to the country. And there's also progress on the apps. But nevertheless, we need to encourage the companies that run the apps to do better, because even though they have put in English, it's difficult to find them, it's difficult to find how to turn them on English. And when you start working with them in English, they sometimes jump back to Chinese. And for tourists, they don't have that capacity of going back and forth. They get frustrated. So that's an advice I get to you. The last point I would want to make as introduction is from the business sector. And that has got to do with the policy of Beijing. Beijing seems to favor service sector, and Beijing seems to prioritize to receive headquarters of international companies. The small and medium companies, they do complain about this, and there could be some more work improving the business environment, the incentive policies, and the procedures for the small and medium companies. Two things they've mentioned to me. Rent is expensive, so some facilities with respect to office rent. And secondly, layoff rules or labor rules are more stringent in Beijing. That makes other cities of China more competitive in drawing these businesses, and they choose other cities than Beijing. Hope this will be helpful.
Great. Thank you, Ambassador Ibsen. And very good point. I mean, I think you gave a very good overview about ambassadors, your personal experience in Beijing. And you made a lot of constructive recommendations. I think that really helps to promote Beijing as a global international exchange center, which I think the central government wants Beijing to be. And we know Beijing almost have 200 embassies, 183 of them. And then there are another 28 international organizations and a dozen international NGO organizations and many more. So really a great place to discuss those issues. And of course, we are now in a deputy administration center of Beijing, and so a very good place to discuss those for how to improve the exchanges of Beijing. So next, I'd like to have His Excellency Ambassador Karlis Alan Boms, Ambassador of Latvia to China, to share your view, please.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm Karlis Eichenbaums, Ambassador of Latvia. I didn't coordinate my remarks with my good friend Ambassador Ibsen, but as we both are coming from rather small countries, suddenly we have a similar thoughts. Anyway, I've been first time to China in 1997. I believe it's 28 years ago. And China of edition of 97 and China or Beijing of 97 and Beijing of 2025 are totally different places. Congratulations. At the same time, I'm very happy to participate in this part of the discussion because I understand we have to discuss some practicalities. And now being in China 10 months, I have already my first impressions. I have my first lessons, and I have also first achievements, let me put it this way. Because coming to China, you need, some support to settle in. And to settle in, through all the bureaucratic and practical things what you have to establish. And the biggest barrier so far has always been, as Ambassador Ibsen also mentioned, it's a language. Theoretically, there is a availability to do some things in English, but not in reality. I am privileged. I have a driver, I have a PA, they can help me. But if it's just a student or it is just a visitor, he might well be a problem. Because in these 10 months, I also sort of been in a situation when you are in an international hotel and nobody speaks English in the reception. That can be a little bit strange situation. When it comes to the historical sites, we just yesterday visited, we were invited for museum of CPPCC. Interesting museum, a lot of historical pictures, but everything is in Chinese. Few things are in English. I think I counted some 5 or 6 sentences. But if you want in depth to look through the museum on your own, that will be a little bit difficult. Of course, we had a guide, and she was lovely, and she was speaking fluent English. But at the same time, you are not sort of asking on every picture who is that and who is that. Another thing, it is also, I'm driving now myself. When you drive around, of course, first of all, you have to be a little bit sort of brave, but it's okay. But also, you have to, if you wanted to find, and this is for Beijing especially, if you want to find historical site on your own, it might well be a challenge. These brown signs are sometimes in English, but usually they are actually in Chinese. And they are not everywhere. Of course, in nowadays, you have Apple Maps and things like that, which are working perfectly. But still, you need internet connection. You need to be connected with the outside world in some sense. Regarding another applications, as it was mentioned, of course, shops are dying out. Now you have to do it Taobao or whatever. But if you are in Taobao without knowledge of Chinese language, it might well be difficult. You will buy the wrong thing. Another thing, what was already also mentioned, and it's especially for Latvian tourists who are coming here, we are a country which do not know how the real money looks like. We have only plastic cards, We are one of these strange countries. And when you come here, that's not this possibility. Either you have a cash or you have to WeChat Pay or Alipay. I mean, cards are working in some places, but not always. And if you ask to pay by cards, then it takes 10 minutes to find the appropriate equipment for card use if you are in a Jinkal or in another shop. I don't know, I mean, I cannot regulate, but for international tourists, it can be some kind of a stuff which will a little bit set them back, because those who've been to China come back, and the biggest promotion is when somebody who visited country afterwards said, oh, it's worthwhile to go, it's so easy, it's so open, it's so easy to get around and to find the things. If people will not say that. Whatever you will do in a trade, big trade promotions or tourist promotions somewhere, it will not work. The spoken word is still most strong. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Ambassador Kallis. Absolutely. I think you, as ambassador, being in Beijing for 10 months, you have also had a deep impression, but also encountered many challenges. Of course, you mentioned a lot on the language side. I think that's probably, something we probably also can improve as well, because as a cosmopolitan, if Beijing is building itself into an international exchange center, definitely global language, particularly English, should be displayed everywhere, and so I'm sure this has been not just your concern. Many probably have that, and I'm sure that's going to be improved given the time for sure. Now we would like to have the ambassador from Morocco to give His Excellency Ansar to give your opinion. We have an ambassador on every continent now, so we'd like to hear from you.
Thank you very much. I see that this morning I am maybe the only representative of the Arab world and the African continent. So I will take it from this perspective. So I have three ideas. The first is we should focus on mobility. Mobility, which means first to the visa issue. You mentioned that maybe 60 countries, 59, 60 countries now, citizens of these countries can come to China without visa, but none. My country is not in this list. Whether that we enjoy very strong relations with China. We are linked by a strategic partnership. We have very historical and old relations, and none of the African countries, maybe 2 or 3 Arab countries people of 2 or 3 Arab countries can come to China without a visa. The second is connections. We know that the Chinese air companies are very strong, have a lot of aircrafts, thousands. But if you see to the connections with the Arab world, especially North Africa and the African continent, I mean, it's very few connections, which doesn't facilitate the connections and the mobility in both sides. The second idea is education. China now is becoming a very popular destination for the young people from my country, from Morocco, but also from other African countries. You mentioned that you have 80 or 90 universities in Beijing, but I think that the number of foreign students, or at least tourists coming from my region, are not enough. What makes things maybe more complicated is that, you know, these young talents we are talking about, they come from middle class and poor families. And I think that the universities of Beijing, the local authorities, I don't know at which level it should be held with, they should think to offer more scholarships to these students. As I said, China is becoming very popular as a destination for studies. The universities in Beijing and in other provinces are ranking now very well in all the international classification. We have more and more Confucius institutes in our countries, and it's full. For example, in Morocco, we have 3 Confucius institutes, and we will open in September a 4th one, because it's becoming very popular. My third idea is solidarity. I think we should also put our discussion in the frame of the objectives and in the frame of the action plan of the China-Africa Forum and China-Arab World Forum, which calls for solidarity, for co-development, for shared prosperity, and also for the transfer of knowledge, of know-how, of advanced technology. We, of course, have a lot of admiration for what Beijing and other Chinese cities are achieving in that sense. But I think our young people are also expecting that they can get profit of this technology and this, especially in artificial intelligence or robotics or computer sciences, etc. So for me, those 3 words, can, if we implement few of the ideas of them, can make maybe relations with between Beijing and my country or my region more beneficial for both of us. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Ambassador from Morocco. Yes, you have outlined your perspective from one of the African countries. Of course, there's many things that we can collaborate, and certainly there's many things we can learn from each other as well. So it's great to hear from you. Next, I would like to invite His Excellency Ambassador Kali Hashmi, Ambassador of Pakistan to China, also an old friend of China.
Thank you very much, Dr. Wang, and thanks to the Center for China and Globalization for providing us with this opportunity. It's great to see so many young people in the hall as well, so very pertinent to have this conversation with so many people who are actually the drivers of talent flow or mobility. Just a few points. First, I fully agree with Ambassador Ibsen, what he said and characterized about Beijing, although I first visited China much later as a diplomat, not as a tourist. But I agree with him when it comes to finding the right size of shoes. I would just add also the length of my arm also for shirts, the right shirts. I think these, the establishment of Beijing Representative Office for Alliance for Global Talent Organization, with the building we just saw, very impressive. And this event also, I think what it highlights to me is China's commitment to openness, to connectivity and shared progress. And I think the context is very important. As it was mentioned earlier, that there are forces of nationalism, protectionism, and unilateralism which are on the surge. And the whole idea of global talent flow is fundamentally, works in a different direction. So I think this kind of event, they are, igniters of a powerful hope and an effort to promote a shared and interconnected and prosperous future for everyone. And in that effort, I think it's been said earlier, and I totally agree, people-to-people exchanges are at the heart of it. I won't go into details. Just sufficient to say that it is these exchanges that propel innovation, that propel entrepreneurship, and that propel, cycles of prosperity, generate jobs, livelihoods, and so on. And here I am speaking, I think, on this side of the table. I am the only Asian, except Dr. Wong, of course, and a neighbor of China, so a bit of a Asian take on things. You've heard other speakers. I just want to, echo very briefly. I am conscious of the time limit. I think Beijing is already a global hub when it comes to, not only just exchanges, but also in terms of presence of so many political, intellectual, financial, or cultural presence of institutions. You mentioned 183 embassies, international organizations. So this is a journey from many centuries, from Marco Polo to modern day. And now Beijing presents a new face of technology, innovation, and entrepreneurship. So we're very familiar with how the robotics works here. I was I was very impressed with my visit to Xiaomi electric vehicle factory, which reminded me of the movie Transformers when I saw the giant robots putting together cars and producing one car or putting together one car in 96 seconds. So that's the kind of Beijing that we are looking at. It's a housing of 40% of Fortune 500. But I want to now focus specifically on 5 points and 5 suggestions, and on which are based on the guiding questions. So first is, I think, to promotion of exchanges at students level, students of schools and colleges and university students. They are critical. I think there are many exchanges that are taking place, but this kind of exchange at school, college level, that needs to be probably promoted by Beijing municipality. I think many still outside China are still grappling with the pace of change and positive change that has taken place in China and Beijing. So when students, young students in their middle school, high school, when they come, they take away, and they are, I think, nurseries of building more awareness and harmony. We are doing it on our part. We just started an exchange between middle school students, and we invited them from one of the top schools in Pakistan. And we are now working on enhancing exchanges in the undergraduate level. We have 29,000 Pakistani students in China, but they are mostly in the master's and PhD postdoc. But we want to focus on younger people. Pakistan, after all, is a country of 240 million, and 60% of those are under the age of 30. So very, very a large pool of talent already available here. I think Beijing municipality could consider expanding also the joint laboratories under the BRI framework to bring in more researchers from BRI countries to collaborate and to do some joint innovation work. I think the third point is on the next generation of sister city or sister capital partnerships between Beijing and other cities, and with a focus on creating perhaps new innovation corridors. For example, I think Beijing can do a partnership with Islamabad, the capital of Pakistan, to co-create, for example, a frugal climate tech solutions scalable across BRI countries. Third is the media cooperation, and I think exchanges at journalists and media personnel, and co-production of short videos and joint storytelling on Beijing's accomplishments, because they need to go out. I think Beijing has completely transformed when I was here 16, 17 years ago. But these stories, short documentaries, short videos, that would be very helpful. Museum exchanges, some of them are already happening, but more could be done. And fourthly is to also further strengthen the digital banking services for foreigners, I think, enabling fully functional account openings via passport scans, for example, and auto verifications. I think this would reduce processing time and will improve the customer experience. And finally, I think to overcome, people here spoke about language barriers for international visitors. I think one of the ways to overcome that is also to see, for the Beijing municipality to look at deploying mandatory multilingual digital interfaces across public transportation, hospitals, and banking services. I think through this way, the Beijing can also foster and help even foster more the global talent flow. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ambassador Kylie, and excellent. You have made quite a few good suggestions. Student exchanges promoting BRI country research labs in Beijing, media cooperation, more media journalists coming to Beijing, and exchanges, and digital banking improvement, etc. So excellent point. And So this is exactly what we can work at, and AGTO also can promote that. So thank you. Now, next I would like to invite our next ambassador, Ambassador Paulo Nascimento. I mean, you are from Portuguese, very also very important European country, and but you are the only ambassador probably attended twice Global CEO Summit. Last time we held this in Macau, and you were there. So we would like to hear from you again today. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Harry. Well, actually, yes, I'm pleased to be here once again, as you said, and mostly because, I mean, I have no intention to give any kind of advice, but clearly we can share some of our experience. Portugal as a tourism destination. Tourism is clearly important, not because only of the economic impact of it. For instance, for Portugal, according to different measures, but it accounts for between 9 or 13, 14% of our GDP, which is a huge share of GDP. But also because tourism is not by chance called as the tourism industry. It's interesting because preparing myself to this morning, I found that the first global conference in tourism that was held in 1988 in Toronto was held under the theme "Tourism, a Vital Force for Peace," and I quote. So this is quite interesting. And obviously, because tourism, in a way, is probably the most efficient instrument to fulfill the idea of peoples-to-peoples exchanging, and so to promote understanding. Well, this said, I mean, success in tourism doesn't come by chance. In our case, what we do is to plan really in advance. We are not looking for short-term results. We have to think in tourism as a changing target. So we have to look far away to understand what are the progress and what tourists want to reach when going to somewhere. And so, of course, this planning, in our case, for instance, we are already preparing our strategy for after we will call strategy 2035, to go between 2027, the current strategy, and 2035. So we are now preparing this strategy for 2 years now. This implies, obviously, a collaborative partnership between private and public sector. And the public sector at the different levels, the central level, the local level. And this also implies, very often, regulatory reforms, legislative action, which goes very much at the point where some colleagues before me already mentioned, in terms to create the enabling environment for tourism and for foreigners or nationals visiting our own countries or cities. The second thing, which is in our view clearly important, is to identify the challenges and the bottlenecks. If I may give you my own view, and I share it with others, the Ambassador of Latvia just mentioned, and others, the language in China for a foreigner is obviously a barrier, a challenge. What China and Chinese authorities can do in order to make it this barrier easy to overcome will definitely help others who come from abroad, namely from the Western world, more comfortable in visiting China. The second thing, which also may be a barrier or a challenging, is for instance, the payment methods. It was also mentioned. Yes, indeed, WeChat and Alipay and all these apps work wonderfully for one which is living in China, even if we don't speak so much Chinese, that is my case. But nevertheless, it works, and it works wonderfully. It's a very good example for other regions and countries. But for a foreigner which comes to China, although now it's easier, and I've testimony this by friends, should be improved, this facility. So, of course, this is the result of kind of let's make and use the word, a decoupling of technologies that we see and perceive that is sometimes going deeper between China and the rest of the world. Reasons doesn't matter now, not for discussion here at this point, but sometimes this really creates difficulties for someone who comes to China. The third point I would mention, it would be the idea of diversify and qualify. Diversify destinations. We see that mass and over-tourism sometimes kills the destinations. So we have to target what the tourists want, but we have to try to have a diverse offer to tourists. The second thing is obviously the issue of the qualification of resources. If I may, very much on a personal point of view, I would say that we should also pay very much attention, and we did it in Portugal, try to avoid that the destinations become all the same. Every place has its own characteristics and should be respected. Otherwise, going to Beijing or Nanjing would be the same thing. And it shouldn't be. It shouldn't be different experiences. And so this is important, we believe. So the last point, and I will finish immediately after, is the idea of taking seriously care of environment. We know that climate change, namely, is impacting severely on extreme weather conditions. We see floods and droughts all over the world. This implies severe effects on tourism destinations. It's particularly important for small island developing countries, for instance, and we know that. But also for a country like China, floods in important, or droughts, but mainly floods in important tourism sites might be a huge problem for China or for any country. So this would be some of my comments. Thank you so much.
Great, thank you, Ambassador Paulo. You outlined one of the strengths of Portuguese, the tourism. I mean, Beijing is also trying to attract more and more tourists, and visas, entry visas, and all the APP to easy payment. So that process has started. I think we can learn a lot from experience in Portugal as well. Now I'd like to invite our international organization representatives, which they have probably more broader view as well, and as if they, as actually they are looking after many special areas, and then they have also a lot of research and attention to those areas. So according to this number, like first invite Mr. Balathia Stert-Heerling, personal envoy of the President to China and head of regional delegation to East Asia of the International Committee of the Red Cross. Your comment, please.
Thank you very much to the CCG, and congratulations also to the inauguration of the Alliance of Global Talent Organizations headquarters. I'm very happy to be here, and perhaps I should start at a personal level to say that probably living in Beijing since October 2023, this is one of the most pleasant and arguably the safest duty station of the ICRC worldwide. So it's really a pleasure to be here. I would perhaps like to talk a little bit about what talent management, global talent management means for our institution before I make some comments on Beijing as a hub. So we have a global workforce of a bit less than 20,000 persons present in over 100 countries, mostly hotspots, insecure war zones, and that means that we also need and want to have a very diverse workforce. We have almost 150 different nationalities at the ICSC, and even among the mobile personnel that moves from country to country, we have about 120 nationality. So quite diverse, also diverse in terms of professions, health professionals, water and habitat engineers, international law experts, former military officers engaging with security forces, resources, air operators, logistics, administration, IT technicians, the list goes on. It's virtually hundreds of different functions. And this diversity, of course, is an enormous richness, but it is also an enormous challenge because it has to be managed in a very inclusive and efficient way to really harness tangible impact in terms of effectiveness, innovative approach, harmony, reflecting also, I would sort of say, the humanitarian values that we try to project. So it's a challenge, and I would sort of say this can also be, of course, applied to any hub that truly aspires to be a global hub. And I think this inclusion isn't a self-runner. It needs concerted efforts. And when I joined the ICSC 30 years ago, we were a very male organization. All our leadership were male. We have now a female president. It is still a struggle, but I think typically having also the voices of women prominently leading the operation at various levels, including in some of the most difficult contexts, has been a challenge, remains a challenge, but I think we are on an upward trajectory. And what I sometimes see in China, and I think this roundtable illustrates, is that there is still, I think, room to have perhaps also more female participants to contribute to the discussion and inject their specific perspectives. If I now look at Beijing, it's the 20th anniversary this year of the ICSC presence in Beijing, and it has been, of course, a spectacular evolution of Beijing and of the People's Republic of China in terms of simply development, quality of life, but also our engagement with ministries, policy makers, think tanks, academia, on the promotion of international humanitarian law, on the support to principled humanitarian action across the world, together with our partners of the Red Cross and the Red Crescent movement, which is indeed the largest humanitarian network, very diverse, also a global talent pool, if I may say so, has going on an upward trajectory. We try, on one hand, to benefit from the talent of Chinese. I think we want and need more Chinese nationals deployed internationally, and we see that the experience is very positive. We have memorandums of understanding with Beijing University, with Tsinghua University, with the China Foreign Affairs University on academic exchange, on providing internships, on encouraging Chinese talent to deploy with us, because I think in today's world, it is incredibly important that in our midst, we have all these various perspectives. If I look at my team, for instance, of expatriate delegates, I have Pakistan, Uzbekistan, Iraq, Canada, Bosnia, myself, I'm Swiss, that's the current setup. So it just reflects that in each and every country we try to have as diverse teams to really also as a specifically neutral and independent organization understand the world, learn from the world, relate to the world, and that means having these multiple perspectives. So I see it as a bi-directional flow between bringing people into China, and I think the visa exemptions, and I would echo Ambassador who said that it would be perfect if it could be further extended also to Africa, the Middle East. It's a game changer, and I can privately say my 2 adult sons were here, they come back with friends, they were absolutely enthusiastic to coming to China, and I think it's an incredibly positive way to in a way allow people to come in, but also for us trying to foster that Chinese competent professionals join our workforce, create bonds, people-to-people bonds, and ensure that this takes off. In terms of recommendations, I would really just like to subscribe to the list of Ambassador Hashmi. He made many points I wanted to make, and I will not go over the allotted time. Thank you very much.
Thank you. ICRC, as you mentioned, is 20 years in Beijing, and also you have a great comment that it's the safest office. So that's a great compliment. Thank you for your contribution. I want to also invite Mr. Martti Martas. He's the Chartered Affairs Embassy of Estonia. So maybe you can also provide some views on that, because we know Estonia is a great electronic e-commerce and many e-talents. So great to have you.
Thank you very much for this introduction, and I'm really pleased to be here. And I can only agree with everything all the ambassadors have been saying before me, and you can trust me, I know the problem with the clothes and shoe sizes as well. So. But I would like to talk about something that Estonia is quite well known of. Of course, it's the digital development, but it's also education. And I think education is also very important when it comes to talent mobility. Estonia is a relatively small country in Northern Europe, but we believe that the size should never limit ambition. In fact, it has encouraged us to focus on quality, innovation, and international collaboration, especially in the field of education. And let me begin by highlighting a few key achievements. Estonia's general education system is constantly ranked among the best in Europe, and according to the OECD PISA assessments, Estonian students have achieved top results in reading, science, and mathematics. In recent years, Estonia has ranked #1 in Europe and among the top globally. This success reflects our commitment to equal access, high teaching standards, and the smart use of digital technology in classrooms. But education is not just about good rankings, it's about preparing young people to succeed in a rapidly changing world. And that's why Estonia places a strong emphasis on digital skills, critical thinking, and lifelong learning. We were among the first countries to introduce digital textbooks and e-school systems nationwide. And today, many of our schools and universities are leaders in using technology to enhance learning. And now a few words about higher education. Estonia is the home to several internationally recognized universities, such as the University of Tartu, Tallinn University of Technology, and Tallinn University. And these institutions offer a wide range of English-taught programs at bachelor's, master's, and doctoral levels in fields such as IT, engineering, business, medicine, and environmental science, but also many others. So in case of our small educational system, the focus is to be international. And over the past decade, Estonia has made it a priority to open its doors to the world. Our universities have welcomed students from more than 120 countries, including an increasing number of students coming from China. And we are proud of the diversity on our campuses and the global perspective it brings. We know that the Chinese students are known for their dedication and academic excellence. Estonia offers them a safe, high quality, and innovative environment to pursue their studies, often at an affordable cost compared to many other countries. And internationalization is not only about students coming to Estonia, it's also about partnerships between institutions, researchers, and nations. Estonia and China already enjoy strong diplomatic and cultural ties, and we see great potential to deepen our cooperation in education and science. There are already successful examples of joint research, student exchanges, and institutional partnerships, but we believe this is just the beginning. We invite more Chinese universities to explore cooperation with Estonian institutions through joint degree programs, research projects, faculty exchanges, and innovation initiatives. Estonia may be small, but we are deeply connected to the world. We are part of the European Union, a leader in digital innovation, and a country that values openness, sustainability, and academic freedom. As you all know, in today's world, there's a lot of competition for highly skilled talent, and I fully understand the aspirations of Beijing to become an international center for education and scientific exchange, and I wish you good luck for achieving this important goal. In order to become international, universities and cities need to create conditions for people from other countries to feel welcome and comfortable in their living environment. And this is something that has been mentioned repeatedly this morning. And I think the city of Beijing has taken many positive steps already, from creating maps in English to allowing the use of international credit cards in metro systems. Not everywhere, but there are some good examples already. These steps are very necessary, and I encourage the city and universities to continue working together for creating a good living environment for international students and researchers. And to our Chinese colleagues and partners, we warmly invite you to get to know Estonia, not just as a destination, but as a long-term partner in education, research, and shared progress. And I would invite universities and educational organizations of Beijing to look into opportunities for cooperating with Estonian education institutions. And our embassy is very willing to help you with necessary contacts. And I would like to conclude by wishing you all the success in making Beijing an international center for global talent development. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Matas. And absolutely, Estonia has, I've been there, you know, a very impressive country, and you have e-visas, e-entrepreneurship, and e-digital economy, as you said, is probably one of the strong the strength of Estonia, and I think that's something probably Beijing can benefit from, this e-visas and e-exchanges, and also, of course, e-entrepreneurship and the e-green cards, as I understand. So many great stuff innovated there. Now, I'd like to invite Madame Li Wen. She's the Chief of Mission, International Organization of Migration, in China, also part of the UN. I know you've been with IOM for many years and based in Geneva, but also you were formerly based in New York, but as also former MFA official. So we'd like to hear from you, because this is most relevant migration global talent. Madame Li, please.
Thank you, Dr. Wang. It's a great pleasure for me to join this roundtable focusing on Beijing's international exchanges. As a native of Beijing, I take immense pride in the remarkable progress that Beijing has made in transforming the city into a vibrant and open international metropolis. With its dynamic economy, robust education and innovation systems, and a vibrant cultural heritage, coupled with streamlined services and incentives for talents, Beijing is already a magnet for global talents. But for Beijing to solidify its leading position, it's important to adopt strategic initiatives that align with the aspirations of a mobile and diverse workforce. What kind of cities are attractive to talents? Several speakers before me already touched upon this issue. But if I could borrow the Worldwide Observatory for Attractive Cities words, talents are drawn to cities that are lovable, livable, and affordable. They seek vibrant communities where they feel included and inspired. They look for places where daily life is accessible and dignified, where housing and social services are within reach, jobs abound, and where quality of life matches career opportunity. In short, talents are in search of both professional and personal fulfillment. For Beijing, I want to echo Haibo's view this morning that enhanced city branding will help enhance Beijing's appeal. City branding is instrumental for shaping the identity and perception of city on the global stage. It highlights the city's unique strengths, creating a narrative that resonates with the aspirations of diverse talents. Beijing can position itself as a forward-thinking, inclusive, and dynamic metropolis by highlighting its unique blend of tradition and modernity, showcasing its vibrant cultural heritage alongside cutting-edge technological advancements and innovation hubs. Beijing can craft a compelling narrative that not only draws talents and visitors, but also inspires them to see the city as a place to live, to work, and to thrive. Beijing would also benefit from systematic integration of migrants' perspectives in cities planning, such as urban design, education and housing policies, public space and amenities in development, to ensure city development and public services accommodate migrants' needs. Several ambassadors already touched upon the language barriers and the access using of credit cards, etc. I think these are all reflections of the importance of integrating migrants' perspectives in policy making in this urban development. It's important to adopt an inclusive and participatory approach that involves migrants' communities in the decision-making process. And enhancing data collection and analysis would also facilitate talent mobility policy making. comprehensive data about labor market needs, flow and retention of talents, as well as their preferences, needs, and behaviors are essential to develop and evaluate talent attraction strategies. And transparent and accessible data can also foster trust among talents, showcasing the city's commitment to inclusivity and informed decision-making. So before concluding, I want to commend CCG and the AGTO for a series of new initiatives to facilitate international exchanges on talent mobility. And IOM looks forward to working closely with CCG, AGTO, and all other partners to support Beijing's effort to become an international hub of talents. Thank you.
Thank you, Madame Lieven. And excellent. You mentioned, for a city to be attractive, you have three able: lovable, livable, affordable. And so that's a very good summary. I think Tongzhou probably fits that. Very lovable, and cost of for downtown Beijing has greatly reduced here, and also affordable. So very, very good comments. And also thank IOM for the supporting unit of this conference. Next, I'd like to invite another supporting partner, Mr. Thomas Hajba. He's the senior advisor for China and head of OECD office in Beijing. And we had actually OECD representative coming from head office attending our previous conference of this kind. And we're very pleased to have Thomas to join us. So I'd like to hear from you again, Thomas.
Thank you very much, Henry, and thank you also for this great opportunity to speak at this event. I think it is becoming more important than ever to maintain this type of conversation, communication, and international exchange and dialogue. Before I come to my points, let me just come back to my previous remarks in the morning, because we are talking about talent attractiveness, but also tourism, and I just wanted to confirm that these two are going hand in hand. So attracting tourism and improving marketing and branding, as my colleague Lieven just said, it's also important from the perspective of attracting and retaining high-skilled labor force and talent in the country. And my personal remark is, of course, that I've been here for about 26 years, but I came here to China roughly 30 years ago, and it's been a remarkable journey also here in Beijing to witness the development and how this megapolis grew into a very attractive international metropolis over the years. I think Beijing can already tick a lot of boxes of the requirements or the suggestions that we've just mentioned. But let me approach this issue also from the perspective of an international organization that is involved in research and analytics. And what we offer to our member states and partner countries are the analytical tools, how they can assess the attractiveness of their countries and their cities. And we developed the so-called talent attractiveness indicator. And I just wanted to share with you the key dimensions that we look into as also a kind of a thought-provoking idea how cities, including Beijing, can assess and perhaps improve its attractiveness. And these dimensions are the quality of opportunities, income and tax, future prospects, family environment, skills environment, inclusiveness, and of course the quality of life. And just to translate it into practical terms, let me also give you a flavor of what we have also been doing. We did a survey, for instance, in a country in Europe, in Germany, and we asked professionals who were interested in working in Germany, what do they think are the most important dimensions when they decide upon going to Germany and working in Germany. And the most important factor they mentioned was good education system, The second most important was good healthcare and social protection. That was followed by positive attitude towards foreigners, immigrants, good public infrastructure, opportunities for families, partners. Of course, less air pollution and climate change effects. Salary and recreation activities were also part of this package. So when again looking at the environment and the attractiveness of countries and regions, I think this might be a good starting point to assess the situation from time to time. And my second point is I wanted to share with you also the couple of recommendations that we shared with our member states across the board, regardless of their own challenges. And I think that these are all valid for our countries in attracting talents in their economies. First of all is again, and I need to emphasize the branding efforts to promote the country as a safe and welcoming destination for foreign talents. The second one was our suggestion across the board was digitalization of the immigration system. Henry just mentioned e-visas, e-green cards. These are becoming extremely important to attract foreign high-skilled workers. And then of course, the recognition of credentials and skills across the board, because all countries have different systems. In order to attract talents, you need to recognize, for instance, diplomas and skills in an international dimensions. I've also mentioned the importance of attracting international students. These might be the ambassadors for the destination countries in the future, and also may come back as high-skilled labor force that are employed in research and important industries. Last but not least, I would also join my IMO colleagues in saying that we need more international cooperation in this regard. We are ready, and we're supporting the exchanges and exchanges of research outcomes and analysis. For this, we need to share knowledge, experiences, best practices, and first and foremost, data. I mean, what we don't measure, we don't know. The logic is very simple. So we need reliable data to assess our own conditions, but it's also to compare. Each and every country has its own advantages and unique assets. And I think there is a lot that we can learn from each other in this process. And I think the Alliance of Global Talents Organizations is a great platform to use for these international exchanges. So I'm looking forward to work with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Thomas. Excellent. I think OECD is probably one of the best also in terms of migration and talent studies. You have a lot of data that we've been also studying. So thanks for the excellent support and cooperation. He's the representative and the country director of World Food Program of the UN of China office.
Thank you, Mr. Wang. And of course, let me start by congratulating you on the summit, but also the inauguration of your Beijing representative office of the AGTO. And of course, also congratulations on your undertaking when it comes to the CCG on globalization, which of course seems to be, the concept of globalization seems to be at its life supporting stage. But what I see it's just taking a nap. The next round of globalization will retake off. That's actually a big context I want to share with you as a personal observation. And some of you may know that the World Food Program is the United Nations' largest humanitarian agency. We have offices in over 120 countries with a total staff member of about 20,000 or 22,000 people. And of course, you can imagine that we rely on a very well-established and established mobility system to get the best talents across the globe to be deployed to the places where they are needed most. So every year, every couple of years, we will be reassigned to different places. And then we believe in the mobility. So that's also why we are also very relevant in this dialogue today. So very pleased to be here. So that's also, we also share and support this initiative. You know, just to bring that to today's topic, first thing, you know, I would want to say is that maybe we can position Beijing, or even, I mean, other cities of China as well, to further position it as a hub of global public goods. We know that China aspires to forge a community with a shared future of mankind, which means that we need to get everything ready to achieve that goal. So further positioning Beijing as a hub for global public goods means that we need to have the institution, laws and regulations ready to go with it, to facilitate the further integration. So, you know, there are a couple of very specific comments that or observations or that I want to make, or some of the pain points. Some of the colleagues, ambassadors, Your Excellencies, you have mentioned that. For example, access to some key services, education, social security system. We all know that China has made great stride in recent years in digitalizing, in unifying its national social security system. The public administration is at another level. But for foreigners, especially for our young talents from foreign countries that might be, that are present today, this remains, you know, you are better placed than I am to share some of these pain points. I hope that you will speak up. So this is, for example, a little thing about, you know, access to social security, social provision, to education of their family and to them, maybe also themselves. Visa is another issue, which is actually, I don't know, because as diplomats, I don't have that issue. But we in the UN, we always rely on young talents as interns to come to this country. But I have to say that some of the times we don't get the working visa for our interns. You know, this is just a little pain point for me, just to highlight this as a point. Another point I want to make is that focus on the youth. Very glad that we have launched a Gen Z initiative, which is a very pertinent initiative. So the focus on the youth when it comes to talent, mobility. So lastly, to sum up, you know, what China has achieved over the last 40-some years since 78 has been a transformational change for its country, but also for the world. And some of the issues that we want to address also call for greater efforts to open up and to reform. Open up and reform has been the cause that since 78, Mr. Deng Xiaoping had ushered in. I think the same opening up and further opening up reform will hold the key for, you know, the solution of many of the issues or the aspirations we want to achieve. So thank you again for this opportunity. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Zhao Bing, and absolutely, you mentioned many good points, but I think the inter-issue, that was actually still probably not completely sorted out, but a few years ago, quite a few years ago, the Ministry of Education has issued something to welcome global interns from top 100 or top 500 universities come to China. I think that has practiced for a while. But now we need to resume that. But I'd like to, in the meantime, I'd like to invite Ms. Guo Ruijun. She's the Deputy Director, Beijing Exit Entry Administration Bureau. She's in charge of all the border control when you go in and out, passport control. So we are very glad to have her. And I'd like her to maybe respond, but also introduce a bit of your work. Ms. Guo.
好的，非常感谢啊，大家上午好。
Good morning, everyone. I'd like to thank the organizer for having me here. Very glad to be at the round table. So just to share with you our entrance and exit policies. So actually, our bureau is launching a project called sailing project that is to provide permanent residence for international visitors. So altogether, dozens of policies for international talents for permanent residence here in China. Basically, it's a full process connectivity for all the international talents in China. So first about entrance. Just now, our several ambassadors talked about our visa-free policies. Currently, 47 countries enjoy that policy to China. And more foreign friends can enjoy such a visa-free policy, and so that give them to more access to come to China and fall in love with China. So apart from the 47 visa-free countries, we also have 54 countries that can enjoy 240 hours of transit visa-free policy. This is mainly for tourism. So when they pass through China, they'll be able to have 140 hours of visa-free time. And the other thing is that our bureau have port visa entrance. So when they have some emergency to come to China, they'll be able to access this short-term port visa. So it's mainly for emergency short-run occasions. So for several of these policies combined, we'll be able to satisfy or meet the demand and facilitate the entrance into China of our international friends. The second policy relates to young international talents. So we talked about international students, how to facilitate their entrance. International students can apply for private visas, while international students in China can apply domestically, can apply in China for private visas or residence in China, so that international students can undertake internships in China and lay a solid foundation for their employment in China. And also there is a visa for entrepreneurships and innovation. That is, international students staying in China, if they meet the conditions for entrepreneurships and innovation, they'll be able to apply a relevant visa or residence certificate. Also, international students can apply for opportunities for jobs or positions to get scholarship or funding for their studies. And also for doctorate candidates and postdoctorate candidates, we have new policies. For instance, international doctorate candidates can apply for permanent residence directly in Beijing.
才可以就近办理申请这个永久居留。再有就是博士后哈。
We have the foreign service center so that the foreigners can make the applications for permits at the closest place possible. And qualified foreign experts can apply for working permits or even permits for permanent residence. And for the top-end talents, upon accreditation, they can make self-recommendation or they can apply for the right for permanent residence. And we can also use the credit system to make applications for permanent residence. In December 2023, we issued the 5-star card. And the numbers have already been brought in line with the Chinese people's ID card. And we are working on the facilitated use of the cards, and we have been working with different departments to ensure that those cards have equal services as convenient as the ID cards. And about investment policy, if the investment reaches a certain amount, if you open a business in Beijing, you can apply for permanent residence as an investor in China. So those are the policies that are related to today's roundtable. Actually, we will have more policies to be released through different platforms. And if you have further any questions or you want to get more details, you can call 12367, the hotline, for further information. So we hope that more and more enterprises will be started in Beijing and more foreigners will achieve their dreams in Beijing. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Guo. Just now you gave us very comprehensive information about visa policies, talent visas, or overseas students visa, internship visa, and entrepreneurs visa, and even credit visa. And these are all systems designed to boost the environment for foreigners, and we want to inform more people about these incentives.
联合国的长期的发言。
Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, greetings. I'm sorry I cannot join you in person today because of pressing work commitments that arose. However, I'm happy I was able to join you virtually. It is a privilege to join you at the Global Talent Conference 2025. I wish to express my sincere appreciation to the Alliance of Global Talent Organizations, the Center for China and Globalization, the Global Young Leaders Dialogue, and the Beijing Talent Work Bureau for convening this very important meeting. We gather today at a time of profound global transformation. The world is grappling with unprecedented challenges. Rapid technological advancements, particularly in the space of artificial intelligence, the urgent need for a green and just transition to address climate change, persistent global economic uncertainties, and rising geopolitical tensions. These forces are reshaping our societies, economies, and the very fabric of our global community. Ladies and gentlemen, at the heart of these challenges lies a simple yet powerful truth. Talent is humanity's most valuable resource. In this interconnected world, no single country can independently cultivate, attract, or retain all the human capital necessary to address our shared challenges. Talent is not just confined by national borders, it is a global public good that fuels innovation, drives growth, strengthens resilience, and enables sustainable development. Yet even as demand for talent reaches unprecedented levels, we see growing constraints on global talent mobility. Immigration barriers are rising, disparities in education and training are deepening the opportunity gap. Demographic shifts and technological disruptions are reshaping labor markets, exposing the limitations of the current talent governance models. These trends risk exacerbating global inequalities and limit our ability to deliver on the promises of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. At such a moment, international cooperation becomes indispensable. Robust Adaptive and inclusive talent ecosystems must be built that allow human capital to move where it is needed while ensuring gaps are closed by developing countries can leverage their talent to accelerate progress. This can be accomplished by building a global partnership that nurtures diverse skills, fosters lifelong learning, and empowers individuals to contribute meaningfully to their societies. Ladies and gentlemen, the United Nations plays a central role in this endeavor. Through the Sustainable Development Goals, we have committed to a future where education is accessible to all, where decent work and economic growth are shared, where innovation and infrastructure are inclusive and sustainable, where global partnerships address our most pressing challenges. This work touches every aspect of talent development, from advancing quality education under SDG 4 to promoting gender equality and inclusive economic participation under SDG 5 and SDG 8, to harnessing science, technology and innovation for sustainable development under SDG 9. Throughout these efforts, we must keep the central promise of the 2030 agenda to leave no one behind at the forefront. The UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres reminds us, and I quote, "We need to rethink our approach to global governance. We need to ensure that the voices of all people are heard and that the benefits of globalization are shared more equitably." End of quote. In China, the United Nations is privileged to work alongside national and local partners, including here in Beijing, where forward-looking policies are creating a vibrant talent ecosystems. We see how public-private partnerships, international collaboration and cross-sector engagement can create pathways for youth, women and underrepresented communities to thrive. The Global Young Leaders Dialogue exemplifies how dialogue and mentorship can foster globally minded leadership for the future. However, we must not lose sight of the broader task ahead. Developing talent is not simply a matter of producing more degrees and certificates. It is about equipping individuals with the values, skills, and the adaptability needed to navigate a rapidly changing world. It is about fostering critical thinking, ethical leadership, and a spirit of global citizenship. It is about ensuring opportunities for growth and contribution are inclusive and available to all. As we embark on the discussions over the next 2 days, let us be guided by a shared sense of purpose. Let us recognize that true strength of our global talent ecosystem lies in its diversity and inclusivity. The challenges we face are formidable, but with vision, cooperation and commitment, we can build a global future where talent flourishes and where no one is left behind. Thank you very much. 谢谢.
The coordinator gave a very comprehensive coverage of the talent, demand, supply, and talent ecosystem, and of course talent global governance. So really a lot of food for thought. So we're almost running out of the morning time, but maybe just for the discussion, I would like to have here also Scott. You know, you are the Vice Chancellor for Kunshan University. You are from Kunshan in Shanghai, and I'd like to hear from you. I mean, you are the university president, and how is that? You know, the talent, which is with one of the well-known U.S.-China universities. So good to hear from you.
Thank you very much, Henry. First thing I'd note, on the one hand, as a Canadian and as someone who is now the provost equivalent at a U.S. joint venture university in Kunshan, I think that from the point of view of the theme of this forum, that the present moment gives lots of opportunities for Beijing and for China more generally to step into some gaps in thinking and acting towards talent cultivation and global exchange and global leadership more generally. That's, I think, a very positive thing. I am at Kunshan University. We concentrate on taking 18-year-olds and providing them with probably the first really internationally recognized set of credentials that will then, you know, the point was made earlier that talent, the identification of talent requires credentials. if we think of global talent, we can think of the intersection of three elements. We can think of, on the one hand, the innate qualities of the people involved. We can think of the training that they get. And we think of the credentials that allow them to be identified in some sense as talents. And what our job is to go out and find those young people in their teens and to begin to give them the training that they will need to be successful in what promises to be a very, very complex 21st century. So that's fundamentally our job, and it's a complex one in a variety of different ways, but arguably one of the most complex elements of it is finding those young people, identifying who we want, who we can work with, and what skills we want to give them, because there are talented young people everywhere in the world. And that's the second thing I want to note here. Besides those different characteristics, my own background is as an archaeologist working in different parts of Africa, where I've worked all my life, since I was a 20-year-old. And what I think is one of the greatest challenges and one of the most important issues for education and for higher education in the 21st century is going to be identifying those talented young people who are all over Africa, sub-Saharan Africa, but in fact all over the continent, identifying them, providing them with the training they need, providing them with the tool set and the skills and the credentials that will allow them to fully take part in this very complex 21st century. We are talking about hundreds and hundreds of millions of young people, in some cases in countries where existing infrastructure is not sufficient to provide the sorts of training and talent cultivation that are going to be needed for those people. And those folks have both the right and the ability to compete and to contribute to communities, to Beijing, to China, to places all over the world. So I take personally one of my priorities at DKU of bringing students from all over the world. We have over 70 countries now represented in our student body. Perhaps personally for me from different countries in sub-Saharan Africa, and providing them with the training, and this is going to benefit China in all kinds of ways in the future. Last thing I'd say about this is the particular area where mostly over the last 20 years I've been working in sub-Saharan Africa is precisely the area that's now riven by insurgencies, particularly the Boko Haram insurgency in the Lake Chad Basin in Central Africa. And I can tell you personally from that point of view that those conflicts, that disruption, that human tragedy that's taking place in those parts of Africa today can be traced back to the lack of opportunities that young people have in these areas. These are incredibly talented young people whose lives and engagements have gone in directions that are destructive. And we have to offer those folks alternatives. DKU is a very small place, but we think about it, and we try to do it.
Great, thank you, Scott, and very also good addition to our roundtable discussion. I think that you mentioned that DKU, Duke Queensland University, is a 70 countries student. I mean, that's also, I think the diversity of global talent. You talk about talent cultivation and credentials, and that's exactly relevant to this global talent development forum that we need to cultivate and grow more global talent of diversity so that Beijing can be more internationally, leave a mark on the international, on the talent development and talent promotion. So I think we probably have to leave the roundtable like this, but I really would like to thank all the ambassadors, take precious time, and our international representatives, and of course our experts, and particularly our audience, all come here. And this is really an event of global talent mobility that since the pandemic we haven't heard a lot about global talent mobility and global talent development. I think it's time, as the UN coordinator just mentioned, that we need a talent ecological system, talent, fill the gap of a talent deficit, and also cultivate talent for a more prosperity and peaceful world. So that is really what we need today. And I'm very glad we had this good discussion, and we're going to make good summary of this. We're going to submit to relevant ministries and all the government involved, and also we're going to have this promoted in the public domain. So thank you all very much, and we're going to have a lunch now, and also we want to thank the Beijing municipal government official to give a very good review of all the preferential policy we have in Beijing. Thank you. Let's stop for lunch.
Hello, welcome back everyone. We're resume the afternoon session. So welcome once again to Global Talent Summit 2025. And the afternoon sessions, we're going to have 3 thematic forums, of which thematic forum 1 is Emerging Trends in Global Talent Development, a New Wave of Competition or Cooperation. I'm going to be the host of this panel. My name is Zoon Ahmed Khan, and I'm a research fellow at CCG and also at the AGTO. And a quick backdrop before we really start the panel discussion is that, in the morning, we learned also through the report that CCG, that AGTO has just launched, that global trends are truly shifting. And traditionally, countries and economies that were able to attract talents globally are in some ways maybe also deglobalizing. And at the same time, you have emerging economies, you have a new wave of interest of young talent coming to Asia, especially to China and to Beijing. And today we are going to, in the second thematic forum 1, discuss how the changing geopolitical trends, how these shifts can create new opportunities for the Beijing government and for China at large to attract talent. We have with us experts from academia, from policymakers, from industry, Chinese as well as foreigners, who are going to give us an analysis of their experience and what can be specific policy areas that China can work on, that Beijing government can work on to attract talent. We'll also, in particular, look at many vocational education programs, university degrees. We will try to, in this panel discussion, also tackle some of the challenges that have already been mentioned in the opening roundtable of this meeting. We have with us, we will start with 5-minute interventions by each speaker on this roundtable. You have your booklets with you where we have the names. So I will not right now because we want to give as much time as possible to our speakers. I'll name each speaker one by one in alphabetical order. And within 5 minutes, my request for you is to address these key questions. What are the key global trends which are currently shaping talent development mobility globally? What regions or institutions can strike a balance between healthy competition and meaningful collaboration in the global talent arena, what ways can emerging economies and developing countries also attract talent, which is competitive? And if you can, based on your experiences, what are some of the best practices your organizations or country has adopted, which could be serving as a good learning curve for Beijing and for AGTO? Also, what role can multilateral organizations like AGTO or IOM play in facilitating global talent governance? What roles can vocational and technical education play in the new wave of talent that we want to be attracted, to be seen as long-term, parts of the dynamism that Beijing represents today? What can be done to attract more talent in this direction? So without further ado, let me first warmly welcome as our first roundtable speaker, Fan Shiming, who is Deputy Dean, Yenqing Academy, Peking University.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, and thank you for the invitation. And my congratulations to AGTO and CCG for this wonderful event. Time is limited, so I think I will try to brief. There are many ways to define talents, but I just want to focus a little bit on the discussion of international talents. I think I have 2 points to make. Number one, what is international talents, and what might be the core competency of international talents? And number two, the role of international cooperation in cultivating international talents. I think when we talk about international talents, we mean the people who can present and connect his or her own country to other countries, the people who can bridge different cultures, and to promote international cooperation. I think that's my definition of international talents. And in the case of China, those people who can connect China to the rest of the world and better present China and promote China's cooperation with other countries. So they are international talents. So what is at the core of international talents training or cultivation? I think that is cross-cultural communication ability. And when I talk about cross-cultural communication ability, I mean the ability to speak, interact, collaborate, and maybe debate based on true understanding of different cultures and the true understanding of shared cross-border issues. So cross-cultural communication ability is not just about the language. Language is very important. I hate the discussion of lowering the significance of learning foreign languages. I think language is still very important, but more than language, so is the international communication ability. It's more about empathy, the true understanding of other people. It's not just talk to yourself. Okay, so that's the core of international talents and its global competence. And the second point is the role of international cooperation in the training of international talents. I think in the morning we already heard some of the discussion about the changes, problems, challenging the international cultivation of talents. Those are political, security barriers, etc., etc. But I still want to emphasize the significance of international cooperation in the training of international talents. International cooperation has been and still will be a most important way to promote international talent training and to empower their global competence. That's why we have schools like NYU Shanghai, like Kunshan, Duke University in Kunshan, and Schwarzman at Tsinghua or Yanqing at Beida, and many, many other international dual degree programs in both Chinese and other universities. All these actually are the evidences to show the importance of international experience, international cooperation in the cultivation of international talents. I think that's very important. You can not imagine international talents without international experience, right? And even for those Chinese programs which want to promote the independent cultivation or training of international talent, they still send their scholars or students abroad for a certain period of international training, right? So that's the merit or the value of international cooperation in the training of international talents. And in the case of Peking University's Yanqing Academy, we also have a lot of international cooperation with other partners. For example, we have international admission partners in many countries in the world, which can help us to get the best international applicants to YCA. And we have a lot of international exchange programs for our young scholars. Okay, so that's all. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was Professor Fan. And really, I mean, the importance of international collaboration in cultivating international international talents cannot be overestimated. So thank you for your thoughtful intervention. Now let's invite Fang Tao, Stephen Jaroslawski, Chair, Cultural and Economic Transformation, Memorial University of Newfoundland. The floor is yours.
Thank you for the invitation, and from AGTO, also CCG, and also nice to be here. I was actually born and raised in China, but last 30 years, I'm actually from a small town of 2 million people, actually. And now I'm speaking from Canada, where I led Stephen Jaroslawski Chair in Economic Cultural Transformation at Memorial, which is supported by a billionaire, a very respected investor in Canada. And so in the last 20 years, my work has focused on the global talent and how people move, integrate, and also contribute cross borders. So based on my past experience, I've taught at Wharton School of Business in Philadelphia, US, Monash Business School, Australia, and at York University in Toronto. I'm going to share my some thoughts and also draw some comparison of talent, global talent mobility and management between Canada, US, and China. First of all, I agree with Professor Fan. The global definition of talent is evolving, especially after COVID, and it's moving around actually elite degrees and also top-tier credentials. No success in modern labor market increasingly depend on adaptability, inclusivity, and digital human skill complementarity, okay? And we know, on the other hand, the talent shortages persisted across Canada, US, and China, although most developed countries have tightened immigration policy recently, especially for low-skilled categories. But, you know, the competition for high-level talent has increased dramatically, especially in AI, quantum computing, and EVs, and so on and so forth. COVID actually exposed deep inequalities, that's also mentioned in the morning, especially women and young children in low-skilled jobs who face disproportionate job loss and also barriers to re-entry. AI adoption, on the other hand, accelerate workforce polarization in the sense that for those who actually are more, functional in digital human skills will likely get a job, and those who do many jobs are likely to face displacement. Let me talk a little bit about, the differential immigration and talent management programs in 3 countries. Canada historically relied on skilled immigration and based on point system and a human capital model, but also face challenges in credential recognition and underemployment among newcomers. China is leveraging on the national returnee program and whereas global talent programs, and to reward brain drain and build domestic capacity, doing really well, and also because of push factor from US, because anti-Asian sentiments and discrimination, and which actually send high talent back home. We have a lot of evidence on that. US maintain still a competitive higher education and innovation system, ecosystem, but it's also hindered by the unpredictable political environment and the geopolitics. So in terms of the collaboration, I would like to make a few points where to start. Okay? First of all, we need to establish some kind of global talent sharing framework in AI, especially biotech, green industries, facilitate joint innovation and knowledge exchange. Second is that we need to establish a standard, global standards, right? Especially in these areas on AI strategies, reflect human values, label equity, and in a global standards. This is actually the AGTO can play a very important role. And also using diaspora and alumni network as strategic channels for international collaboration, research exchange, and also talent attraction. So this is the kind of my final recommendation. We need, for the summit, of course, we need to commit on building AI inclusive talent system. National policy must support not just attraction, but also integration, upskilling, make sure they do contribute to national economy and global economy, and also support bilateral regional collaborations that include both elite talents, but also under-deserved populations. We talked about a lot of that as well. Finally, recognize more holistic caregiving, work-life balances, digital access, credential portability as central to global talent mobility. Finally, I have one closing statement. Talent is not just about who move, but it's also about who is empowered to contribute, okay? If we want to lead global in the age of AI uncertainty, our talent system must be inclusive by design and collaborative in nature. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. We are doing incredibly well on time, actually, first of all. And these recommendations are very helpful, Mr. Fang. And I think especially when you mention the fact that young talent, especially when you look at all the global talent, even in Beijing, so many young professionals in this room are looking for integration purpose, something to look forward to, and really the kinds of opportunities. I think it's very good if, during the tea breaks, a lot of our panelists, speakers here can also interact with the young professionals present. Their experiences speak a lot about what you've mentioned is important. So maybe AGTO, moving forward, we can focus on how to further improve the level of integration and giving, empowering young people from across the globe. So now let's welcome Mr. Hao Jie, Director and General Manager, FESCO Group. The floor is yours.
好，主持人好。感謝我們主辦方
Thanks to our host. I'd like to thank the organizers for inviting me. I'm Hao Jie from Festival. We were established in 1979, also one of the earliest organizations committed to talent services. At the beginning, we were serving the talents that came to China with reform and opening up. Since our cooperation with a Swiss organization in 2010, we started to focus more on international talent services. Over the past 1 decade and more, we established our own office overseas and also cooperated with the other partners. Now we have presence in more than 110 countries, serving talents worldwide. So concerning the theme of this summit, I want to share with you our perspective from an enterprise, in particular the trends of global talent mobility. A first feature is that competition and coexistence. The second is talent is flowing from the east to the west. So about competition and cooperation. So given the global geopolitical environment, development of international industries, competition and coexisting competition and cooperation has become a new feature. While it's becoming increasingly complicated, we can see that there is exchange of knowledge and resources worldwide. This has provided opportunities for talent to grow and promote international talent mobility. So take Beijing as an example. We have the summit here today in Beijing. We have Zhongguancun Forum, China EU Forum, and Haiku talent exchange mechanism. All these are attracting top talents from worldwide engaging into these initiatives. Oh, so we are also engaged while we're also helping the Beijing government to establish this comprehensive window to facilitate global talent mobility. We're also working with Guinness to attract more global talent. So this has served to build a global network for talent building. Another thing is that with the development of digitalization, global talent mobility is also capitalizing digitalization, blockchain, remote cooperation. This has broken the physical barriers existing in the past so that we can have virtual teams to share knowledge and improve efficiency. While at the same time, we can see that in recent years, there has been divisions of geopolitical issues, and this has established barriers for talents. Regional industrial chains has formed closed loops, and countries are fighting for talents, and this has enhanced the challenges of talent mobility. So that's why we're seeing coexisting competition and cooperation. The second major trend is talents flowing from the east to the west. So it's from a China's perspective. In recent 2 years, China's launched the BRI.
A lot of Chinese companies are going global. They have a feature. One is the change of regionalization, a shift from the traditional market in Europe, America, to the new areas like Africa, and also a shift from the labor export to technology orientation, a shift from the low value-added sectors like textile to IT, advanced manufacturing, health, and green energy, etc. So that means that the whole talent chain, the whole talent value chain has been changing. For example, the new energy vehicle industry is not about the layout of the factories, but also the charging facilities, manufacturing, and post-sales services. So it means that it will raise a higher demand for the comprehensive requirements on talents. And also now there is more demand for cross-cultural talent and talent management. So it reflects the new trends for talent movement. So that is all I want to say. Thank you very much.
Especially highlighting the importance of cross-cultural exchanges, talent, encouraging. I think there's also another factor. If we also look at the Global Young Leaders Dialogue, which is a platform initiated by CCG as well, where we had global talents from all continents coming together, learning, through practical experiences. And this kind of cross-cultural interaction, these spaces can really pave the way for talents that are able to, connect with more cultures and think with a more global mindset. So let's hope we can have more of that. Now let's welcome our next speaker, Professor Klaus Laris, who is Richard M. Krasno Distinguished Professor, History and International Affairs at the University of North Carolina, and also director of the Krasno Global Events Series. I'll also quickly mention that your current book project, which is China as a Factor in Transatlantic Relations from the 1980s to the present, also focuses on many dynamics and policies, convergences and divergences. So along with your intervention, if you can talk a bit about the current state of talent development and the geopolitical factors that currently exist. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, and thank you very much for the invitation. It's a great pleasure to be here and to participate in this important discussion, which after all is quite decisive for the future of the world. Let me make 3 brief points, if I may. I want to briefly talk about big politics, then about the university level, and then about perhaps emerging trends and tendencies. Great politics, I think we all know we live in geopolitically, geoeconomically very difficult times, in times of turmoil. There are conflicting signals which have come out from the administration in Washington about openness to foreign students or not. And they're really conflictual. Sometimes you feel, God, they don't want any foreign students, and the next day they openly welcome foreign students. Now the visa application process for the interviews of foreign students has begun again, which is of course positive. So I would encourage everyone who gets also confused by these conflicting signals to essentially ignore them and put them aside as short-term trends, short-term emotions which will not last. America is a country which has immigration, which has the welcoming of foreigners in its genes, I would say. There also is an isolationist trend in American thinking, but for hundreds of years, the United States has welcomed foreigners, including lots and lots of students. You go to the leading universities in the United States and the middle-ranking universities and the lower-ranking universities, you always see a lot of foreign students. So I'm quite optimistic that in the long run, that will continue. So we should feel encouraged that foreign students, including, of course, Chinese students, will be more than welcome in the United States. That gets me to the university level. At the university level, foreign students, including, of course, Chinese students, are more than welcome. There are financial incentives for that, quite rightly, but there are also very different incentives because we all know that foreign students, Chinese students, other Asian students, and students from all across the world enrich the classroom. When I teach a class on international politics, for example, to have an aspect by foreign students brought into the class that enriches the discussion. It brings new reading to the table, new talks, and of course the students among themselves can talk to each other afterwards and during the class, and that really provides an immensely new horizon. And that is well known at university level, and therefore there is no hostility towards foreign students. There is no tension among foreign students. Here, great politics is totally isolated. What you hear coming out of some people's mouths in Washington is not reflected on the ground, in the classroom, and at universities all across the country. And I can certainly talk about my own university, the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill. So if you wish to apply, please do so. And then thirdly, I would like to talk about emerging trends. What I do notice is that a lot of students who come to me, who teaches contemporary history, international relations, international affairs, there are relatively few Chinese students come to me. Most of our Chinese students, they go to so-called STEM subjects, or artificial intelligence, physics, medicine, but they do not come to the social sciences and to the humanities. And I would like to encourage all of you to send your sons and daughters and yourself also to study the humanities and the social sciences. We do need foreign students in these subjects as well. And I would also encourage people to then, within these subjects, focus on perhaps some hard-nosed technical strands within the humanities and the social sciences. And I would suggest in the remaining 46 seconds which I have, I would suggest that geoeconomic relations is important, is complicated, and an expertise in that field is worthwhile to have. Then security studies is so important. Just look at what is happening in the world, not least the war in Europe. We do need experts in security studies. That is another second important strand which should be urgently developed, including by Chinese students, by other foreign students in the humanities and social sciences. And then, of course, environmental expertise, environmental technology. That is also something which we all need to deal with. This would be my third strand I would encourage people to consider when they come to us to study the humanities and social sciences. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, and thank you. I mean, I think it's also a very important factor to point out that the reality on the ground can be quite different from some policies that we see on the news. Might make it seem as if the environment is very unwelcoming. And at the same time, I think it's also good for students from across the world to see how diverse the universities in Beijing, the 92 universities that were mentioned in the morning. I myself have been at Tsinghua, and the diversity of the students there has only contributed to the quality of the conversations, to the exposure. So let's hope this trend continues to move in the positive direction. Now let's welcome Ms. Li Wen, who is Chief of Mission, International Organization for Migration, for your thoughts on this topic. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. It's with great pleasure that I joined this panel on global talent mobility trends. Due to demographic changes and the rise of new technologies, coupled with a green transition, demand for talent is growing globally. According to a study by Korn Ferry, a consulting firm, there will be a global human talent shortage of more than 85 million people by 2030. Countries have been implementing innovative strategies to attract talent, fueling a global competition. However, a sustainable approach to addressing talent shortage requires that we look beyond competition. Skills partnership between origin and destination countries play a pivotal role in sustaining talent mobility by fostering mutual benefits for both origin and destination countries. Together with partners, IOM has been implementing skills partnership projects in many parts of the world in which receiving and sending countries make joint investment in training skilled workers, not only for the destination countries, but also for the origin country. Skills partnerships enable destination countries to address labor shortages while providing origin countries with opportunities for upscaling their workforce, fostering mutual economic growth and development. Cooperation between sending and receiving countries is also crucial for promoting the well-being of talents through facilitating portability of social benefits, such as pension, healthcare, and insurance. The Global Compact for Migration calls for states to establish mechanisms for the portability of Social Security entitlements and earned benefits, including through concluding reciprocal, bilateral, regional, or multilateral agreements. Over the years, IOM has been working with partners to support the integration of portability of social benefits into national policy frameworks, as well as to facilitate bilateral and multilateral discussions about labor and social security agreements for migrants and their families, notably in the context of the African Union regional economic communities. In recent years, temporary, circular, and virtual migration have been on the rise. More professionals are not only moving between country A and country B, but moving between multiple destinations. As remote work has become more widespread, professionals increasingly embrace the opportunity to collaborate across borders without physically relocating. And the evolving patterns of talent mobility entail even closer cooperation between sending and receiving countries, as these shifts demand robust frameworks to address complexities such as harmonization of tax and labor policies, as well as equitable access to resources across borders. In conclusion, the future of global talent mobility requires us to reimagine how we coordinate across sectors, borders, and traditional policy boundaries. And success belongs to those who can transcend competition and embrace partnership to unlock the full potential of global talent mobility for the benefit of individuals and societies alike. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that intervention. And now let's welcome Vice Chancellor for Academic Affairs, Professor of Archaeology and Anthropology, Duke Kunshan University, Scott Mackey-Kern. And you also made an intervention earlier in the roundtable. So maybe we can continue from there. Where's Scott? Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the invitation to this fascinating forum, and also for the intervention from my colleagues, many of whom have said things that I was planning on saying. What I'd note just at the beginning here, I'll start coming off of some of the things I said this morning. International talent movement is not just high-level talent, but the varieties of different, if we think about some of the crises going on in the United States today, for example, the international movement of talent in fruit picking and roofing has had significant political effects that do, for example, affect at least to some degree the welcome that students and high-level talents get. So we have to think internationally about flows of movement, movements of people, flows of people, and the ways in which we define and welcome and identify high-level talent within that. We need to be fairly careful about pulling apart these different forms of human mobility. And this has particular consequences both for, at all levels, for the donor countries, for these people, as was just mentioned, actually. The fact that this has particular consequences for donor countries, and China has experience with that. China has so much talent that this has not had the consequences that it's had, for example, in some countries in what we identify as the Global South, in Africa and South America, for example. But the question of from the perspective of other places like Beijing, we can call high-level talent, will often be identified in those countries by a different term, a brain drain. And we have to think about the question of how people move. The IOM has done great work in this in terms of looking at both sides of that equation. This has, as I mentioned this morning, among other things, security implications for countries in other parts of the world. Just parenthetically, when I'm thinking about that, and again, this reflects my experience in Africa, and a book that was written over 30 years ago now that looked, the book was an anthropological text called The Real Economy of Zaire, which not only really focused on the international movement of extremely talented people in and out of the Democratic Republic of the Congo, but also the relationship between Zaire's formal and informal economy. So one element of this is probably going to be that if we want to look for a lot of the influence and innovativeness in the movement of talent in different parts of the world, we're going to have to keep illegal talent flows in mind as well. Those can be extremely important. On one of the questions, I'll bring very rapid shift in focus here. If I bring this back to Duke Kunshan University, let's talk about something totally different for a moment, and the question of vocational and technical training. Duke Kunshan University is, the objective is as a liberal arts institution on a North American model, but what we're interested in is training talent. This is what we do. But particularly, we have to be careful when we're thinking about technical and vocational training. These things are extraordinarily important. There's a lot of reasons why AI will not anywhere in the near future replace archaeologists, and mostly it's because of our vocational and technical training. We have to think about, over the long term, in terms of these students' lives, not only 5 years of vocational and technical training, but what are 15 or 20 years of their lives going to look like, and how can we best equip them for that? That probably involves more general training in terms of intellectual skills, in terms of quality of mind, in terms of experience with collaboration. And the reason I bring this up is that what we're beginning to find is that incorporating AI into the day-to-day experience of our students actually has implications, sometimes negative ones, for the way in which they approach things like collaboration and teamwork. So we have to think very, very carefully about how we incorporate these new forms of education, these new forms of technology into the educational experience of our students. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Scott. And I think the last point you mentioned is critical right now. You know, how should AI be engaged, incorporated? I think the IOM can also think about, you know, funding research on how young people, young professionals are looking at artificial intelligence. Do they see it as a threat? Do they see it as a necessity? And how can, if at all, we regulate the extent of artificial intelligence in our day-to-day? Maybe in the next panels, when we have some young speakers who are currently facing these questions, it would be good to hear their thoughts on this. Now let me welcome Martin Müller, who is Honorary Chairman of SwissCham and President of SwissCham South China. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and many thanks to CCG and the organizers for inviting me to this summit. I'm from Switzerland, so I would like to give you an insight on a very strong, important pillar of the Swiss economy. Switzerland is a very small country in Central Europe with a population of 9 million. But measured at GDP per capita, it stays among the top 10 globally for many years. And another special feature is that 99% of all registered companies in Switzerland are SMEs. So we call the system vocational professional education and training. So I will refer to it as VPET. It's globally renowned and it's profoundly relevant for the Swiss economy, serving as a gold standard for integration of education with the labor market. So 3 points. It's an economic engine that helps to achieve low youth unemployment. 65 to 70% of Swiss students choose VPET over purely academic path after compulsory education. Youth unemployment, age 15 to 24, is consistently below 3% compared to average 14% of other EU states. Due to its strong industry alignment, companies actively shape curricula, ensuring skills match evolving market demands, for example, fintech, advanced manufacturing, etc. Secondly, social acceptance and parity of esteem. VPET enjoys equal prestige with academic roots in Switzerland, dispelling the stigma often seen elsewhere. High-profile careers like banking, engineering, healthcare recruit heavily from VPET pathways. And then there's also a benefit for students: earn while you learn. Apprentices receive wages, not very much, but around 1,000 Swiss francs per month, reducing the risk to fall into a debt trap. And third point, the system is very flexible and allows lifelong learning. So it's vertical mobility. VPET graduates access higher education via professional exams and universities of applied science. So it is possible to jump between academia and VPET in Switzerland. Actually, as long as you want, until you get retired or even after that. So the strength in a nutshell, it is highly correlated with the needs of the labor market. It's a high quality of training. It's a source of innovation. It allows a high permeability. So it's a dual track approach to learning. Again, lifelong learning, and it has a collective governance structure, and it is cost efficient. It's a public-private partnership funding. In conclusion, Switzerland's VPET system isn't just relevant, it's a dynamic socio-economic pillar by fostering work-ready expertise, social inclusiveness, and adaptive upskilling. It sustains Swiss competitiveness while offering a replicable model for economies worldwide. Its success hinges on a three-party collaboration: government, employers, and unions, a blueprint for future-proofing vocational education globally. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Martin. I'll just quickly mention, this point is very important, to focus on vocational education, skills development, to realize that in the end, as an alliance for global talent organization, or when we talk about the future of young people, let's remember that maybe a great significant number of young people are looking for vocational education. Talent development needs to encompass all of that. It needs to be a more practical conversation. I'm glad that we are gravitating towards it. An example is also Luban. I've seen so many young people from especially developing countries and also many developed countries coming to China to get trained in skills that will be more practical. And in the end, it's all about, how are we giving our young people a better future, better, brighter future? So let's always make sure that, vocational education is an important aspect of the conversation. Now, let's warmly welcome Professor David Cheng-Jong Pan, who is Executive Dean and Professor of Schwarzman College, Tsinghua University, for his remarks.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. And so, yesterday I got this topic, and I tapped our topic, forum topic, into the ChatGPT, and they gave me 5 answers. 5 answers are about our topic, so I can repeat the 5 answers. The number 1, the digital transformation and AI impact. Number 2, global talent shortage. Number 3, geographic shift and aging population. Number 4, geopolitical issue. Number 5, rise of talent platforms and emphasis on soft skills and adaptability. That's AI give us an answer, but this is better than my answer. So how can I say? Okay, so additional. I only can say additional. And 3 minor points. So number 1 is today the new talents. For the global talents, we need a broad vision. So that's why the moderator said for the global talents, the bright future, and they should understand each other. They should have a broad vision. So that's why Schwarzman program, Schwarzman College founded 12 years ago. So I have 80% international students, 20% Chinese students. We covered 104 countries, students coming from Tsinghua. And they study together, living together, everything together, play together. So they got a master's degree, and they be the friend, and they got understanding China, understanding other countries and other perspectives. So that's a broad vision, so important, because our planet is getting smaller and smaller. So they should understand each other, then they can learn each other. So number 1, broad vision. That's the ChatGPT didn't mention, so there's number 1. Number 2, the AI impact. The AI really impact. Each academic year have 4 credit courses. 4 credit courses, different the topic, and each courses, students, the term paper, they use the AI. So how can we handle that? You cannot ban, you cannot tell them, so you cannot use, no. So I use this kind of the way. So you can use the AI, write the paper, and you have to write the paper by yourself, 2 papers. And the one class, I have 60 students in my class. And I ask them who wrote the paper better. Everyone's answer is AI much better. So why we need a professor? So I should be retired, right? But the question is, after this, they wrote by AI and wrote by themselves, they do learn the gap. They do learn much more because AI can be the tool, Like 300 years ago, the Industrial Revolution, and then the electronic revolution, and then the information revolution. But today, new requirements for new talents. This is the AI revolution, or we call the artificial intelligence revolution. Give us a lot of challenges for students, learning talents, and the professors working in the university. So that is a challenge. But we have to find out how to fix it. So Tsinghua, we set up the 100 courses, be the reform for the pilot, the how to teach, for the next generation, Z generation, whatever. That's a big challenge. We cannot ignore that. We have to adapt it. Number 3, the minor points. So the students is from all over the countries, and we only need the bachelor degree, and from 18 years old to 28 years old. I saw a lot of young kids around here, and please apply to our Strassman programs. I follow the clause, the points. And also, they're sitting here, the Dr. Hu Yao Wang and Dennis Stanton, both of them are our professors. And everyone sitting on the table, and please come to the Strassman College and teach our future talents. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Professor Pan. Yeah, this was, I think, if we ask a question, how many people have used either DeepSeek or ChatGPT, maybe every hand in this room would be raised. So that's a very important point. How can we engage? The fact is that AI is a reality. And how do we train students or young talents to, despite having AI, use it as an advantage instead of thinking of it as a threat entirely? And also, I really like this point where you mentioned they were able to find the gap. And I feel, in today's time with AI, the one thing AI, DeepSeek, ChatGPT cannot replace is your own senses, how present you are in a conversation, in a moment, the experiences you're gaining. And that is your advantage over an AI answer. So maybe this is something young talents can focus on being present, being focused, being involved in a personal way. So this is an important lesson for us to learn. So thank you so much for the intervention. And now let's warmly welcome Ms. Lei Shi, who is Deputy Director and Research Associate of Innovative Talent Research Institute of National Academy of Innovation Strategy. Please, the floor is yours.
Okay, I'm here. Thank you, moderator. It's a pleasure to meet quite a few friends and experts on the platform of AGTO and witness very fruitful and inspiring documents and reports of CCG. Okay, so all in all, providing us a very good platform and opportunities to discuss and inspire us the topic of talent mobility. So from the perspective of innovation ecology, scientists, researchers, entrepreneurs, skilled technicians, and international students, etc., are the main groups I have observed in my academy, and those are the talents I mainly focus today. So talents, capital, and science and technology, and innovative policies are the ingredients and elements of the innovation ecology. So, and today I would like to share with you my 4 points of view. First of all, by means of bibliometrics from the perspective of the history of past 100 years, the global flow of talents was frequent. And the flow of talents are like catalysts to promote the occurrence of innovation. So the cross-border flow of talents has to have promoted the formation and transfer of the science centers. Italy, Britain, France, Germany, and the United States all benefit from the talents pool. And secondly, the global and historical experience shows that countries not only the origin, but the destination of the talents. Secondly, the flow of scientists, researchers, and international students and the talents not only accelerate the diffusion of that knowledge and skills, but also collect their ideas from different cultures and backgrounds. As a result, forming a diverse and inclusive innovation culture and inspiring the effect of innovation and provide the broader space for the talent training and cultivating. And thirdly, the talent mobility collaboration provides us the solution for us to overcome the global challenges together. Energy shortages, climate change, disease and aging are common problems that faced by mankind. And the solutions to them are largely depend on the talents and the cooperation. Let's say, for example, the ITER is a huge international cooperation project, which is a large-scale scientific infrastructure built progressively in purpose of solving the energy shortage by nuclear fusion. More than 30 countries around the world participate in it. Fourthly, while history and reality have shown us a vivid story of global talent mobility, we are alert to see that there have been factors that have been hindering global talent mobility for some time. For geopolitical reasons, there has been a disruption to the free flow of the talents around the world. Cross-border scientific exchanges has been disrupted, and projects have been, interrupted, and normal academic exchanges cannot be carried out effectively. So international students, they have more uncertainties in their minds. So we should more cautious of that. So collaborations and especially promote the mobility of the talents are our common responsibilities for the think tanks, I think. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the intervention, Ms. Lei. And really, I mean, the kind of anxiety that a lot of young people feel in today's world, given the kinds of, sometimes knee-jerk policies, this is not helpful to the future we want for young people to have. So more collaboration, and let's hope that AGTO can continue to play that important role in creating a collaborative environment. Now let's welcome Mr. Dennis Simon, Chair of Alliance of Global Talent Organizations, for your thoughts on this topic. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I have to take some great exception to my colleague Klaus Larry's comments about UNC. I do that acknowledging that he is one of the most respected professors on the UNC campus. I joined the Kenan-Flagler Business School in early 2023 and was teaching there, and by August I resigned. And I resigned specifically because of the university's policies towards Chinese students and engagement with China. And I mention this because I think it's very important. It's important to recognize that despite the fact that the level of each professor, they are very happy to have Chinese students and happy to have international students, the reality is that we have entered a period, unfortunately, of very difficult times with respect to the treatment of talent. In fact, we have done so well in raising the importance of talent as an issue in terms of development, competitiveness, etc., that now it has attracted the attention of all of these all of these extreme people on the right who now believe that access to American universities now is basically surrendering something akin to U.S. national security to other countries. And so it is no accident that over the last 5 months in particular, under this president, we have seen some of the most, I will use this word, horrifying steps that have occurred about international students and international scholars, and also the engagement in scientific and technical research. The office in the State Department that is responsible for international S&T cooperation has been closed down. The Fulbright program has been closed down. Several U.S. universities, Georgia Tech, UC Berkeley, University of Michigan, have had to close their projects for collaboration with Chinese entities. And most recently, Duke University was asked by the Select Committee on China in the Congress to withdraw from participation because Wuhan University is too chummy with the Chinese military. So we have entered a very, very difficult period, and it would not be doing justice if we didn't acknowledge just how difficult the situation is on the ground. In fact, it's probably the worst it has been in most of the post-war period, except during the period of the Red Scare under what we call the McCarthy era. And I point this out because a number of things are responsible for this. For example, public universities are experiencing a much more difficult time than private universities. Why? Because many of them are in states with very conservative legislatures. Those public universities receive monies from those legislatures. They need those monies to operate. And if you're seen as being too chummy with China, you may get your funding cut. In fact, the provost at the UNC told me specifically, by hosting 3 Chinese officials from the Chinese embassy in DC, something that I have done almost every year for 40 years, that I put in jeopardy the access of UNC to federal funding for its research program. And I was told that my contract did not include inviting diplomats from any embassy onto the UNC campus. So I told our moderator that I would be a little bit filled with gloom and doom at the beginning, but I also think that it would be unfair for us to walk out of this room thinking that we're in some very period of a happy-go-lucky. We need to realize that a lot of the things that we took for granted are in danger. They really are in danger, very, very serious danger. And whether President Trump goes back on his word about Chinese students or follows through, or he gets angry at President Xi about tariff policy and he decides then to revoke student visas for not only Chinese students but other countries, we just don't know because it's a whimsical act that is going on, and it has put in trouble the lives of many, many international students. So the only way that we can go forward with this, and this is some good news, is that we began to think about guardrails that we can put in place. Guardrails where we can make those people who are challenging the utility of having all of these international students in the United States or that in other countries, and see that we can actually protect the interests in terms of knowledge flows, student exchanges, et cetera, et cetera. And I think that just thinking about some of the remarks of Tomas made this morning about the role of OECD, I think we need more organizations like OECD to work with more organizations like AGTO and other kinds of organizations, basically addressing these issues, because there's something that is not going to go away very easily, and we need to respond as quickly and as concertedly as possible. And I'll stop.
Thank you so much, Dennis. We see.
Can I just add to that?
Yes. A very quick response. Yeah.
Sorry, I'm sure what you're telling us is perfectly right. I'm not doubting that at all. I have no insights into the business school or what the provost said, told you. But I can only say what I also said in my talk. That is not my experience at all in my department, in my part of the university. We, for example, had considered seriously 2 new Chinese PhD students. We accepted one. We had to decline the second one for financial reasons, not for any hostility reasons or for any other non-academic reasons. It simply was finances in the second part, and the other one we accepted. Regarding diplomats, I also host a lot of diplomats, and I've never encountered that. Having said that, I've recently not hosted a Chinese diplomat, so I can't talk to that. But maybe we should have a conversation afterwards as well.
Thank you so much, both of you, really. I mean, people will have opposing or different experiences, but it's good to be able to, in a candid way, speak about them. So thank you for the intervention. Now let's welcome Fred. Let me also add, we do have a little over 15 minutes. After the next two interventions, I ideally want to engage our young participants for questions. I hope we can have time for that. So let's firstly now warmly welcome Mr. Fred Tang, President, America-China Public Affairs Institute, for your thoughts. Thank you.
It's an honor to join you today to reflect on the evolving global talent landscape and share some personal insights across 6 interconnected themes. First, on global trends, we are witnessing a profound transformation in how talent is developed and mobilized. Digitalization, aging population, geopolitical shifts, and the normalization of remote work are reshaping labor markets worldwide. Skills, especially in technology, healthcare, and sustainability, are in high demand. While talent flows are no longer linear, young people from developing countries increasingly contribute to innovation, while developed countries facing talent shortages due to demographic constraint. At the same time, global disruptions, be it pandemics, climate change, or a whimsical president, are pushing us to think of talent mobility as not just an economic necessity, but as a part of a global resilience. Regarding competition and collaboration, we must shift from a zero-sum mindset to one that views talent as a shared global resource. Healthy competition drives innovation. Mutual recognition of credentials, shared research initiatives, and ethical recruitment standards help ensure that talent mobility uplifts all regions rather than depleting the vulnerable. Regions can and must compete to be attractive, but we should also collaborate to expand opportunities, reduce inequality, and respond to shared challenges like AI disruption and climate adaptation. For emerging economies, the key to enhancing talent competitiveness lies in targeted investment in education, digital infrastructure, and innovation ecosystem. With the right mix of policy, technology, and partnership, it is possible to leapfrog traditional models. Youth must be equipped with job-relevant skills, especially in digital and green sectors, and giving pathways to access global opportunities. Diaspora networks, regional integration, and South-South cooperation can further amplify these efforts. From my experience, some of the most effective strategy we have seen includes co-design vocational program with industrial partners, stackable AI and tech upskilling credentials, and hybrid international training platform. We have emphasized training as trainers, building regional centers of excellence, and ensuring access through mobile-first learning tools. What works best is a human-centered, demand-driven approach that blends local relevance with global standards. The role of multilateral organizations, institutions like AGTO and IOM, are critical to set norms, facilitating data exchange, and protecting the rights of mobile talent. They can serve as a neutral convener to align national policies, reduce migration barrier, and create global public goods like a talent observatory and credential frameworks. Their works assure that global talent governance remains fair, transparent, and future-ready. Finally, on vocational and technical education, this is no longer a fallback option. It's a frontline solution for building a global competitive workforce. VET enables rapid upskilling in areas like renewable energy, health tech, and advanced manufacturing. Cross-border partnership can further elevate their value through shared curricula, joint certification, and global apprenticeship. Countries like Germany, Singapore, and China are already partnering across regions to scale this approach with great success. In conclusion, global talent is not just a labor market issue. It's a peace, development, and prosperity issue. If we can get this right, we won't just build a competitive economy. we will build a more connected, inclusive, and resilient world. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I mean, indeed, it's not just, it's an issue of lasting development, lasting viable opportunities. Now let's welcome Ms. Wang Xiaohui, Deputy General Manager of China International Intellectech Corporation and Chairman of CIIC International Business Development Corporation Limited.
Distinguished experts, distinguished guests, good afternoon. Our group is committed to providing human resources, all chain value professional services. I want to thank AGTO and CCG, and they have provided this great platform for discussion between the professionals. Now we can see that the global talent mobility is facing both challenges and opportunities. Just now, the experts gave us a lot of insights which are greatly inspiring to me. Today, I want to talk about how to work for win-win. I will talk about the new changes in talent mobility and the importance of building a new ecosystem. Now, many forces are reshaping the global talent map. Global mobility is a result of multiple factors. Historically, the talent mobility has been affected by different elements. With the development of technology and the restructuring of global industrial chain, talent allocation is volatile. The traditional skills requirement has been broken, and in the past it was linear, and now it is compound. With the development of AI and big data, the traditional linear requirement is no longer enough to meet the demand of the enterprises. In practice, we have found that 72% of our customers are planning to add AI basic skills as part of their recruitment tests. In 2025, high demand jobs, 87% require the cross-disciplinary skills from 3 sectors. We want to build professional skills and compound skills. There is a huge demand for that, as we said. And in terms of talent mobility, the traditional mobility has been broken from a single direction to multi-direction flow. Because of geopolitical changes, many countries are launching policies for inflow and outflow policies with incentives, and they have become important magnets for global talents. At the same time, new technologies is expanding the boundaries of international talent exchanges, and the training of high-end talents is very important for the internationalization of talent. And also we need to take an active approach to talent challenges and also face the opportunities. We believe that the new features of global talent mobility will have a deep impact on forging talent advantages. First, the competition for high-end and highly skilled talent will become more fierce, and the new jobs will increase. At the same time, the multi-directional talent mobility will bring new opportunities for cooperation. We know that talent is not just about zero-sum games. It is also about building a good ecosystem. We need to build a win-win model for talent cooperation. First, we need to improve the talent assessment and discovery mechanism. We need to improve the standards for asset judgment and build a diversified talent assessment system. At the same time, we need to strengthen and monitor the outcomes of talent assessment. For example, we can promote talent modeling and achieve smart matching of talent. And we also need a good ecosystem the different parties' forces need to be synergized. And we need to improve the environment for talent and innovation, promote talent cultivation, and increase international cooperation. We need to build an inclusive and open global talent ecosystem, and talent cooperation should be resilient. That will add new driving force and stability to global economic development. Thank you.
Very, very important points. I mean, how can we really build an ecosystem that that is conducive to the needs of our time? And I want to thank each and every speaker because we have done incredibly well on time. I think everyone spoke within 5 minutes, and what that really means is we have exactly 7 minutes to hear from young talents in this room. I would like to see maybe anyone, who's sitting in the hall, who are, interested in sharing your thoughts on this topic. Maybe anyone sitting in the back rows. If you have any questions, ideas, please feel free to raise your hand because this is an opportunity for an interaction. So is anyone interested in raising a question or sharing your thoughts on this topic? If not, then we can maybe ask. Yes, please. You can briefly introduce yourself, name, where you're from, and if you have a question or a thought on this topic, maybe within 2 minutes. The mic. Please take the mic. Yeah.
Sorry, poor eyesight. Didn't see.
No.
Hi, my name is Christopher Boydie. I'm from Chicago in the United States, and I've been in Beijing for about 10 years. I just had a question coming from the standpoint of somebody who has been through the talent mobility process myself, in that I've had to renew my visa to work here every year over the past 10 years. And earlier this was touched on, and it's been touched on, I think, by every speaker since as well, and that is creating an environment that's conducive to talent mobility, not just in the attractiveness of an area and the affordability and the lovability of a city or a place, but in how you actually go about integrating there and remaining there. And we've heard some discussions around things like creating this beautiful environment and preventing brain drain and creating cooperation. But I would like to ask from those who are in the know, how is Beijing and China on the whole working to promote the ability to enable talents to reside here longer term without necessarily having to be an investor or an entrepreneur at a very high level? Because at least to my understanding, and I think a lot of you guys would agree, there's a lot to be said about integrating, finding your safety and your home here before you are really in a position to develop as a professional. And so it almost feels like we want to have all the high-level talents here, maybe while still needing some investment in that lower level to cultivate those talents. Okay. So I guess my question is, how do we reconcile that demand for high-level talent with the fact that we need to cultivate it, maybe from the ground up?
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. That's an important question. Does anyone else, please? Very briefly, your name, the mic will be with you in a moment. Since we will conclude at 3 sharp, keep it very short. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. My name is Ikorimana Janvier, a Tsinghua graduate student. I came from Rwanda, so I have a question. According to this topic, most of the countries that have been affected by the issue of talent are developing countries. So we as African young talents, sometimes we have initiatives that are trying to bring back the brain drain. Most of the African countries or African students that opt to remain in the countries where they went to take education. So we have initiative as African countries try to recapture our talent. So I would like to ask if we can get an opportunity to collaborate and establish the think tank that are trying to bring back the African talents contributing to the socio-economic transformation in Africa. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your question. Paucity of time, let me nominate for now Mr. Dennis Simon. If you can respond to both these questions briefly, thank you.
Sure. So if you've been in China for 10 years, you know the importance of networks, and everything in China basically operates by networks. This semester I spent at the Schwarzman College, and they just graduated their 9th cohort class. And I watched them sort of coalesce, because I'd say, what, David, 25%, 20%? Yeah, want to work in China and are trying to find jobs. They're not Chinese, ethnically Chinese, that they'd like to do something in their career. And I've watched them sort of use this network. I mean, some of them are as young as 23 years old, some of them as old as 28 years old. I mean, that's not old in the scheme of things, but in other words, they haven't yet really gotten traction as they've sought to build out their careers. But you hit on two important things. The price of housing in Beijing is very, very expensive. There's no doubt. That's why Tongzhou is so attractive to many people to live out this way. And the other thing, of course, is that you have to begin somewhere. And the days of the boom of foreign multinationals is sort of gone. You know, over the last post-COVID, in particular, it has sort of gradually but steadily dissipated. And so there are many, many Chinese organizations and companies now who want to go global, you know, are very interested in international business. And if we can solve some of these tariff problems and other kinds of issues, those companies need a lot of help to have foreign employees who can help them understand the landscape, not here in Beijing, but overseas somewhere in their home country. So there are still lots of opportunities. It's just that they're not in the place you might have thought they were going to be when you first came here.
Please, very briefly, thank you.
Yeah, I just want to briefly respond to the question raised by our colleague on African brain drain. I think that's a good question. But in recent years, we have seen evolving mobility patterns with increasing temporary circular migration as well as a virtual migration, which in some way helps to address this issue of brain drain, because talents can move to destination country and work for some time and then go back to their home country, and using their experience and knowledge acquired abroad to contribute to the economic and social development in their home country. And also, I think this is important to implement programs to strengthen diaspora engagement. For those diasporas, even though they are working, living abroad, but they can be organized to take action to support the development of their home country. And also when governments design their talent mobility schemes and policies, I think they should try to make them flexible to be able to accommodate short, temporary mobility and circular migration and virtual migration as well.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And thank you for your questions. With that, we conclude Thematic Forum 1. I want to thank everyone who's here to share your thoughts, your ideas, and also for everyone who took the time to be present here. We'll have 2 more thematic forums in the afternoon right now, a quick coffee break, and I hope that everyone, especially the young talents present here, please interact with the experts. Let's get to know each other, and let's figure out ways in which we as an organization can better facilitate our role, as a platform for talent development. You can help us in the process. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you. We conclude. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon. It's time to start our panel. I would like to welcome you to our next panel. Our panel will examine the connections between global talent circulation and innovation. My name is Martin Geiger. It's a pleasure for me to host this panel. I'm an associate professor of politics of mobility at Carleton University in Canada, and also a non-resident associate professor in the International School of Economics at Maksud Narikbayev University in Kazakhstan, Astana. My passport is German, and I've worked over the years in multiple countries and places, and I'm connected to CCG since a few years, and had the pleasure to be involved in the AGTO project from early on, assisting Dr. Wang Hu Yao, Mabel Lu Miao, Dennis Simon, and others. Immigration and talent mobility, as was mentioned before, is in the genes of many of today's leading economies and innovation ecosystems. In fact, the mobility of skilled people throughout history has been an important trigger and promoter of innovation development always. Prior to 2022, I have been teaching classes at Lomonosov University in Moscow, where I had a lot of Chinese students. In Canada, we have a lot of Chinese students. In Kazakhstan, where I'm currently teaching, we have a growing interest among local students to not consider anymore the traditional destination, the Russian Federation, but to consider and choose China, the European Union countries like Germany and Poland, or other destinations like Korea and Japan. Following the pandemic, the competition over talent has resumed, and actually some countries were able to catch up during the pandemic and have joined the ever-growing group of competitors. Businesses in Kazakhstan and other countries in Central Asia have become competitors. And probably also China is benefiting currently from the exodus of talent from Russia, Ukraine, as well as other places in conflict. The global health crisis has triggered new technological developments that make us think about the future of talent competition and talent mobility. Will AI and other technologies we might not know about yet replace the need for mobility and migration? Do we see migration happening in the future less and less? Will it be about just the mobility of thoughts, the mobility of holograms, and less in-person contacts? Will it all happen in virtual space? How do we see talent mobility evolving and innovation systems that so far have been reliant very strongly on talent mobility? So there's undeniably a strong link between talent mobility and innovation. However, astonishingly, the precise linkages between both components are still vastly under-researched. And for this panel, I have asked each of the panelists to focus in their opening statement first on just one question that we had previously circulated, and I will introduce each panelist in the order they come in and contribute to this panel. We start with our first question: how does the international talent circulation that we are witnessing fundamentally differ from traditional talent mobility models? And my dear friend Shamak Resai, who is founder of the Center for Science and Commercial Diplomacy and associate professor at the Department of Social Science and Business, Roskilde University, Denmark, has encouraged me actually to first unpack the terminology of talent mobility and to talk about that a bit more. And I think without further ado, I hand over to Shamak. Yeah, please.
Thank you, Dr. Geiger. Thank you, dear Martin. And thank you to organizer. Thank you to CCG. Yes, we did talk about it, and I think it's important to let's say, unwrap the concept of global talents and talent, and what is a talent. As you know, you have contributed to this book. We just published this book, International Talent Management in Times of Crisis. Actually, the first chapter of this book is about what is a talent. Well, and then we go further, say, what is global talent? So global talents, in my view, they are actually global achievers. And in order to understand the concept of global talent and global talent mobility, it's necessary to unpack the concept of talents. So what are those, these talents are characterized by? Talents as personality type are goal-oriented, energetic, self-assured, and are driven by focus on meeting their goals and hitting their targets. This is the kind of very, very short definition of that. They seek recognition of accomplishment. They pursue their right image, the right place to grow, and the fear of being worthless. They fear of being wasted, and they fear of being limited. They are motivated by a basic desire toward making themselves valuable. They are not necessarily altruistic, but the result of their efforts and industry benefits large group of people. They are optimistic, hardworking, competitive, sociable, practical, charismatic, and competent. They are good providers and motivators. At the same time, talents are preoccupied by the question of image and status as they chase validation and recognition from others. Some are workaholics, guided by accomplishment and success. Their identities are attached to their achievements. They achieve in order to external validation, which feeds their needs to feel worthy. Global talents to be found in many branches and business, including, but not only limited to, STEM branches, NBIC branches, etc. And those talents are those talents who seek sources, channels, and environment to fulfill their psychological needs, which Maslow classified into two categories: esteem needs, that means esteem for oneself, oneself's dignity, achievement, and independence, and secondly, the desire for reputation or respect from others. Moreover, talents have self-actualization needs, realizing personal potential, and achieving self-fulfillment, and seeking personal growth and peak experiences. A desire to become everything one is capable of becoming. Global talents are those individuals who are both capable and might wish to go further to the process of self-actualization beyond national borders. So now we know the characteristics of talents and global talents. The next is to provide the environment that can fulfill their needs and exploit their abilities. Things like country image and attraction, country attraction, they go hand in hand. Talent recruitment is one thing. The other most important thing is talent retainment. So having the right country image, having the right attraction power, you can keep them. Otherwise, we can face what we've heard the concept of brain circulation. Talents, they know they are talent, so they could actually move. After they're attracted to a country, they could move to another country. So this was kind of the overall, let's say, digging into the concept a bit more.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I think this is great to have also this grounding perhaps first and to think about talents as people, right? And as you rightly mentioned, we will look at a bit broader at this question later on. I had also here on my list Eric Wan, co-founder and CEO of Insinic Biomed. So I like to ask you for your contribution first.
好，非常感谢那个大会的邀请。然后我是来自于英利医疗科技的。
Thank you for the organizer for inviting me here. I'm Eric Wang, co-founder and CEO of InSync Biomed. So I have several points to share. The first is the global talent circulation. In essence, is the redistribution of innovation elements globally. So it's related to knowledge production and paradigm. So I want to share with you three perspectives. The first is cross-border talents, the explosion of knowledge. So we know that talent mobility, in essence, is the migration of knowledge. So high-tech talents, they carry with them a lot of knowledge. It can upgrade knowledge worldwide. Take Silicon Valley as an example. We know that Silicon Valley engineers, they're funded by international funds, and they undertake international projects. So engineers from Bangalore could apply their experience in Bangalore into the US, and that has resulted in IoT upgrade from different generations. A second is disruptive innovation driven by explosive cognition.
If you look at data, we can see that the cultural perception of the multinational teams can increase 15%. For example, in my sector, the China-Japan ROK research has greatly enhanced the efficiency on tackling Alzheimer's. And also in the past, our technology transfer depended on patents. But in terms of talent flow, we now have achieved the dynamic flow. For example, MIT of the United States also followed the discovery. For example, the semiconductor industry, the spillover effect is very high. In the past, when the engineers went to the United States and they passed the experiences to China, and they shortened the nano research period through 3 months. So in the past, we simply focused on pursuing talent dividends, and now we are making innovations. It has gone beyond the past way. We are actually reshaping the whole thing. That is also connected with the digital economy. We are reshaping the global value chain. So our policy design should shift from attracting talent to fostering a co-ecosystem for global talent. That's my points. Thank you.
I think we are already exploring the link between talent and mobility and innovation. That was actually one of the other questions I had put down for the speakers. And I'd like to ask now Wahid Amasaid for his contribution. Yeah, please. And he's the founder and CEO, sorry about that, of NHub, and the Secretary General, I think he speaks to this then, of Alumni Talent Alliance here in Beijing.
Thank you very much. It's an honor to be here and talk about the topic that's not only my profession, but also my passion. So I actually manage 2 initiatives. I'm at the helm of 2 initiatives that I think are at the forefront of talent innovation, talent circulation and innovation development. One of them is called Alumni Talent Alliance. It's an initiative backed by Chaoyang government. We are creating one of the biggest network of international students here in Beijing. We provide entrepreneurship and career support for them. We collaborate with pretty much all the universities in here as well. Just recently, we finished a program called Venture Builders, where we had 6 weeks of acceleration program for more than 30 international students to go build their ventures, innovate, and come up with ideas and come up with solutions that matters to the society. And also, we partner with universities. For example, with UIB, we co-launch a International Students Entrepreneurship Service Center. So that's one of the initiatives that I'm in charge of. Another one is I am also in charge of Chaoyang District's International Talent Entrepreneurship Conference. Pretty much one of the biggest entrepreneurship competition happening for the past 13 years. Every year we get thousands and thousands of startups from all over the world take part in it. And then we have a prize pool of up to $7 million that we give to these startups. We invite them to come here, they build their businesses here, and they grow in here as well. So two things I think I learned from my experience and my time managing this project is number one, talent mobility at the core of it is why talent moved to another place is number one, to acquire skills. Number two, to have better opportunities. And we also realized that when a talent moves from one place to another place, or talent circulation itself is the flow of knowledge, resources, and innovation across borders. And there has to be infrastructures in place to make sure that this circulation happens seamlessly. And surprisingly, building such an infrastructure is extremely, extremely difficult because you need to have all the partners, all the stakeholders be hands-on, be proactive, and collectively work together on creating this infrastructure. For example, in our case, like one of the things that we realized that government has a very integral role on what kind of policies they're building, but at the same time, setting up the guidelines on where the talents will be allocated at, which industries we need to focus on, how are we going to invite these talents, attract them, upskill them, then deploy them to where we can create the most value. Another surprising thing I realized is another key stakeholder, and probably even more important stakeholder, is actually companies. Because at the end of the day, a lot of talents, they will find their opportunities within the companies. But companies, surprisingly, a lot of the times, they care about matching with the right talents rather than incubating and training and developing them. And this happens very often because we have a lot of companies coming and hoping to go expand abroad, and they tell us like, hey, we want, for example, talents from this country to help us grow in those local markets and local economies. But then we ask them like, okay, are you willing to invest and incubate them? Because sometimes finding the right match, as they say it in Chinese, is 天时地利人和. So we realize that they're not that agreed. They're much more, I would say, like outcome-driven rather than investing in the process. So I think companies have a very integral role and a responsibility to collaborate with universities to go develop talents and also to create, I would say, a more inclusive infrastructure to support these talent development as well. Because when you have a very good cluster of talents, that's where you can actually go and focus on talent mobility as well. At the end of the day, I think like talent in Chinese policy, as said by President Xi, is like 9天才因才而用者. It's like gathering people and then trying to figure out ways to put them to use. And I think for this, we have to be very inclusive. We have to be very open. We should not only focus on high-level talents, but we should focus on all category of talents and give them all the tools and resources to create values in their unique ways in their unique industries. So we have to be very inclusive. We have to be very risk-tolerant. And also, I think we have to be very supportive of giving them time and space so they can grow, because we have firsthand seen how much value, how much immense potential this group of people have, and what wonders they can do for globalization, what wonders they could do for global exchange and promoting and creating I would say, a very innovative and future-driven economy. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Wahid, and I will follow up on a few points you just mentioned, I think very important for our discussion. I'll continue with the director of the X Museum, Yang Yu. Please, go ahead.
Thanks for the introduction. 谢谢主持人马丁先生的。
Thank you very much, Martin. I'm working at the X Museum in Beijing and Shanghai, so I will take the artistic perspective. When we talk about art, probably you feel more relaxed, because when we talk about art more, we will contribute to global knowledge sharing and talent mobility, and also contribute to global peace. If you look at the history of art, the nature of art history is cross-cultural interactions. If we look at the research on art history, in the past we focused on multicultural, but now we talk about the transculture. So we are part of each other. So at different stages of art history, there are different kinds of examples. And an important factor is talent flow among different countries. For example, in the Middle Age, a lot of the drawings were influenced by the Middle East. In the meanwhile, Tang, Song dynasties drawings also came from the Middle East influence. And then in the 15th and 16th century, the West experienced a renaissance and China was in the Ming dynasty. And culture became very obvious because in southern China we already got the wood painting from the West. And in the West we had the Venice school. And at the same time we have the porcelain in China. And we also saw Marco Polo. And then closer to us is the era of the early 20th century. Take Beijing, for example. A lot of artists had cross-cultural experiences. For example, Mr. Xu Beihong, probably a very familiar name to the Chinese audience, the founder of the Central Fine Art Academy. He got the influence from France, Jacques David, for example, and Liu Haisu from Shanghai, and many other artists were also influenced by the West. So that is the result of global talent flow. It has not only created the system of fine art education system in China, it has also influenced the modernity transition of the Chinese art at that time. And also in their works, we can see that they also point to the modernity construction and the ideology it carried. So such cross-cultural practices are closely connected with China's modernity. When we look at today's culture and art, the media has become more and more scientific. For example, in the 21st century, the oil paintings shifted to photography and then digital art. So the new media are more neutral. In the past, oil painting represented the West, ink represented China and Japan, and digital art represented China and India. The role of museums is about letting us know about our past culture, and it can also help us to know more about the culture of a distant country or a different region. So in this technology era, which is highly influenced by AI, we don't know whether AI has what kind of impacts AI will have, but at least we know that AI is quite informative. So we want to build a global cultural information system. We need to know what is new, otherwise we cannot make any new things. China is experiencing the rapid growth period for museums and galleries. For example, here we already have a lot of huge museums, and we also have the Beijing Municipal Museum, which is also built around here. And the modern arteries grew from over 2,000 to 6,000, which is really very fast. So we need to do more for cross-cultural exchanges. So coming back to this topic, innovation and global mobility are both very important. We need to ensure both of them so as to support the art innovation. That's all I want to say. Thank you.
And I think I really appreciate your comments also about the mobility of artists, right? And we can add actually really other categories of talents as well, because in this panel we seem to focus very strongly, or in the debates today as well, on tech talents, right? But I mean, the early ages of artisans and so on that have created content. And not all of them probably at the beginning were like considered high talent or very privileged people, but over time they were allowed to actually flourish and then establish as artists, right, and create things. And I think this nicely links with Wahid's comments earlier on, right, to the risk also to invest perhaps in future talents. And international students have been mentioned here a few times, to give them actually space and time also to remain and to actually reside and figure out what they want to do, right? So I think there's also this important dimension. We have heard a lot of personal experience also shared here at this panel, and I would like to ask now Elaine Wu to share her insights, and she's the founder of the Overseas Returnees Hub, and I'm pleasure to meet you, and please go ahead.
Thank you, Martin, for the introduction. Hello, everyone. I'm Elaine Wu. I'm the founder of Overseas Returnees Hub. I just launched my project this morning at the summit, so congratulations to me. Thank you. I completed my graduate studies in Beijing, Communication University of China, which is pretty close to here. And then I went to the UK for my postgraduate studies. So today, returning back to Tongzhou as a startup entrepreneur fills me with deep emotions. In my generations of overseas studies, studying abroad felt like a one-way journey for many. But compared to a decade ago, the number of returnees who have completed the three-stage path of studying abroad to working overseas to returning to start a business has significantly increased. Data shows that in recent years, Chinese returnee entrepreneurs have introduced an average of 2.7 international partners each, and the proportion bringing back key international resources has also greatly risen. They've shown particularly vibrant momentum in fields like artificial intelligence, new energy, and biomedicine. I believe that the innovation and entrepreneurship of returnee talents has never been about isolated breakthroughs, but rather the result of reassembling diverse perspectives through mobility. That is why building an ecosystem for returnee talents is essential. Empowered by AI technology, Overseas Returnees Hub addresses the core challenges returnees face in areas like policy access, career development, entrepreneurship, and social integration. Through working alongside tens of thousands of outstanding returnees, I've deeply realized that in the new international landscape, the indispensable keys to success for returnees' talents are: 1, cross-cultural communication skills. Eric just mentioned that in his speech earlier. I think that is understanding and respecting the rules to effectively avoid misunderstandings in cross-cultural collaboration. 2, policy foresight ability. That is precisely capturing policy window opportunities amid the anti-globalization wave. 3, resource linking capability. That is, connecting global resources with an open mindset and keen awareness. 4, resilient adaptability. That is, cultivating the resilience to navigate cultural shocks and policy shifts, especially in times of uncertainty. Today, as we discuss the circulation of international talent, this is not merely about geographic movement, but rather the cross-border restructuring of innovative elements. As China champions historic talent initiatives, returnee entrepreneurs face unprecedented opportunities. Our shift from brain drain to brain circulation will accelerate China's rise as an innovation superpower. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your contribution. And these personal experiences and also what's the linkage between talent mobility and innovation and what's perhaps the factor of new technologies. We have a few more speakers actually talking to these linkages. And my pleasure is now to introduce Musan, CBO of Renewable Biotherapeutics. So please go ahead.
Hello, this is it's a good opportunity to introduce myself and my company, and I would like to share my example how to get cross-cultural experience and boost the innovation with a group of entrepreneurs. Personally, I graduated or trained as a physician in China, but I went to Germany through this DRD, it's Germany scholarship. I got PhD, and then I went to the States under Howard Hughes Medical Institute. You know, Howard Hughes is the great inventor last century. He led the aviation of today. We follow his inspiration to develop new technology in our medical treatment. So follow that training, I went to multinational companies, these drug companies, pharmaceutical companies, with UK-based GlaxoSmithKline, and then Swiss-based Novartis. So based on this cross-cultural difference, I work with colleagues from different parts of this world. We have different tongue of English or German, but we can communicate efficiently. We have the common interest to save patients, to improve health of our human. So at this time, we got this spirit to build trust. You have to trust your colleague, give you the reliable data, and you use the data to go to next stage. And we try to avoid the uncertainty. So everything must be accurate, be stated clearly, crystal clear, to understand what is the very important chemical or antibody to save our patients. So think about our young company, the Renewable Biotherapeutics. It's just a very young biotechnology company in Shanghai, but our founders are from different parts of the world. Our chief scientific officer got training from MIT, Boston, USA, and our CEO is from originally from Hong Kong, China. And then he went to University of Cambridge, got a PhD with Nobel laureates, went back to Shanghai to set up this company. So now we try to solve the problem of our blood transfusion. You know, in China, we have an aging society. There are more aging people. They need blood donation. They depend on a volunteer donation. This shortage is very significant, especially during the pandemic area. And we need more safe blood products for ourselves, for our fathers, for our grandfathers, and parents. So through this new stem cell technology, we develop artificial human platelets and red blood cells to help more patients. So during this time, I think I use, so my major responsibility is business development and set up business strategy, but another part of my work is project management. I think talents or people, we have the lifespan. We continue learning new technologies, science. It's a lifelong learning experience. And during this full circle of education, we think the project is a closed loop. We learned in part of the world in the university. We use that knowledge. AI is the tool to develop the next generation of benefits for our people. So thank you. I would like to stop here. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And we have here as next speaker Mr. Jiaolang Bao, the founder of K-Light Laser, who also would like to speak to this experience as well in multiple contexts. Yeah, please go ahead.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jiaolang Bao. I am a professor of University of Shanghai for Science and Technology, and also a co-founder of a startup company, K-Light Laser at Nanjing. I've studied in 2 universities in Singapore, Nanyang Technology University and the National University of Singapore for more than 6 years, and where I took part in fundamental research on optics, particularly the ultra-fast lasers and the micro-nanophotonics. Formerly, I worked as an academic staff at Monash University in Australia, where I have the chance to participate in the cutting-edge research program on quantum optics and the next generation computing. And the multiple years overseas experience benefits a lot to my research and my academic career in many aspects. For example, we can initiate new research collaborations to make a lot of friends, to have student exchange program, or organize international conference. And now, I am starting a new research lab at the University of Shanghai for Science and Technology. I'm also very happy to have new team members, international PhD students from India, from other South Asia countries, and also the foreigner academic staff in my team. Most of them knew me because of my work experience in Singapore and Australia. It's noteworthy that the research environment, the infrastructure, the research funding opportunities in China are very good now. And most of the academic staffs in our universities have overseas experience. And we warmly welcome the talented staff, smart students to join us to perform cutting-edge research in the areas such as AI photonics and green energy technologies, which are the strategic strengths of our university. And in terms of industry and commercialization, the overseas experience also gives us some advantage to find customers abroad. For example, last month, my team attended the Asia Semiconductor exhibitions in Singapore. I think this is a very important step for us to develop global business. And in summary, I strongly encourage young people to go abroad to learn new skills, new knowledge, to broaden the vision and make friends. And I believe all of this will have positive returns. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Last but not least, I'd like to introduce Xiaoyang Xia and ask for his contribution. Founding partner of Ivy Capital and founding partner of CNI Capital here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I actually agree that we should take innovation-driven should be one of the most important perspectives for global talent circulation, because talent circulation is different from personnel circulation, because talent is innovative in nature, while personnel circulation or exchanges are different in characteristics or nature. So from my own perspective, that is early investment in science and tech companies, I have some personal feelings. So the moderator asks about innovation in the new era. So how does innovation change in light of the new new stage of development, in particular concerning talent circulation. Actually, I'd like to address this issue from a longer historic perspective, like 10 years or 20 years, to look at how talents flow and phenomenon about talent mobility. So let me share with you my personal feelings. I was a visiting PhD in Germany, sent from Tsinghua University in 1994. So we had this project, this program in Germany, and so I had this opportunity to go to Germany to study. This is a very precious chance. So looking back, I believe Chinese students studying abroad is a very good experience. They can study and live there, and afterwards they'll be able to start their own innovative business. I think that has remained unchanged. We should be going global and exchange and have exchange and learn from each other in innovation. So the past 2 decades, at the present stage, and the upcoming 20 years, I believe North America, Europe, East Asia, and the rest of Asia are witnessing some of the most dynamic exchanges. There have been exchanges, and they're still ongoing. And I believe it will carry on in the upcoming 10 or 20 years. Of course, we're seeing new characteristics, mainly 2 dimensions. The first is applied innovation is benefiting a broader area across the world. So we're seeing that in North America, Europe, Asia, and Southeast Asia, and it's increasingly going into Central Asia, Africa, etc. And also, we're seeing Central Asia, South America, and Africa. They're sending more students to study in China. So afterwards, they would bring back what they've learned, the know-how, especially in terms of applied technologies, into their home countries. And we are increasingly seeing that. So as I mentioned, I'm involved in early stage science and technology investment. So actually, in terms of early innovation, North America and Asia have played a crucial role. For instance, among our dozens of partners, their key founders, most of their key founders have experience of studying abroad, especially in developed countries like the US, UK, France, Germany, Japan, etc. Afterwards, they would return to China and focus on science and tech innovation. Some of them have titles of chairman in science and engineering organizations, and some of them return to China to become academicians of Academy of Sciences in China. This has also driven the growth of China. Of course, innovation is also closely related to personnel exchanges in a broad sense. And over the past decade, we've explored a lot to promote personnel exchanges between China and abroad. For instance, we funded the Tsinghua University team to participate in the mock negotiation competition on climate change in 2015. We also funded Tsinghua University team in visiting in India in participating in the project. And also we funded other projects, for instance, in Brazil, visiting the Red Cross. We also funded the Department of Energy for students to study abroad. So overall, personnel exchanges forms the cornerstone of people-to-people exchanges. So in this area, we'll continue to stay engaged. Thank you.
Listener actually in our panel here, Haifeng Wang, Global Executive Chair of the Ecological Development Union International, and I would ask you whether you would like to also provide some comments and about this, what you just heard and listened to.
非常感谢啊，感谢我们 CCG。
Thank you very much. Thank you, CCG, for offering us such a great platform to gather so many international talents to discuss such an important issue. That is global talent circulation and innovation-driven development. We have a few guests who have studied in Germany. I'm very glad to meet you. In particular, I'm very honored to know You Yang, who's sitting next to me, director of X Museum. So actually, I believe in a global talent circulation. Important thing is about the matching of elements. So for science and tech talents to thrive, they would need a favorable environment at the macro level. So apart from science and technology, culture is also a crucial element. I stayed in Berlin for 10 years, and I spent another 10 years in Washington. And I noticed that the more innovative a city is, there will be more museums and more art galleries. The more dynamic its art would develop. So for instance, in Washington, D.C., I would visit different museums every week in my leisure. And I noticed that the surviving artists locally would bring innovation to a local environment. Actually, I was the first to propose garbage sorting in Beijing. That was about more than a decade ago. I talked about introducing the advanced technology and ideas from Germany into China. So for talent to flow, we also need favorable policies and free environment for talents to circulate. So Tongzhou, we're also seeing favorable policies for talent support, including China's Hukou, that is the household registration system, so as to better attract international talents. In this regard, Tongzhou is becoming increasingly free and also a cultural hub to attract talents. And today, at the forums, we hear from a lot of experts, their insights, and hopefully such dialogues will continue. And sincerely looking forward to more exchanges. Thank you.
Yeah, it was very interesting also to hear about your linkage to Germany. And me being the host here and being German is kind of interesting how many speakers were here sharing the experiences with this country. And I think this brings me also to this question of governments and countries and also local government. And you raised this also now in your comments. And I think this is maybe the question I give now also to the speakers. What environments do talents need to thrive and to develop? And we heard a lot about companies and what they are doing. We heard also a lot about the individuals choosing maybe other countries and the life experience they had, but we didn't really hear much in this panel thus far about what's the role of local government as well, what's the role of actually national governments, how to best design such policies to promote circulation. We had in our description of the panel also the idea that maybe policies of the past didn't really work and they didn't promote and didn't allow mobility. They were actually about bringing people somewhere and then keeping them fixed there, right? And there is here a trend at this panel here of many people I think have been abroad and came back and actually really can speak to this topic of circulation and how important that is. So my question would be, how do we promote such talent corridors, perhaps, or talent bridges between countries, right? So Germany, China is kind of a bridge that was mentioned now repeatedly, but also Canada was recently repeatedly mentioned earlier, and the US definitely. So maybe if one of you wants to speak from the panelists, wants to speak about this question, what should local governments and governments actually should provide to allow talents to flourish, then I just would say, raise your hand and we go with you first. Yeah, is anyone wants to comment on that question? Yeah, okay, so Mr. Yang.
好，我
Yes,
来
please
回
go
应
ahead.
一下这个问题啊。首先，我的结论是，一个城市。
So actually, I believe better cultural atmosphere would bring about better international exchanges for several reasons. The first is contemporary art. Research started from Germany, and afterwards researchers from other countries followed suit and modified that. However, the basic art research is closely rooted in German, the German language. Second point is that in Beijing there is a museum. So if you're to stage a large major exhibition in a Beijing gallery, you would need to have contact from worldwide and resources from worldwide. And also, researchers, artists from different countries would have different perspectives. We would need to integrate elements from worldwide in order to stage a fantastic exhibition. Of course, museums also represent a cultural level of a city, and it is also part of the tourism image of a city. And international visitors would also want to see fantastic museums and exhibitions so as to know better about the local culture. So developing museums and exhibitions is what I support. I believe that would also drive global talent circulation. So that's my view. Thank you.
Mark, you would like to speak as well?
Thank you, Martin. Before I answer that, Germany, it's a kind of a point of meeting. Many colleagues here, they have been in Germany. And first time I met Martin, that was also in Germany, many decades ago. So this is what we have in common, all of us. But to answer your question, I would say that we should see talents as running water. They will find a way. What is important here is that remembering what we said, circular migration, circular talent, brain circulation, and all these things, they will find a way. They're smart enough. What we need is have what I already mentioned, a country image. Having the right country image, that will make sure that you retain the talent. What do I mean with country image? That is structural framework, legislative framework, a framework that makes sure that the talent does not see his future, her future, like neighbor's lawn is greener than my lawn, that they stay. Otherwise, they will run away. So what is important here is that any country which respect for itself and fear of the future should develop their talent attraction policies and their talent retention policies. Otherwise, they will be loser in this global hunt on talent. All countries are in hunt, are in the kind of hunting talents globally.
Yeah. Thank you so much, and I think we are still also in an era where countries compete, right, over talent, and it's about how to actually attract these people and then to keep them. And you mentioned the idea of country image, and I came today the first time to China actually under the visa-free regime, and for me it was so surprising actually to come here without any visa, without even being asked what I'm doing here. So I think this promotes actually people-to-people exchange, right? It's a radical actually development innovation that allows people to come and experience China and well, come back with good experiences and then actually decide maybe to invest, to work, to come long term, right? I think this was a very important development policy innovation by the Chinese government to promote this visa mobility for so many countries, right? In what we have mentioned early on in this panel at the beginning, that actually the link between innovation and talent mobility is still not very well understood, right? I give you a clear example, and I think my other friend, Dr. Fang from Canada will also have confirmed that. We had in Canada always the call for talents, right? There was always the slogan, we need the best and brightest. The whole country is based on this mantra, basically. However, a few years ago, we had a supercluster initiative in Canada, a federal initiative to promote clusters and to pump in a lot of billions of dollars actually in promoting innovation clusters. Interestingly, all the policy documents, there was no policy document that mentioned talent mobility. Migration was missing in this whole policy document, right? And I was like flabbergasted to see that, right? So on the one hand, it's always people are brought to contribute to innovation and growth, but then maybe other policies are not synced up actually with this, right? And I think this is what we now realized in Canada is wrong, and it will backfire. So I think it's very good, very important that these policies go hand in hand, right? And Wahid, yeah, I know you want to contribute as well. Then is there anyone else other than Wahid that wants to contribute to this question or not? Then I would say, Wahid, keep it brief, and then we open up for questions from the audience as well.
I just want to say, like Youyang mentioned, art centers are very important. Coffee shops are also important too. I remember talking with a district leader and they said, would you invest in our space? I said, there's not enough coffee shop in here. But on a serious note, I think right now a lot of local governments are very competitive when it comes to talent attraction, but not a lot of things is done for talent retention. That is, I think, one of the biggest problems. And the way that the whole infrastructure is built is, let's attract them, but there's no infrastructure about what happens after we bring them here. The other thing is like a lot of the talent attraction, or I would say very, very KPI-based or number-based. For example, how much they will be able to contribute economically, then this is what kind of favors we are able to give to you, right? And I think it should be a little bit more inclusive. I think it should be much more about bringing people in, collectively developing, rather than bringing the best and brightest from the top and see like, okay, here's like you have 1 year to contribute. So I think these are the things that basically don't focus about what talents can contribute directly, but also indirectly. A very simple example of it, like also make living much more easier. One of the biggest things that foreigners cares about staying in Beijing is can their pets goes to the park. So sometimes you don't have to do a very big thing. A small little gestures make life of people easier, and they will have a better time to contribute better for economy.
Yeah, now we heard about pets, but I think the most pressing question for many talents is they do not come alone. Yeah. And we would also have to look at policies that actually allow open work permits for the spouse or the partners accompanying, schooling, possibility to school for the kids, right? So I think it's really important to look also at these pictures. So if you are admitted, let's say, under Canada's express entry system, and you are invited to come to Canada, you arrive as a high-tier talent. Immediately, you arrive with a permanent residence permit, and you have an open work permit for your family members, and the school permits, right, for the kids. So this allows talents to come, actually, and is probably a major advantage over many other countries that do not have these policies. Or retention. International students can work, I know, in China as well, off campus, right? And there's also a path to postgraduate permits. But actually, this is really the important thing, to not let them insert uncertainty and every year apply again and again for 10 years, but actually to promote that with a long-term perspective that they can actually plan for the future. That's, I think, really important factors. So I would like to open up now to the audience, and actually, if there are any questions from the audience, please raise your hand and we give you a microphone, and then we spend the last remaining 10 minutes on hopefully answering all your questions. So let's pick maybe 2 questions first and collect them. Yeah, there's 3. There's 2. The lady over there, can we get her a microphone, please? We collect 2 questions, so lady and then David, and then we'll take another one around. Yeah, so please go ahead.
Good afternoon, I'm Maureen. I had a little bit of a question. I like the statement, talent defines the way. So I wanted to ask, if innovation today is increasingly digital and translatable, how do we move past patents and prizes and towards open mobile ecosystems shared by practice and iterate learning, given the fact that reframe innovations from static ownership to living systems of shared impact?
Okay, so I ask my fellow panelists here to think about these questions, and maybe someone can answer that. Next question, we ask Mr. Blair. So you have a microphone, so we collect questions, right?
Yeah, I'm not sure this is a question, but I just wanted to make a couple quick points. I think the point that you closed on certainty is really the key. I mean, it doesn't matter how many coffee shops there are or how many art galleries there are. If you feel your business is hard enough, building a career is hard enough, but if there's some outside risk that you can't control, you're not going to make the investment. That's true not only of physical investment, but also career investment. I wanted to agree with somebody that just said about one reason I moved out of Beijing down to Yunnan, and one of the reasons I moved was I felt my dog was always at risk in Beijing. I mean, it seems silly, but that's a pretty serious thing.
Okay. So maybe we add 2 more questions to this round, last round. There's Professor Fang.
Yeah, maybe a comment on the question you asked earlier. Why in this policy in innovation policy strategy, there's no talent mobility and management issue. I would imagine that, like United States, Canada is a country that built up by immigrants, right? It's kind of default mode that the entire population growth and workforce growth was driven by immigration. Without immigration, and Canada would have stagnant population growth, even declining population in recent years. So maybe that's one thing is kind of default, but the other thing is that it's very difficult to do research on talent retention, right? When you arrive in a country, you got all the information, right? You collect all the personal information, what are your intentions to stay in the country for how long and so on, you need a visa. But when you left, right, you don't need to report anything. You just lost track, right, of Martin or whoever, right? For example, in Hong Kong, recently lose a lot of people and talents as well. Again, what they try to measure is some kind of proxy. If someone liquidated all the assets, sold the house, the car, all these personal belongings, that's probably a good approximation of, migration, right? So same thing for return migration. I know Henry, CCG had collected very good data on return migration, how did they do in terms of employment, innovation, startup, business, and so on. So, that's the reason why we did a little study recently. After COVID, we collected about data from 200, talent Chinese, overseas Chinese. Both return to China, but 100 returned, but 100 still stay overseas. We asked them, how did they do, right, in terms of job satisfaction, in terms of money satisfaction? What are major determinants? Talent policy, one. The second one is the intention to seek a marriage partner, okay? The social, in terms of social effects. And also we're talking about, economic prosperity in China. That's the major drive. And in terms of those still overseas, right, what are major concerns? Why they don't return back to China? The three main concerns. One is the rule of law. The second is the spouse employment. It's all, important rationale. And the third is the trade relationship with other countries. So basically we need to understand, right, the determinants for retention, but also for return migration.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. And I think some of these pieces have been mentioned here at this panel, and I would like to ask whether someone actually wants to respond to some of the comments. Yeah, please go ahead.
It's a good question, and it's a long-term debate about open innovation, we call that, without patent restriction. But I think about the patent or intellectual property actually is also beneficial for innovator. So it can protect your exclusive right to run this license or run this patent. So of course, there are some very good examples, like Tesla opened the license, or during the COVID time, we opened the patent for every country or every, but still as a startup or entrepreneur, you can negotiate with the patent owner to set up we call the milestone payment or some kind of partnership to leverage this license. So at last, I think President Trump mentioned how to make a deal. It's important, how to win-win to serve the benefit.
Yeah, and I think my comment would be what you just mentioned, Tony. The question also about data, right, and statistics and survey, and I think there's still a lot of research to be done. What CCG and Wang Huyao and other colleagues have done on returns to China, I think is like outstanding internationally, because there's actually very few countries that have been so well studied in terms of return, right? And I think China is an outstanding example how you manage successfully return, right? Now let's do this research on talent mobility, right? On foreign talents coming to China, right? In countries like Canada, the main issue is also, I'm always struggling with that as a German, but also many Chinese attendees might struggle to understand that if you do not have exit system, right? If your passport is not scanned systematically when you leave the country, and you need other countries like the US now to mirror the data so that you have the exit statistics. So we have this ongoing discussion always like now, right now in Canada, of having received, well, 300,000 Ukrainians, but we do not know how many actually of these Ukrainians remain, right? And my anecdote from family background is so that actually half of the people we know have moved to Canada, have moved back to Ukraine, right? Even in war zone, right? But there's no statistics available yet because Canada lacks this system actually of systematically recording that. And of course, this is not helpful for research then as well, right? So I think we can learn also a lot of these experienced countries that only focused always on people coming and staying forever, for good, right? This is also something I think outdated. So studying mobility is really a challenge actually for us, the researchers. Shamak, you wanted to contribute as well to this? Or
no, yeah. I think I pretty much agree with you. Just to add to what you say, you mentioned Canada, exit kind of politics or something. It's even worse if you take a big portion of the world, which is European Union. There's 27 countries, and then if you get into one of them, you don't know where that person ends up because of Schengen agreement and all this. So we have all these things, but on the other hand, I think what is most important is, I think, three important elements in this topic: risk, uncertainty, and opportunity. These three elements makes us to become winners or losers, as those who to move around. And I also pretty much agree with you, Martin, when you mentioned the spouse. Normally, most countries, most companies, or all companies, they only hire one guy, one person, could be male or female. That's the talent. The rest they don't care about. So the spouse, that is the most important thing if we want to have something solid in our borders.
Sometimes children as well.
if there are children, but to start with, the spouse. Normally children, they are below 18 and they just follow. But spouse is important, yeah.
And we can finish here this panel with this famous quote, we called workers, but we got people, right? From a very famous Swiss author. And actually about the guest worker migration historically in Europe and in Germany in particular, right, where this was actually missing, this picture, right? So I think we should look at talents also not just as individuals, right, but also really better understand their motives, their ideas, their wishes, right, and actually help them on their way to be actually talents. And a lot of these people that have contributed to this panel today, I thank you very much for this panel, having you here on board, and I think we learned from your experiences. And yeah, I look forward to further dialogue and conversation on this topic. I want to remind all these people that have contributed to this panel that there's a group picture taken, so please don't run away. We need to take a picture, I heard. Yeah, thank you so much for attending this panel and also for all your interest in attending today. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much for participating in Thematic Forum 3, Evolving Demand for Talent and Upgraded Talent Training in the AI Era. I am the moderator, Zhang Wei, Deputy Secretary General and Senior Research Fellow of CCG. Today is a great day. It's rare for us to start the last forum of a day session so promptly and on time. So it shows we are more and more experienced in time management in international summits. So let me introduce the panelists for this forum. We're honored to have with us He Jing, Director of the Canal Business District Administrative Committee; Chen Xueling, Partner and President of the International Department of Beijing Air Dock Technology; David Blair, Deputy Secretary General of AGTO, former Professor of Economics and Chairman of the Eisenhower School of National Defense University; Gao Juntao, PhD, Center for Synthetic and Systems Biology; Ge Hongyan, Chairperson and CEO of Beijing Jiangcheng Education Technology Corporation; Ada Han, Secretary General of BOCO Foundation; Jing Yuhong, Senior Council Member of CCG, former Sales Director for Financial Services of Oracle Greater China; Mr. Liu Qi, Co-founder and CEO of Zhenjue Technology; Biman Nijak Lianji, Co-founder of Voice Health Technology; Wang Yi, CEO of Likes; Yan Minghua, Dean of Strategic Emerging Industry Investment Institute of Yunhe Capital; Zhu Weiqing, Founder Chairman CEO of Shanghai Baotan New Energy Environmental Protection Technology; We also have with us Zhang Yan, Deputy Director of the Institutional Innovation Division and Level 2 Researcher at the Beijing Municipal Bureau of Commerce. Yang Ruixing, Partner at Changying Venture Capital Management. Yang Yuliang, Founder of Weidu Corporation. Zhang Yan and other guests, and Wang Huiyao, founder of CCG. So as we are about to kickstart our thematic forum, I would first like to give the floor to He Jing from the Canal Business District Administrative Committee. Director He will present to us an overview of the Canal Business District. You have the floor. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I'm very honored to be here to give you an overview of the development status of Canal Business District and Beijing Municipal Administrative Center and its future development directions. So the topic of my presentation is a road connecting the whole world and a city canaling to great fortune. So by having this topic, I would like to welcome all of you. Thank you for being here at the Beijing Business District to also see the canal for yourself. Also, I'd like to share with you some of our progress achievements. First, the current development status of the business district. So the Canal Business District is located at the northern tip of the 1,000-year-old Grand Canal and right at the eastern end of the bustling Chang'an Street. The Canal Business District covers a planned area of 20.38 square kilometers, including a total built-up area of 13.79 million square meters. We're now located at the central area of the Canal Business District, which covers an area of 306 hectares and a total built-up area of 674 square meters. And to the northwest of the district, we leverage the upstream and downstream industrial linkage advantage of Wudaokao Finance College and China Academy of Information and Communication Technology. We also stay focused on digital trade, fintech R&D, and application base. So we are also developing emerging financial services and high-end commerce. Currently, there are around 20,000 registered companies in the district with a registered capital of 460.6 billion RMB. We also have a lot of state-owned enterprises and state-held enterprises here at the district, including some key companies. And in finance, we are focusing on international fortune and wealth management center, attracting major financial institutions across China and the world. We are also accelerating in terms of financial services, attracting businesses like PwC, etc. In terms of foreign asset investment utilization, since our inception we are now entering the 5th year, and we are achieving over 10% of growth annually. We have the world's largest IT consultancy firm, the second largest airplane lease companies, and other leading businesses around the world have come to set offices here in the business district. We also have businesses related to digital economy And for instance, China-Beijing Green Exchange and also the National Institute of ESG. All these are leading green development and financial business institutions. So we also announced a 100 billion yuan turnover of green steel campaign. This marks our achievement in green development. We focus a lot on the concentration of green industries. We hope to leverage such development to set an example for China's development as large in this regard, and also take environmental protection as one of our cornerstones. We're also actively mapping out our future development, including health, manufacturing, space development, etc. So in all these areas, we're accelerating our development. The Canal Business District is also known for its high level of openness. We have favorable policy environment and also favorable environment for talent attraction and development. For instance, we have a synergy of 3 zones, including the Integrated National Demonstration Zone for opening up the service sector, the China-Beijing Pilot Free Trade Zone, and the Zhongguancun Tongzhou Park. So we also enjoy related policies of Zhongguancun area in Beijing. In terms of investment attraction, we also implemented relevant policies, for instance, lifting restrictions on foreign ownership ratios in the manufacturing sectors, and also allowing foreign invested enterprises to engage in the development and application of human stem cells, gene diagnostic, and therapeutic technologies. So we are also offering more convenient services for international talents, like facilitating the processing of work permits and residence permits for foreign talents. And we have launched an international professional qualification recognition catalog, which offers entry, exit facilitation, work and residence permit support policies for professionals listed in the catalog. We also implemented 240-hour visa-free transit policy. The BMC, that is the Beijing Municipal Administrative Center, also seeks to build the 3 best in terms of business environment, namely lowest comprehensive cost, highest approval efficiency, and optimal administrative services. So we have relevant platforms and smart services so as to maximize the efficiency of our services and facilitate the services we offer. At the same time, we also have sufficient capacity for industrial development. The total planned floor area of the district is 13.79 million square meters, covering a range of integrated business types, including office, commercial, apartments, and hotels. There are a total of 172 buildings, including 33 commercial buildings over 100 meters and 4 over 200 meters. The district also has a vibrant and bustling business environment with a strong commercial atmosphere. So we hope to be fully equipped with comprehensive service facilities and a thriving nighttime economy. And we are set to become the most vibrant regional commercial center in eastern Beijing. We are also characteristic with our business street and district along the riverbank. So we sincerely welcome you to visit our business streets to feel for yourself. And also, we have easy access to transportation with extensive connection. We are home to the largest underground integrated transport hub in Asia. And after all the transportation lines are put into service, we'll be able to have direct access to the Beijing Capital International Airport in 15 minutes, to CBD in 20 minutes, to the Beijing Daxing International Airport in 35 minutes, and Xiong'an new area within 1 hour. We have premium educational resources, including quality local primary schools and middle schools. For instance, the high school affiliated to Renmin University of China and Tsinghua Financial College. We have a wealth of medical resources, home to reputable local hospitals. We have altogether over 6,000 medical clinics and institutions, which provides diverse and abundant medical resources. We also have diverse business service facilities, including the meeting center, the conference center we are here today.
We also have a meeting salon where you can get the updated policies of Beijing. And an important feature of the region is its good ecology. We have 13 rivers, and it has the most dense network of rivers, and it has been reputed as a national forest city. So such livable environment is becoming more and more obvious. Distinguished guests, we want to thank you for your interest in the sub-city center, and we will do our best to serve you so that we can work together to create a new chapter of opening up and share with you the fruits of development. Thank you very much. Just now you talk about digital trade, transportation hub, finance, and new business models, and the green industry, etc. Actually, they are all related to AI. Thank you very much. I know there are many business representatives who are present today. Probably we can look at whether there will be more AI application scenarios. In terms of AI talent, I think CCG and AGTO can examine how to work together to attract AI talent. I think that will be also part of our future work. Thank you, Madam He. Actually, for this roundtable, we have 3 topics. First, AI-driven industrial transformation and future talent core capability shaping. Third, we want to build a AI talent cultivation ecosystem. And third, policy and ecosystem, building a sustainable AI development system. So these are the 3 subtopics we are going to focus on during this panel. Every speaker will have 4 to 5 minutes for the first round, and probably some of the speakers will speak twice or some may just once. So we hope that you can grasp the opportunity to fully expound your ideas. And finally, I hope that you can spend a minute in summarizing your main idea. That will also mark a conclusion to our summit. So let's come to the first topic, AI-driven industrial transformation and the future talent core capability shaping. I think I will first give the floor to Lou Xiaohu from CITRIP. I know that in your business, AI is very important. So as a cross-border operator, when you do localized decisions, what are the core capabilities that are important to you? We now have businesses in over 20 countries in the world, and we have encountered some challenges, but with the help of AI, our speed has been increasing. When we enter a new market, the first thing we need is to know this market, and we need to get the data. But where does the data come from? In the markets that are familiar to us, it is easy to get the data, but in overseas market, it's not that easy. But AI can get the data for us. For example, in Japan, they use Line, and in the Middle East, it is a different social media platform. So in data collection, we can use AI to do a more comprehensive job for us. In terms of algorithm, will we get better benefits? For example, in different countries, the customers have different demands. For example, Japan focuses on quality. The Middle East likes the recommendations from their families. So here we add another dimension, that is the cultural factor. We will incorporate cultural factor in promoting scientific innovation. Another important challenge we are facing is the compliance, legal compliance. That is a high threshold, for example. Now, different countries are changing their policies in terms of data privacy and what are the do's and don'ts on what platform. So AI can be quite timely when the strategies are changing. They can give us tips about what capabilities we can improve. And in the traditional capabilities, we can also do more to improve them. For example, product localization. For example, one function probably may have different applications in different parts of the world. In the Middle East, so the interface goes from the right to the left, so it's different. And in some cultures, the elephant, the cow, and the pig are banned. The images of those animals are banned. So we need to avoid those loopholes. And we also need to localize our operations. And to do that, we also need to better perception about the local conditions, and AI can help us with that too. For example, in different overseas markets, the payment methods are different. With the rapid technology iteration, we need to ensure that the internet can be better connected with the new platforms and capabilities. So AI can also help us with that too. And in terms of organizational structure, in the past, the headquarters will give the order and the overseas branches will do it. But now in the AI era, things are changing. The headquarters are providing the basic construction, that is the core capabilities. For example, in the overseas operations, we can get the keywords. For example, we recruit a lot of prompt engineers. And we recruit a lot of them. What they do is to communicate directly with the big model to improve the capabilities of each station. So we call AI new power. And it means that everybody can use the power to produce something. So a lot of the product managers are no longer waiting for development. In the internet, we say that one product for developments, but in the new AI era, the product managers can write the codes themselves. So this is something like a cross-functional capability improvement. To improve that capability, we are also improving our innovation too. So AI is something that is quite valuable for the enterprises. At the trip.com platform, we are using these capabilities, and every week our topics are always focused on AI. So that is what AI can bring to the enterprises. Thank you very much, Mr. Low. Just now, you talked about how AI can build your core capabilities. You're a big platform company. You said that the data collection capability, the algorithm, and the cross-cultural operations and compliance and product localization and organizational structure and headquarter front and relationship have all improved, which has led to new productivity. So that is a great success, very solid success. Because if we ask how AI can be improved, can be used to improve the capabilities of a company, so it's not an easy question. So thank you for thinking deeply about this, and thank you for your good answer. And now I'd like to invite Liu Qi, co-founder and CEO, Zhengjue Technology Shanghai Company Limited. You have the Shanghai Jiao Tong University founding team, and also you have the Foxconn team. So I would call it AI radar map. I don't think, I'm not sure whether it is an appropriate comparison. So I would like to hear what you have to say about that. I also want to know whether you have established collabs with universities, or do you have any AI courses? Thank you very much for your introduction. Our team is headquartered in Shanghai. We are an industrial team of the Industrial AI Lab of Shanghai Jiao Tong University. So we are connected with the university. We are doing technology transfer. We are committed to AI processing. That is to say, we will use AI in industry, in manufacturing facilities to improve their efficiency. Just now we talk about the AI radar map. Actually, in the era of AI, the personnel structure has the following changes. One, the hard skills. Second, the soft skills. The hard skills include two things, and the soft skills include three aspects. I'd like to say something about what we have been doing in these aspects. First, in hard skills, we have two capabilities. One is the product capability in the AI era. Our lab was established in 2017. We experienced two changes. First, the deep learning technology was used in quality inspection. It replaced traditional visual inspection, and it could do better than human eye inspection. It could totally replace human eye inspection. And in the global big model era, we are the first company to do the big model quality inspection, and we want to put it into practice. And we have advanced technologies as a university, but we cannot sell the technology directly to the customers. We need to use the product as a vehicle. We need to improve our product capabilities. So the companies will use the AI and how they can define it. How can the AI help them? So we need to look at the problems behind the questions, and we also need to locate the reason. And we also need to predict the future application scenario. Actually, the generative AI can provide a lot of help. And we need to use different tools to arm and equip our engineers. So we call it the AI era engineers. And second, the capability for structuring. So we will turn the solutions into practical products. In this process, we need to skillfully use different kinds of tools and models, and we need to have a very deep understanding of the tools and models. Otherwise, we will not be able to know what the problems are. For the soft skill, I want to say three things. First, creativity. Second, critical thinking. And third, cross-sectoral, cross-discipline cooperation. AI has more demands for that than before. So there are complicated issues. Can we have creative solutions to them so the personnel can use AI technology to solve it? And for critical thinking, we need to challenge the existing ideas, and we need to have a cross-sectoral thinking, and we need to have the teamwork and organizational capabilities. So those are the hard and soft skills defined by our company. So AI has greater demand for the employees, but they can also be quite helpful for them. And in terms of education, we are a team of the lab of a university. Actually, we are doing rapid transfer. When we can better connect the lab and the companies, we can do a better job in making preparations for the talent. The AI talents are rare, so we can use our advantage to make preparation for that. And second, we can make breakthroughs in research and development. And third, through our cooperation with the university, we can be involved in standard setting. So that is my answer to your questions. Thank you very much, Mr. Liu. AI has become a global hotspot topic, and all sectors are talking about AI every day. So you talk about the hard skills and soft skills for talent cultivation. Yes, indeed, that is very important for our talent research. So it is a common demand from all sectors. And also industrial integration is not that easy, we know. But now the production relations and production forces are all changing. But there will definitely be the stage of acceleration. Thank you for sharing with us the hard knowledge. So our researchers must be very interested in listening to you. Now I'd like to invite somebody who used to work at Oracle. You once was involved in the financial sector. So in the transition of the financial businesses, there will also be something like a perception gap. You are also engaged in the science and technology sector for many years. So if the talent can connect the technology with the business, they can help us to overcome the gaps. So you have a cross-sectoral experiences. Can you share with us your experiences? Thank you very much. Yes, how to fit the AI to the demands of the customers. Yes, AI has a lot of advantages. In the businesses and in the banks, AI's application is similar to Mr. Lou's description. We can do prescription, the banks or the customers can buy some products from us, and what will be the buying trends and how will the risks evolve for the banks. So we can do a lot of predictions. So that requires overcoming the gap between the technology and the business. And at Oracle, we also do that. The business demand and the solutions. When we are facing customer services, the most important thing is to ensure that we need to know what exactly are the demands and what problems we want to solve. What is the goal? Who are the decision makers? And the science and technology department is very important. The business is the sponsor, but the science and technology department should be responsible for the efficiency, the cost, and the security and safety of the system. So Oracle needs to be involved in the business planning of the customers, and more ideally, we need to borrow the sectoral experiences and provide some peculiar suggestions to the special suggestions to the customers for improving businesses. In our solutions, we need to properly match the demands of the customers, and in particular, what we can do to help improve their capabilities in terms of profitability, revenues.
And also fend off risks, reduce the potential losses, etc. So let me give you an example. For instance, we help our customers to establish a certain system, help banks to establish a system in accordance with individual customers' characteristics. For instance, we'll help the bank to analyze the features of the clients, like their age, gender, income, occupation, risk preference, location, etc. We'll also help the banks to sort out what are the more priority elements, what are the minor elements. Afterwards, we'll start to prepare the AI model for predictability. So these models are all based on past data collected by the bank. We would input all the data and sort out the results. These are like prompts. So different elements would have different weight to be set in the algorithm, and using the algorithm, we'll be able to work out the pattern of customers' purchase in the banks, and also will factor in the actual marketing situation and the practices in reality, and finally reach our results. All these are bundled up. So after the launch of the AI algorithm, we also put it into test into our daily business. So finally, to sum up, in Oracle's business practice, the entire process is about bridging the communication gap between business and technology, empowering business through technology, and letting business growth inspire new tech innovations. Thank you, Mr. Jing, for your sharing. So we talked about AI plus industry, and you talked about AI plus service. In a specific area of financial service, AI has a unique scenario for application, whether it's the service industry or manufacturing. We see the boundaries are blurring. AI is playing a major role. So how we can empower these industries with AI, improve the service capability and level to achieve a breakthrough, which is completely different from the traditional progress. Next, our next speaker is Yan Minghua, Dean of Strategic Emerging Industry Investment Institute of Yunhe Capital. You actually worked in Samsung Group, so you are actually a doer. You have experience in the industry yourself. So when cultivating talents in the AI era, what are the common costs and risks, and also potential risks that we should be on the outlook for? Thank you. My name is Yan Minghua. I'd like to thank the organizers for having me here. and also thank the moderator for his work. This is actually a very important question. I have 30 years of experience in human resources and organization management. I am currently a co-founder and dean of Yunhe Capital. We have already invested in 50 high-tech projects. So a key role of me is empowering enterprises, empowering organizations after our investment. Among the projects we invest in, there are startup organizations and large mature organizations. So I also worked as a strategic consultant in the past, and I am used to offering suggestions for empowering enterprises growth. In this process, we discover that whether it's large or SMEs, in the AI era, talent training is indeed changing. And there are some additional costs due to trial and error. Why so? We know we should think about the talent portrait in the AI era. So what kind of talent do we need? It's actually an integrated type of talent. That is a horseman type of talent. By horseman, I mean integrating human intelligence with artificial intelligence. And these talents are AI ready. So how can we produce such talents? They are highly characteristic. For instance, they have high professional skills, great expertise in their field. And second, they have cross-disciplinary skills. More importantly, they focus on innovation, critical thinking, and evolving mindset. So why do we have trial and error costs? It's because AI is evolving and upgrading, reiterating too fastly. And also we tend to hang on to traditional way of management. And also AI is not fully and properly integrated into new business scenarios. So altogether, three major challenges. The first is training costs, which tend to be wasted. And the second is hiring the wrong person, also leading to waste. A third is wrong judgment of business scenarios. So how can we fend off such risks? There are also several solutions. First is talent training should not be a closed process. We should partner with other organizations, for instance, universities and academic institutions. Second, when we hire talents, we need to be clear about our business model, to be very clear about which part we need AI. Well, for other parts, we would need real talents, human talents, and this will be able to avoid losses. If we hire the wrong person, it will actually induce cost 27 times of a high management's annual salary. The third is how can we better focus on potential business scenarios so as to capitalize AI in developing our relevant businesses. We can establish dynamic assessment system. So could be assessed every quarter or half a year or 1 year, focusing on the gap in the capability of the talents, and then carry out training. That would be targeted training, which can avoid blind investment and waste of resources. Finally, testing on a small scale. Start with testing on a small scale. In terms of talent training, if it works out well, then we can roll out the training and expand the scale, and this will be able to effectively control the risks and have higher chance of success. In the interest of time, I won't go into details, and I look forward to more opportunities to discussing such issues in practice with all of you. That's all for me. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Yan. You are indeed a treasure house of business practices. Lots of effective solutions and portfolios which we can draw inspiring experience from. So in the AI times, AI costs are lowering, in particular with the emergence of DeepSeek and other platforms. So actually, we should capitalize on the popular benefits of AI. Of course, there are some small enterprises, but they're actually leading in AI technology, so small but sharp. I really like your analogy of horseman talent that we need nowadays. So, an integration of AI and human intelligence. A vivid analogy. I believe that will be a great horse. So with this great horse, we'll be able to work very well in business wars. So again, thank you to Ms. Yan Minghua, very down-to-earth sharing. Now let's come to our second theme for this forum. That is to build an AI talent system integrating the industry and education. We also have with us talents experts in this field. So I would like to invite a speaker from Baotan Green Energy Technology. So we're talking a lot about green transition and carbon neutrality. So enterprises and universities are partnering to produce talents. So you also have worked in real business environment. And so have you ever encountered such projects? Thank you. I'm Zhu Weiqing from Baotan. Carbon neutrality is indeed a new concept. Beijing has been developing in this regard for years, but we still need compound talents for this business. We need advanced state-of-the-art energy conservation technologies, and also 5G technologies, etc. So in terms of the central government, the government has identified 8 high-emitting industries, which are all different, and in each specific sector, we have different measurement and analysis for these different detailed sectors. Also, the government is supporting green and low carbon development projects, and some of the projects can be integrated into the carbon emission indicator system, and also, for instance, offshore wind energy, etc., power generation, etc. We would need lots of professionals to calculate, to measure, and to work out the trading-related businesses. All these are very professional and involves a lot of special expertise. So whether it's carbon reducing enterprises or carbon exchange, they would need to manage their assets. So for all these areas, it marks transformation in talent training education. We work with Fudan University Finance School, Business School. We're partnering with them to start courses. But this would tend to focus on asset evaluation and not involving much about technology and algorithm calculation. We're also working with Hong Kong Polytech University in terms of chemical industry to capitalize on their expertise. We'll also work with government platforms on ESG talent training. So all in all, high requirements for compound talents, but the training portfolio is quite fragmented. And in a word, it's not enough for the talents in this area to only know about a certain topic or field, for instance, only knowing about carbon trading, because it also involves various other fields. That's why we need compound talents and diverse range of skills. So the pain points, the challenges include first, how to empower the talents with cross-disciplinary skills. So how can we enable the talents to know about the development of the industry and master all these skills. And in the future, I believe the trend is not just about carbon neutrality and carbon peak. So we talked a lot about AI and high tech, and I believe in the carbon area, in particular in terms of carbon exchange, there is a greater demand for AI algorithm technology and high tech approaches to develop the market better. Give you a simple example. We're serving some high emitting enterprises. In the past, we thought there were no tools and no talents. We could only commission it to a third party to carry out the calculation. But now we've already worked out our AI calculation system, and with the system you'll be able to monitor carbon emission real time, which is empowered by big data. And this can offer the enterprises, the organizations, with precise policies and solutions. And also, according to the central government's economic report, we should not just calculate the specific carbon data. We also need to calculate carbon footprint, which is really complicated. So building the model itself would take 2 to 3 months. However, with the AI algorithm and calculation, you'll be able to establish a model in just 2 minutes. So lots of challenges. Still, if we are to keep up with development of the society and green development, we need more compound talents for this field. Thank you, Ms. Zhu. You talked about green industry and also the application of AI in this field. The examples you raised are quite representative. So in the future, AI development and green development would represent 2 major trends. So in terms of talent development, we would need compound talents mastering both fields and to have cross-disciplinary skills. So AI could be capitalized to address issues in green development. So you are also developing your own tools. So probably back to manufacturing, but it's not a simple pattern of manufacturing, but high-tech and state-of-the-art manufacturing. So we can see that driven by demand, we are developing towards an unknown field of talent development. Lots of challenges, but they also point to our future direction. Looking forward to further discussion with you. Many thanks again. Next, I would like to have Mr. Wang Yi, CEO of Likes. So Likes is an organization for training spoken English. It is very experienced in this regard. So would you please share with us how you utilize AI, how you leverage AI to promote large-scale education and also personalized learning, which I believe is hard to balance? You have the floor. Thank you. I'm very glad to have this opportunity to share with you our past experience and what we are doing now. Likes is not really a new company. We started in 2012. And in 2018, we were listed in New York Stock Exchange in 2018. We cover over 150 million language learners. Most of them are from China, but also learners from over 150 countries. In the process, we started to learn the beauty of Confucius. The first is educating everyone who would like to learn. The second is educating people according to their specificities, that is, their strengths and weaknesses. So now we have AI, and we've reached a consensus in the industry that for the first time in history, we'll be able to balance that. That is to educate everyone and educate everyone according to their specificities. So it's been proven that our AI English teachers are able to perform more efficiently in the same period of time, and such efficiency has already surpassed traditional classroom teaching. But I think that's far from enough. Recently, we've been doing several things and several ideas to share with you. First, after the emergence of Big Model, we've reached another consensus that is all people across all age groups, different nationalities, and different industries, we all face the issue of AI literacy. Everyone needs to have AI literacy. So 20 to 30 years ago, we talk about computer literacy. But nowadays, we talk about AI literacy. And we are embracing that across the world. So at the end of June, the beginning of next month, we are about to launch the first app in the industry that is how to use AI to become an AI-empowered teacher. It's an app to train teachers to utilize AI in their teaching. So such a product to use on a large scale, I believe there is great potential for this type of product. So just now, we heard from CEO Zhu from Baotan. And if we look at the workforce across the world, a challenge they face is that the experienced workers would need to learn how AI could be used in my field.
Those newly graduated probably grasp AI very well, but they do not have industrial experiences. So we need to bridge the two parts and connect them well, rapidly. I think we have a lot of opportunities to use AI products and technologies and tools to apply the industrial expertise to different ecosystems. For example, Mr. Yan, he's great, but there is only one. He is only one. So there is always the scalability problem. And also, very briefly, in the AI era, in terms of perception, tool, and capability models, we need to make updates. For example, AGTO has been established with a mission connected with AI. I think that is hugely important. Today, in the global education area, there is no clear idea about how to connect AI with education. That there is still ongoing discussion. No doubt, AI tools are already affecting the way students learn and teachers teach. So such rapidly iterating tools will have a deep impact on the way we learn. Finally, a suggestion. The international organizations like the AGTO need to hold this banner high and connect with the demands of all sectors and with forward-looking ideas and identify the capability models for different sectors, and then we will enable the different sectors to achieve collaboration in talent development. I think that is what is important now. Thank you, Mr. Wang. I think what you said is really consistent with the work of the AGTO. Thank you very much. So you are also connecting education with technology fully, and you identified the direction of our work. So it has achieved for us what could not be achieved, and how to connect the model across different sectors, across different genders, and across different models. And we can make good use of AI in the context of education. So I think that can also point to the new quality productivity for education. Thank you very much for your sharing. I think I want to have a deeper conversation with you later. And now I'd like to invite Mr. Gao Jintao, Center for Synthetic and Systemic Biology. I know that you do a lot of research in Tsinghua University on AI modeling, and you have built a multi-unit spatial platform. So I think you are in the biomedicine sector, so accelerating genes technology. So you are also having compound talents. So what is the gap for your industry? How can universities and companies work together to collaborate on talent development? Could you please share with us your perspective? Thank you very much. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to report to you what is on my mind. A brief introduction to me. I used to get to have a doctoral degree from a German university, and then I went to the United States to pursue postdoctoral studies. So I spent 11 years overseas. So here at this international summit, I feel at home. In 2012, I came back to China, to Tsinghua University for research. I spent 13 years at Tsinghua University for the combination of medicine and industry. So to be more specific, in genome and multi-genome studies, we want to explore the application. For example, in a surgery, the doctors will try to cut the tumor organization. But he also needs to be assisted by the imaging to make the judgment which part should be cut. But now the doctors are just feeling their way in cutting the tumorous tissues. Second, I want to say that how to cultivate talent in the AI environment. At the Tsinghua University, we needed to apply to the country for funding for our research. In the past decade, I also helped our supervisors to cultivate over 20 doctors and postdoctoral candidates. We have also been focused on vertical modeling in genome, for example, 3D genomics and transcriptomics, and also epigenomics. In these three areas, we combine the information and build a vertical big model. We need to publish a paper about the research finding, and in this process, it is naturally cultivating talent. You know, it is the students who are doing the big model, and hopefully they should be from the Department of Computing Studies. So they help us to build the model. And also, we involve teachers with a computing background who will help the students and guide the students. And now I will come to the third point I want to talk about. So that is the integration between industry and education. According to our research, in the hospitals, we need to develop the new equipment. We use cameras to do early diagnosis for cancer. The hospitals usually do two things: diagnosis and treatment, and they need to use CT and MRI to do the imaging, and also they can look at the genomic level imaging. So we are now developing the equipment so that we can take a lot of genomic pictures all at once. So now we've already got 2 rounds of financing. Now we are working on the 3rd round of financing. We need to get the Category 2 medical apparatus certificate so that it can be applied to the hospitals. So in the AI era, the equipment needs to be combined with AI to do picture or image identification. And it should also be connected with the big models. That will help us to better identify the early signals of cancer. We hope that in the future we will make more contributions. And we also have a lot of cooperation between the hospital and universities. For example, our cooperation with the Union Hospital of China and the PLA Hospital, and also local governments. So we do hope that we can foster better AI ecosystem that involves the industry, university, and that is what we do to improve talent cultivation by involving the students. So thank you for sharing with us your experiences in combining industry and education and also application. So you are not only working on the early stage of the products, you are also working horizontally with hospitals. So AI technology and talent cultivation for genomics, I think it is a kind of new ecosystem. If we can have a big project funded by the national government, then we can also foster the talents, and then the projects can be truly applied. I think that is a great direction to take. So I think you are going deeper towards that direction. In addition to the universities, we also have the representatives from the industry at our hand, Book Foundation. We know that you did something like a training camp. Yes, gaming style, sustainable development education. So you are already in the rural areas, so that provides a great scenarios. So it is a training camp. How do you design this curriculum, and how do you evaluate the effects? So when you bring it to the rural areas, how do you evaluate the effects of the training for the kids? Thank you very much. I want to thank you for the invitation. A few words about my foundation. We are based in Shanghai. We are a gaming company. In 2012, we established this company. The gaming industry is something new, so we have a history of over 10 years. So already we are an old company in this industry. As a gaming company, internet gaming company, our core capability is gaming orientation. It means that people will accomplish a task with the rapid feedback and iteration. We want to do a terrible project in the education field. We want to initially do games, R&D, and operation, but we also believe that when Chinese companies go global, besides business values and profitability and revenues, we also want to be integrated into society to create social values. We hope that the local people and the children can connect their needs with our capabilities to produce good values. So we put it in the context of the sustainable development framework. So we want the students to design the games, which is based on SDGs. What do we do with AI? You know, SDG is macro and abstract and knowledge intensive. But we use AI to design something that is easily understood by the kids. For example, videos and picture books. When we send the table game box to the rural areas, we are distributing it to the 34 provinces of China and over 40 countries in the world. But when we distribute it, they speak Swahili, for example, but our product is in English. Can we do that? But we can turn the knowledge rapidly into textbooks, and at the same time, it can be rapidly turned into something as a tool for rapid cross-cultural communication. So I need to evaluate the rapid reiteration. For example, no matter how you translate it and no matter how you promote it, we need the local teachers and volunteers to verify the translation. For example, we need to work together with the Zimbabwe University in Zimbabwe, and in Indonesia, we need to work with the local university. So, for example, the biodiversity there in Indonesia is about the biodiversity in the coast areas. It's different from our biodiversity about the protection of pandas. For example, in Zimbabwe, we want to pass the knowledge of health and disease control. To be more specific, hand washing, hygiene knowledge, and the use of mosquito nets. So we talk to the local universities and we bring it back to China and produce such textbooks, and we send them back to the experts for verification. So with a year and a half, we promoted it to 47 countries in the world. Most of the countries are in Africa, North Africa, East Africa, Southeast Asia, and South America. So we want to turn the knowledge into courses and turn the courses into the materials for rapid communication. I think this accelerating process is what I'm happiest about. So without the AI, I don't know how long it will take to accomplish all the communication. So coming back, we are an internet company. We want rapid iteration, rapid experiment, and rapid feedback. So I think that is what AI can bring to us. So our charity vision will become faster, all-wing, and more equitable. Thank you very much, Madam Han. So indeed, speed is the most important thing. So AI can give us extreme speed. So you are turning games into an educational tool, and education can be accomplished by way of games to get more educational benefits. I think that is another scenario for new quality productivity. So we also want to thank you as a gaming company for doing something good for the SDG and for passing the knowledge about SDG. And in some areas, they have the rigid demand. And you also work together with the universities to do this practical thing. You need to establish the good, friendly partnerships with the local partners. And AI has enabled us to achieve rapid iteration. That is a very good case of application. Thank you very much for sharing with us your wonderful idea. Now I'd like to give the floor to Ge Hongyan, Chairman and CEO, Jiangcheng Education Technology Company Limited. This is a very important conclusion. Actually, we know that your company has been long dedicated to AI talent development and innovation, and you have also provided a good employment platform for universities, and you have achieved good service for all parts of the cycle. So how have you been using AI to facilitate education and provide better services? What is your biggest challenge?
Thank you for your question. Very glad to be here to share with you how Jiangcheng has been doing in AI-empowered practices. We are actually a reorganization of public listed companies. I'm the chairperson, and I have over 20 years of experience in new tech-empowered education. I've been focusing on how new technology in the development of times, how technology can match talent cultivation. Also, we see AI is currently at this status. It's actually very similar to the development pattern of traditional talent cultivation. We're in a new ecosystem and it's becoming increasingly mature. We see that the demand for AI talents, there are shortages for both high-end and practice-oriented talents. So the integration of industry and education is different in this context compared with traditional industry. So we've been through the stages of capital accumulation and independent startups. So in our startup stage, we explored a new model of partnership between enterprise and university. In the process, we integrated the elements of the industrial development and achieved production of scale. In this way, we'll be able to have a systemic understanding of the matching of application of AI in industries. So, given the backdrop of the demand for high-tech and compound talents in the AI era, we are seeing a system that demands an integrated chain, connects different elements. So for enterprises, we would need high-end talents. At the same time, we also need practice-oriented talents, practical talents. So the mechanism we have established has two features. The first is that we have a three-dimensional coordinated mechanism. The second is a due integration new paradigm. So we provide precise matching, transformation of outcomes. All these elements are integrated across an entire process. Currently, we are working with the Beijing Tongzhou government of an AI-powered industrial and education integrated project. So initiated by the Tongzhou government, we added our resources. We also introduced a lot of the leading enterprises that we invested in. This way we'll be able to match the industrial development with the technologies they need. We also established a platform featuring the partnership of industries, the academia, and universities and research institutions. We've also established a platform of AI and talent training. So it's not just about talent, a platform training talents, but it can also precisely match the demand of the users. So how can we achieve precise matching, AI empowerment, etc.? So there's actually an algorithm that can help us do the matching. So we have this algorithm, and that's how we are able to provide closed-loop services for our users. However, there are also lots of challenges, including technology reiteration, and also the time constraint in cultivating talents across the entire cycle. In face of these challenges, I also want to make an appeal. That is, we look forward to greater partnership with all of you so as to better produce talents and partner with more universities and research institutions so as to push the development to the next level. Thank you. Thank you for sharing. You talked about your partnership with universities. So as far as I know, it's kind of hard to find a suitable talent with both high-tech expertise and real-life experience, business experience in the industry. So in order to cover the demand of the entire production chain, from product development all the way to product application, it involves the entire ecosystem. So you are actually serving the forefront of AI talents in China. And I believe there are also more opportunities of rapid reiteration involved. So you are at the forefront in this field. Thank you again for your sharing, enlightening us with a lot of new information. Actually, I was kind of confused about the situation in the past and couldn't think of good solutions, but you offered a lot of practical solutions. So indeed, it's a very good opportunity for us to have this summit, providing us with lots of good insights. So in a word, we would need synergy in order to achieve new level of productivity and approaches for higher productivity. So thank you very much for wrapping up the second topic. And the third topic we're going to talk about is policy and ecosystem, building a sustainable AI talent development system. This is a complicated issue. So I would like to have Mr. David Blair to share with us your insights first, because you work in AGTO and you have a lot of thinking in this regard. You've worked in university and government agencies as well. So how can we establish an AI cross-border mobility framework? Because AI talents is not just about one country. It must be mobile. We need a multinational framework. So how can we build such a framework to facilitate the flow of the talent? So from your perspective, from AGTO's perspective, and from your research perspective, what are the key elements to facilitate multinational mobility of AI talents? And also in building this framework, what are any suggestions for the regulations and the terms for building this framework?
impressive list of companies and organizations that are developing uses of AI that could be of great potential benefit in education, in science, in health. And I want to talk about public policy related to AI and other technologies. There's a U.S. television series that went off the air, just ended last year, called Young Sheldon. And it's set in a small town in East Texas in the 1980s. And I thought it was very interesting because it did a great job of portraying what America was like when I was growing up, although it's set maybe 10 years after me. Anyway, in the series, it's about a family, a rather low to middle income family, and there are two sons in the family. The younger one is named Sheldon, and he's an academic genius. He goes to Caltech when he's 14 years old, and he ends up winning a Nobel Prize in physics in string theory. And the older boy is not an academic genius. He drops out of high school, but then he works very hard, and he goes on to start a tire sales and tire repair company, and he becomes a multimillionaire. Now, these are two different kinds of talent. I'm going to call them Georgie talent and Sheldon talent. Sheldon is the academic one, and Georgie is the entrepreneurial one. And a successful country needs both. Most of the discussion today has been about Sheldon talent, not about Georgie talent. And I want to think about how policies have affected Georgie talent, not only in the United States, but also a bit in China. I mean, we talk about global talent, but there's also a lot of importance to localized talent. And there are also lots of people that you wouldn't give the label talents, but they're very important. Now, the effect of new technologies depends upon public policy surrounding it, not just on the technology, not even primarily on the technology. I want to talk about what happened in the United States over the last 30 years. You might be surprised to know that by any measure, the rate of entrepreneurship in the United States has fallen sharply since 1990. By any measure, number of startups, people employed by companies less than a year old, their number of measures, they've all gone down, and they've all gone down a lot. Now, and you've had a lot of social effects too. You've had, by almost any measure, education quality, not only at the primary school and the secondary school and even at the university level, has gone down in my country by just any measure. You've also had wages, median real wages, have not gone up, not $1 since 1979. You've had a transfer of wealth, so it's gone from, the share going to labor has gone down by 5% of GDP over that time. Boy, I'm really running out of time. So this is not because of technology. This is because of public policy. What we have done is we've allowed the new technology companies to gain control of most of the benefits of that technology. I mean, essentially, there's a gatekeeper that controls either the technology or the infrastructure or the data, and they've been able to gain almost all the benefits. During this period, there was a recent article in the Journal of Political Economy that showed that there's been a huge run-up in stock prices, but 40% of that has come from taking money away from labor. Only 25% is increase in productivity. So I'm going to end with basically a question. I have some ideas about the answers. China's, by the way, has done different. China has seen wages go up a lot. Now, what we did is we changed the banking system in the United States in the 1990s and moved it away from emphasis on the Georgie entrepreneurs toward the Sheldon entrepreneurs. And we also stopped enforcing antitrust laws. I strongly recommend no country do that. And so I think the question we have to face is, okay, AI is going to be a big technological change. What public policy do we need to be sure that most of the gains don't go to a few companies, maybe the same companies, maybe Microsoft and Google, that got almost all the benefits of the last technological change? This is really the public policy issue that I think the world is facing over the next 20 years. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much to Mr. Blair. Indeed, you proposed this issue as a common challenge facing the entire world, whether it's China or the US. So you mentioned Georgie talent and Sheldon talent. Actually, both types of talent should access opportunities for sustainable development. Well, some kids may have street smart. They tend to success in the business field. And they also deserve greater opportunities. Maybe they could get that in the past. However, now we have a larger platform and a couple of leading companies or reaping most of the benefits. That has transformed productivity and the relationship of productivity. Actually, the story of young Sheldon reflects the change of times. In China, there are similar stories, and we probably need to avoid that gap, the gap between poor and rich and unequal distribution of resources. In the past, we would see that evidenced in a generation duration of time. However, now the reiteration period is becoming shorter, and we're seeing that in less than a generation's time. So given the tech revolution, we don't want a certain type of talent to be left behind. We want to give everyone equal access, equal playing field, and equal opportunities. So many thanks to you again. Very insightful points about access to resources and level playing field and sustainable opportunities. And that's what we should balance when it comes to public policies. And we really do not want to see a situation of monopoly and a few leading companies reaping everything, which may cause potential risks and consequences to the entire society and country. So next, I would like to invite Mr. Biman Najika Lianaj, co-founder of Voice Health Tech. So I believe your corporation is known for your quick cooperation. So now, in the context of multiple cultures, diverse culture, so how can you ensure the efficiency of your AI development? Because your business development involves multicultural environment. So how do you balance the efficiency and diverse cultures in your team?
Thank you so much for everything and everyone to give the chance to talk today. So I think change is the only constant, and it is change is inevitable and suffering is optional. I think that is how I start my sharing. So I have been in China for past 18 years. 18 years is a long time. So then you see China changing, and at the same time I joined Microsoft Research for working in AI and machine learning very early on. And then when you start looking at how to build a company, we started the company in an area which is extremely interesting, which is right now everyone in the field is having something called anxiety because AI is taking a job. AI is changing the world. So everyone is very anxious and curious and depressed at the same time. Can we face this new change that's happening in the world? So I study anxiety and depression for a living. So we are using AI to detect someone's mental health level from speech. So this is something that I want to put everyone's attention into, is that today we talk about Sheldons a lot, Google's, Microsoft's, like these big companies building foundation models, big models, and trying to approach AI in a very glorious way. And we know that when we approach AI in a very glorious way, it costs us around $100–200 million. And then again, there are companies right now raising $2–3 billion. We don't even know what the products are. But in this field, I want to talk to you about something called specific knowledge. Because if you look at what we are doing right now, we want to build an AI that can understand a human's mental health level, for example, depression level from speech. This is something that a qualified doctor cannot do by just listening for 30 seconds or to a minute. This is some magic formula that we are trying to teach AI, that can you be better at screening people when they are feeling their lowest. So now we need to look at, can ChatGPT help us? Can help us? All these big models can help us. Apparently they cannot, because the data that they've been trained on, these large LLMs that were trained on internet, never really created a benchmark for mental health. So the type of data that is required to create very specific vertical solutions that actually impacts 1.8 billion people that who are suffering from mental health is not there. So then it's up to companies like us to navigate policy, navigate talent, engineering, funding, everything, to do cross-cultural or cross-demographic effort to create very specific data sets. And it took us around 3 years to create the world's largest data set in depression. So we've done 6 clinical trials across multiple different regions, and it's not an easy task, because you need to build an AI model, you need to have data, you need to have compute, and then you also need to have algorithms, which is engineers, talent mostly, and then now you need to navigate a cross-cultural team across different regions, and they need to be very equally motivated to work on mental health. So you can use this AI talent and engineers to work on finance, you can let them work on energy, all these new problems, but how can you keep them motivated to work on a problem that is not the most sexiest when it comes to AI? But we call it it's very important, because we are the only generation, I would say, that is alive, my generation at least, would be the last generation who would be able to nurture AI. So nurture AI means we need to take a stand and then come together and start teaching our AIs, what are you going to see? Because what the AI see is what is its reality going to be. And right now the AI's reality is based on the internet data that is available. And now we are responsible to create new data, more and more new information, so that we can carefully give it the ability to be used in different verticals. So I think it's really important, because you can see right now there's a lot of fake data, there's a lot of synthetic data, there's a lot of images, content that is getting generated. So that means the next era of AI development is that AI training AI, or else synthetic data training synthetic data. So in this particular case, if we are left behind in the areas that we are working on, for example, very rare diseases, right? Things like mental health. For example, in order for us to collect depressed data, we need to work with a hospital, work with a depressed person who's giving us consent to collect their voice data. Imagine what type of a depressed person would be taking time out of their schedule to give you data so that you can train a model. So these type of very specific data is actually the key to create very specific knowledge in this domain, where that if we don't become successful in creating these unique data sets, our AI would only know general knowledge, but they won't have specific knowledge.
Thank you very much, sir. I think at the very beginning, you sound quite optimistic, because AI is something that is deep going. However, in terms of application scenarios, probably it can achieve a closed loophole in the vertical. So probably, as you said, we will be the last generation to train the AI. So it sounds a little bit pessimistic, despite your optimism. So what will be the role of the human beings in the future? So to control AI and manage AI is already a big challenge. In AI and when technology is accelerating in application, the whole mankind is anxious. We have data to support that. So how to ensure that in this application scenario we can get the samples and get the precise data and find the way to identify depression. Is it a disease or not a disease? This is already a question. If you take it as a disease, it is a disease. Otherwise, it is not a disease. But anyway, it is not a normal state. So it is about unhappiness. So a renewed state about life is what we want. So it is in the vertical, but it has a lot of application scenarios. Some people probably for a long time, for a few days or for a few years, for a few months or for a few hours within a day may become unhappy or depressed. So I think that is a very good charity project in that sense. So we hope that we can also try your product, and we always have the moment when we cannot handle the stress anymore. And finally, I want to invite Chen Xueling and from Beijing AirDoc Technology, and they have made a lot of explorations in data compliance. You have gained a lot of experience. So AirDoc is a leading retina company. Different countries have different cultures and legal systems. There is always the challenge of data sharing. How can you ensure compliance? How can you break the barriers for data sharing? How can you build a sustainable talent development system? Because once you have any problems, there will be risks. How can you tackle the challenge of compliance in data sharing? Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I also want to thank CCG for the invitation. Now I know why I am the last one to speak. I'm also pleased to share with you. So you give me 5 minutes, but this is a huge topic. AirDoc technology has been involved in China's policymaking. Indeed, we are the first company in China to get the Category 3 medical equipment certificate. We spent several years to work together with the Drug Administration to get this certificate. This is really unprecedented. This is our label. And in global AI-assisted diagnosis, we are the first China publicly listed company. Just now, our economist said that we need to look at the big framework. When we make choices in our company, what we do is to subvert the past practices. You know, AI is a revolution. We always challenge the 17 technology pioneers in our company. Our research engineers, R&D engineers, they are all top talents, but we always challenge them. Why we want to do this? Why we want to do the route? Before I read the book of Musk, we adopted this approach. So we focus on each individual country and ask individual questions. For example, we had a competitive company in Singapore. They had their own team to work on registration in Singapore. finally, they were very successful. However, when we look at this case, we found that this company is not that successful because they spend a lot of energy, time, and resources. So our approach is to entrust the local company to help us do it, and it proves to be the right approach. And in the EU, we only took 6 months to get the medical equipment certificate. So often we can see that what we can do, what we cannot do, that should be conclusion driven. What investment have we made in education? We have done a lot, actually. We are not driven by past experiences. In terms of education, we have made long-term investment in top-level design. In the Nature Medicine, the top journal, we worked together with Monash Top Lab. We made a long-term investment in the lab. We issued a new AI methodology to do early diagnosis for human skin. It will be 11% more accurate than the current diagnosis. If you're interested in it, I can send this article to you. So let's come back to the technology. Actually, it all boils down to one thing, that is the philosophical thinking underlying everything, why we want to do it. And our chair also said that in all of the countries, we have two kinds. One is the local cloud deployment. We comply with local laws. For example, in Southeast Asia, we were very fast. We do local compliance, local deployment to comply. And the money and time is not that demanding. And then we got the CMARC certification in the EU and also some other, for example, TAPCO agreements. If you want us to cooperate with an individual country in the EU, that will be very long because we need to do the cloud deployment and third-party connection. In international collaboration, we are a young company. We are only 10 years old, but in Geneva, we got the best invention prize, and we also have over 400 patents. So we believe that our company is an internationalized company from the very beginning. So we have been working hard to achieve international patents, and we have been incentivizing our employees to participate in international seminars. So that is what I want to say on the topic of evolving demand for talent and upgraded talent training in the AI era. So everybody is involved in AI, and AI is for everybody. So it means that everybody will become an AI person in the future, whether it is an organic or non-organic person. You will have to be forced to be connected with AI anyway. And AI is for everybody. What does that mean? It means that it will drive everybody. So that is the loop. Okay, that is my observation. Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chen. So you are in the vertical area, but you are also going up to standard building. So you talk about everybody's AI and AI for everybody. So yes, there will be long-term connection between AI and human beings. We hope that human beings will not be manipulated by AI. We hope that human beings will take the initiative. And most important thing is that we need to do a lot of things at the practical and theoretical levels. Thank you. I think those are all wonderful insights. I think Today's topic for this panel is evolving demand for talent and upgraded talent training in the AI era. And we have 3 subtopics which are quite complicated. So from capabilities to education to ecosystem, we want to build a framework for AI era talent development. So in terms of capabilities, in the past we focused on single capability, and now we want compound capabilities. Single capability talent will have opportunities, but in the future we need more compound capability anyway. And in terms of education, there should be integration between industry and education. We need real scenarios and real investment. Otherwise, it cannot meet our true demand. So everything will become nothing. So we need to meet the demand. And third, in terms of ecology, I think we need to work together with the government, the businesses, and the industry, and build a global talent cultivation and global talent flow. We want to ensure this smooth channel, and we need to ensure that we can identify the problems and solve the problems in the smooth channels. I also want to thank Madam Chen's conclusion. So this forum has been running for a whole day from the micro level to the macro level. So you can say that this forum is not a theoretical forum. We hope that in the future we will not be controlled by AI. Rather, we hope that in the future still the humans will control AI and drive AI. We hope that we can work together to build the global AI talent ecosystem. We hope that we can work together. I think we have built the consensus, and we hope to see more joint actions. Thank you very much for being with us for the long day. Thank you very much. A group photo, okay? Thank you.